The ancient gods granted this world great and powerful power in an attempt to save this world. Their appearance resembled mighty giants with bodies of pure energy and unimaginable abilities. People raised their hands to the sky in order to get a piece of the power of the gods and become stronger. The light shone for every person, but how people would use it was always a mystery. People began to boast about their abilities and stand out from the crowd. The powers were completely different, and not everyone was capable of using them in combat or defense. Many who have received their powers are able to summon powerful artifacts or weapons, which are endowed with great power and give great power over others. Others, who did not receive an inclination for military weapons, were endowed with the power to create more everyday needs and not particularly strong for maintaining the balance of power. Such people were not held in high esteem and were not considered useful in modern humanity as much. How everyone was imbued with greed and power, which gave rise to hatred of the weak and unable to stand up for themselves. The world began to divide everyone who received power into strong and weak, using a table of power by rank. The strong began to mock and abandon the weak, despite the fact that they had previously been friends. There were quite a lot of weak ones, and their lives started to get worse. Everyone who had greater warrior strength received money and power, making them virtually untouchable and able to rule over the rest. The powerful looked down on all those who were unable to fight and manage their ability in the name of protecting the country from others who gained power. Let's go back to the present day. In a regular high school, students sat in their classes and gained knowledge. But one day, everything began to change. It was Monday and the weather was sunny outside. On the sports ground, high school students began to surround one guy and try to catch him. But the boy was not timid and skillfully dodged away from the crowd of students. His fighting abilities were at a high level, and he masterfully applied them in practice. Using his speed, the boy got very close to one guy and decides to use the ability of his skills to teach a lesson to the impudent crowd of idiots. He summons a huge battle axe into his hands, which is his divine weapon bestowed by the gods. A large clot of power is formed in the hand, which quickly takes the form of a weapon that obeys only the owner. The boy raises his hand to strike, showing great pleasure on his face from what is happening, which makes him rejoice as much as possible. A great desire to become stronger and more powerful shines in the eyes. The high school student began to look at the jumping student, with a large axe rushing towards him. He saw a great force in front of him that was not easy to hold and resist. The body was tense, and there was little time to think. Having used his abilities, the boy summons his weapons, which are two clubs, which are capable of well protecting and attacking any enemy. Hoping to fend off the blow of a large axe, the boy puts a block in front of his head, trying to take cover and protect himself. A guy with an axe hits his opponent with a strong swing. He rejoices like a child that he got everything he wanted. The big axe takes the shape of its owner and looks quite menacing in the hands of such a sick guy. The guy with the clubs managed to repel the attack, but the battle still continued. Many high school students gathered around the laughing guy with an axe and tried to stop the guy. Their combat skills were not at such a high level, so the chances of one at a time were quite slim. Behind the crowd of schoolchildren fighting a sick guy with an axe, there was an inconspicuous boy in glasses and a sweater who stood behind and did not interfere in the fight. He held a dagger in his hand and looked at what was happening with a rather calm gaze. Classmates were beaten by a boy with an axe, and it was hard for them to cope, and they shouted to the bespectacled boy to help them, even though they knew that he was not capable of anything and refused to help, explaining that he was very weak and could not cope. The classmate's face was very angry and irritated by what he heard. The look of a tense face highlighted a strong desire to teach the bespectacled man a lesson and not let him escape punishment so calmly. Arriving at class, our bespectacled boy named Fen had a hard time. A strong kick sent him flying toward the lockers behind the classroom. Classmates were disappointed with the boy's actions, that he did not help them, and decided to teach the boy a lesson. After being hit in the stomach, Fen fell to the floor and sat on his knees. A classmate put his foot on his shoulder and began to show his dissatisfaction that Fen did not help them in the battle. Another classmate looked at the laughing stock with contempt and insulted him in every possible way, mistaking him for trash. They were strong and proud guys who had good abilities and a great predisposition to power and strength in the world of divine abilities. Their ranks on the strength chart were average, but compared to Fen, they were high. Raising his head, Fen did not show his regret or fear. He simply smiled and said that such a weak warrior as he could not have helped them. I would only get hurt more in a fight. The red-haired man became very angry after Fen's words and decided to hit him in the face. Such a blow was definitely already dangerous, and Fen, using his skills, very quickly dodged the blow by rolling to the side. He, smiling nervously, tries to calm his classmates and stop their attempts to greatly harm him. Sitting near the window, Fen hopes that no one will understand how he dodged and will blame everything on chance, knowing that he is the weakest student of their school. Fen notices that the locker door was badly dented from a blow from a classmate, and he is clearly very angry that Fen dodged. Such a blow would clearly leave a large bruise or even a couple of missing teeth. Fen decides to turn on the fool and start running from class, shouting words of forgiveness and begging for help from other guys. Classmates were annoyed by this behavior and decided not to leave the bespectacled boy alone. The other guys in the class just sat in their seats and laughed at Fen. They knew that they were the weakest student in their class and treated him like trash, which he was only capable of running away from and getting from others. Having caught up with the boy before leaving the classroom, the guys began to flex their fists and prepare to teach the weak trash in their class a lesson. Fen, having assessed his chances, realized that he would not survive without another beating. Having surrounded Fen and leaving him no chance to spend time safely in the classroom, the guys prepared to give a couple of lessons on what would happen if Fen continued to be in their class. Another strong blow to the stomach lands on Fen. Even in such circumstances, not everyone will be able to keep such a cool head in a situation and not resort to defense. Having knocked Fen to the floor of the classroom, one of the guys hit him in the side, not sparing such scum of society. Other classmates only supported the attackers and rejoiced when Fen suffered. Their satisfied grins were full of disrespect and contempt for the weak. After receiving several strong blows from his classmates, Fen did not give up and tried to behave as he usually did, not paying attention to the actions of his classmates. Since he was the weakest, he had to endure such bullying at school. He raised his head looking at his classmates and asked them to stop because they were beating him for no reason, and this did not suit them. A slight smile was on Fen's face, and his slightly trembling lip uttered words that were only capable of turning on the guys more and hitting the bespectacled guy. Hearing Fen's words, this is what happened. The guys only got angrier and were already preparing to hit him much harder. Fen's provocative words did not work in his favor, and his classmates did not have much intelligence to stop bullying him. Suddenly, a teacher comes into the classroom and with just his appearance is able to stop the students from doing anything and force them to sit in their seats. He looked cheerful and was holding a folder in his hand. Hearing the teacher enter the classroom, all the kids began to sit down and stopped mocking and beating Fen. They were not happy, but contradicting the teacher was much more dangerous. Fen sat on the floor and sighed that the teacher came in on time. There was a slight uproar in the classroom as everyone was still laughing at the beaten Fen. Some students were very relaxed and did not take anyone seriously, as they were confident in their abilities and proud of themselves. Having risen and recovered from the bullying of his classmates, Fen followed to sit in his place and not interfere with the lesson. He was weak, and his caution was very noticeable. The teacher asked everyone for silence and began to tell the topic of the lesson. He was full of energy because he learned that the school was recognized by the state as promising for the defense of the country. One of the students was sitting at his desk and throwing his feet up on it, was surprised by this decision. He decided to ask the teacher what influenced this opinion of the government, and why did they earn such a fate. The teacher approached the guy and forced him to remove his feet from the table, saying that the stronger students of their school won the government competition, and thanks to this victory, the state considered their school as a training center for future soldiers and defenders of the country. The guy in the red sweater was surprised and didn't really want to participate in such a government venture. He was in no mood to do anything important until he finished school, much less try to become a soldier. The teacher began to calm the guy down by saying that this would benefit everyone and their lives would become much better. The teacher came up to the board and began to cheerfully tell them what the government was ready to do to make them the strongest soldiers. Deciding to put pressure on the desire of all students to become stronger, the teacher said that special military programs would accelerate and strengthen their skills, bringing them to perfection. The children listened and were a little doubtful that this was the best way to achieve their goals, in the same way that the government generally does not allow people of average skills and abilities to high positions. Everyone was determined that most likely they would have to be ordinary soldiers, and there was little chance of success. The teacher began to convince the children in every possible way that this method of teaching would instill in them the desire to become better and reach new heights in understanding their abilities. Not everyone can cope, but you don't have to stay in the military either. You can become a politician or work in your laboratory creating more advanced medicines only thanks to a government program, the teacher said. The boy in the red sweater was still not happy with this situation, and trying to restrain himself so as not to be rude to the teacher, he squeezed his knee and raised his hand to his face, looking at her, feeling his strength, trying to understand why the government grabbed onto them so much. Continuing to tell the children about the benefits of help from the government of their country, and in every possible way praising the great contribution to the development of science of the human learning ability, the teacher hoped to convey to the children that this is very important. Everyone listened to the teacher and tried to digest everything they heard and make the right decision. Fen, listening to the teacher, began to get a little nervous and are afraid that everything will go very badly, and his life is already not easy because of the bullying of his classmates. It will only get worse, since already trained soldiers will mock him. The teacher said that such capable students as the children in this class should become a symbol of the country and promote the state to greater heights of both scientific and military progress. But of course there are exceptions. But they too will be able to find the right path, the teacher said, very hinting at Fen. Fen raised his head to the teacher and realized that even he knew about his classmates' bullying of him, and in every possible way ignored any requests to intervene. Now Fen knew for sure that no one needed him, and everyone would only mock him. Some students began to raise their hands and ask the teacher how exactly their training would begin, and when. Most were not eager to wear a soldier's uniform and defend the country on the battlefield. The teacher happily took out the box and began to tell his students how lucky they were that they were so capable in his class. He said that now they will have ranks and unit commanders. After emptying the box onto the table, he began to tell everyone that they would all receive chevrons that would indicate their rank. Since most of the guys in the class have good combat skills and abilities, they will most likely have soldiers with good ranks. The teacher began to approach each student and give them their titles while telling them that now they will be divided from senior sergeant to rookie. Almost all of the class members received senior soldier and sergeant. Those with the strongest skills will be unit commanders and will be promoted to senior sergeant. But those who do not stand out in any way and are not able to properly use their skills and abilities will only be newbies. Fen, seeing that the teacher passed by and did not give him any title, was slightly surprised and decided to raise his hand to ask about it. The teacher, without stopping or turning around, continued to walk and distribute titles to the rest of the students. Behind the teacher's long back, only his voice could be heard that those who are weak and unable to do anything will be newbies, and their rank is the lowest in the army, which is why Fen does not receive a chevron, the teacher said. Fen, having heard the teacher's words, only thought more and more that it would only get worse, and that he had to figure out how to transfer to another class, or simply not become a military man. The teacher, without turning his head, looked rather disappointed. Looking at Fen, he also did not like garbage, that he was not able to fight in any way. Now Fen was as depressed as possible, and understood that his difficult fate had prepared even more obstacles for him on his path in life. Cold sweat and a downcast gaze described the horror of understanding the upcoming days at school. After the lesson, Fen decided to go to the teacher's office and talk to him about the upcoming lessons and military exercises that would take place at their school. The teacher sat and sorted out his papers, not paying attention to the weakling who was a real trash in his class. The teacher's gaze only showed greater confidence in his contemptuous attitude towards Fen. The teacher continued to sort through papers and deal with the student's personal affairs. Fen, hesitating a little from uncertainty, stood in front of the teacher. His clothes were disheveled, as was his hair, his shirt was a little stretched, and his tie was loose. Fen began to ask his teacher to influence his transfer to another class so as not to participate in military training. Fen said that there was no way he could participate in military training, as he was too weak to take up their time. Even the teacher understood that Fen was too weak, but he didn't really care about the pathetic trash. The teacher said that if Fen is not able to defend himself and wants to be helped, no one will want to help such a weakling and trash. The teacher began to laugh at Fen and mock the guy about his weakness. He clearly looked like someone who would never help some weak kid. Fen felt the teacher's creepy and contemptuous gaze on him, which pierced the guy with goosebumps. His eyes were filled with horror that no one needed him, and everyone only wanted his death. Having lowered his gaze from the teacher, Fen thought about what he would have to go through so that everyone would stop treating him so badly. He began to bite his lips and tense more from hopelessness. After laughing, the teacher sat down more comfortably in his chair, and resting his head on his hand, he began to smile terribly, as if he was planning something. His grin was very sinister and clearly meant that no one would make concessions or help Fen. Fen began to beg the teacher to help him transfer to another class or school, so as not to enter the army and serve the state only by disgracing the country, since Fen was very weak. Both began to laugh. Only Fen laughed out of politeness and the understanding that he was being looked down upon and not perceived as a student, but some kind of trash. But the teacher looked very pleased that Fen was aware of his weakness and only admired his pride and the charity of the weak more. Fen clenched his fist in anger and tried to restrain himself as he does all the time. He was filled with a thirst for justice and a desire for everyone to be on an equal footing and not insult each other for their abilities. Fen was filled with terrible thoughts and emotions that should never have come out and shown everyone the true power that he had been hiding all his life. After recess and talking with Fen, the teacher entered the classroom. All the children began to sit down in their places. Teachers had privileges and could wear looser shoes to school. The teacher immediately approached the board and greeted the students by turning to face them. Afterwards, he began to write down the topic for the lesson on the board and asked the prefects if all the students were there. The head of the first detachment was a girl with blonde hair and was responsible for her group. The children sat behind and raised their hands to show their presence in the lesson. The children were calm and did not make noise, showing their respect to the teacher. The leader of the second group was not very pleased with his appointment as chief, but acted as a worthy commander of his unit. The students behind looked very indifferent to what was happening, but they could not argue with the teacher. While Fen watched his classmates submit their classmates' attendance report, he looked calm. Fen was a member of the third group, and the time for the report from the commander of his unit was already approaching. The teacher stood at the counter and continued to listen to reports. His slightly tired appearance and slightly contemptuous look towards the weak intimidated the weaker children, forcing them to behave quietly and calmly. The commander of the 3rd Division, a boy in a red sweater named Seiko, raised his hand and began to report that in his group, everyone was present from students and other garbage. Seiko, resting his head on his hand and turning towards the wall, said that it was really worth keeping such a weak teammate in their group, that he looked like trash that was spread around the classroom and stinks. After such words from the commander of the 3rd group, all the students began to smile and laugh at Fen because they understood who they were talking about. Their contempt and lack of pity for him only worsened their attitude towards Fen. Everyone laughed impudently in Fen's face and looked down on him. The boy felt only disappointment that his life never got better. The teacher, to the sounds of laughter, began to wipe the board and prepare for the lesson. Turning around, he asked everyone to stop the farce and get ready for the lesson. He too was pleased with the humiliation of the weakling, but as a teacher, he could not set a bad example for the children. Meanwhile, other school students were outside and chatting cheerfully about their plans for life. All this time, Some people were watching them on the roof of the neighboring school building. The students in the class noticed them and decided to ask the teacher if he knew why some people were standing on the roof. They were a little worried and didn't understand who the people were. The teacher began to say that the state had sent people who would evaluate the students' abilities. Since now there are competitions between classes. There are many capable students and some are skilled in using edged weapons. These people evaluate the battles and select capable and talented guys to undergo special training in elite units. They record their results and report the data to higher management. Some guys started saying that they had heard about this set and that it was for 11 classics. It was also noted that if there are many capable students in the lower class, then they can also be invited to competitions. Fen, having heard such words, clenched his fist tighter and realized that they had enough such students in their class to take part in the competition, and then he would really have a hard time. The teacher continued to behave calmly, but it was stupid to withhold information from the students, since they themselves understand that there are many strong soldiers among them. The teacher began to say that the children were right and their class would take part in the competition, but only one group from the class would be able to take part. Seiko began to get nervous, as he was the strongest statistically in the class, and suspected that his group would be the one to take part in the interclass competition. He looked very unhappy and only squeezed his hand tighter, hoping not to hear the teacher say that he would be the one to take part. The teacher began to approach Seiko and say that luck had turned in his favor and the third squad of their class would take part in the competition. Seiko flinched in fear that everything would fall on his shoulders. The teacher, bending over the guy, began to tell him that the same guy was the strongest in the class and had a strong C-class skill, which made him the clear leader in the race. Such a talented student will be able to achieve great heights if he shows himself worthy today, the teacher said. Seiko, hearing that the competition was today and they were only being informed now, jumped up from his seat and began to scream and tell the teacher that it was not fair and they were not ready. He was consumed by horror. He began to grab his face and scream hysterically that this simply could not happen. His eyes rolled back and he just wanted to fall asleep, but he couldn't do anything against the teacher's words. The bell rang and the guys began to leave the class, trying to get to the stadium in time and take the best seats to watch the battle where their classmates would be beaten. Some were so happy that they were even willing to pay someone who could send Fen to the hospital for a long time. Seiko, having calmed down a little, hit the table with his fists and began to think about how they should fight. He understood perfectly well that there was a very weak link in their team that was not capable of fighting. Meanwhile, Fen enjoyed the silence in the classroom as most of the students left the class. He quietly lay down on his desk and tried to rest a little and gather his strength. But Seiko decided to break this silence and approach Fen. Approaching the weakling, Seiko looked at him contemptuously and wished that he had gone where. But now they had to fight with another class, and they had to think about something. Fen felt someone approaching him and raised his head. He behaved calmly and tried not to provoke Seiko, but he understood that blows could not be avoided. His nervous and easy smile only irritated Seiko more and left no chance for a calm rest of the day. Suddenly, Seiko swung and hit Fen on the head. I slapped him on the head and just enjoyed it. The disgusting face and that smile drove the guy crazy. Grabbing Fen by the hair, Seiko began to tell him everything he thought about finding weak trash in their classroom. That he alone is the reason for their future defeat, since he is not capable of anything. Seiko really wanted to punch Fen in the face, but the upcoming competition did not allow him to act so harshly with such a weak classmate and member of the group that was participating. Seiko began to threaten the boy so that he would remember and do at least something in the competition if he didn't want to get hurt. Seiko threw Fen aside, not wanting to communicate with him on the same level. The boy could not stand on his feet and prepared to fall, hoping not to break anything. Now Seiko was pleased and looked at Fen from high, wanting to show his advantage over such a weak and worthless classmate. Fen, having recovered a little from the fall, began to adjust his glasses and look at his annoying group captain. He decided to turn on the fool and say that he couldn't help them anyway, since he didn't have any skills that could resist anyone. This smile showed his frivolity and lack of desire to compete with anyone. Seiko, having heard such low words inclined only to such a weakling as Fen, grabbed him by the tie and began to say that he would not just leave him in class and would use it to his advantage. Poking his finger directly into his forehead, Seiko pointed out his worthlessness and useless life, which is only needed to be taken advantage of by strong people. Fen looked at his attacker, but did not show fear, trying to control every action so as not to get seriously injured. While still holding Fen's tie, Seiko began to say that the strength of someone like him is a worthy weapon and can withstand many, and all Fen needs is to sacrifice himself at the right moment. Fen, hearing such absurdity, turned his head to the side and muttered something bad about Seiko's abilities. Seiki heard what Fen said, and his face tensed greatly. An ominous smile and bared teeth said that Fen had made a mistake and was about to get it. Fen himself realized that what he said was loud enough for Seiko to hear and quickly began to apologize. Seiko pulled himself together, realizing that he couldn't beat Fen just yet, and after letting him go, he began to remove his hand behind his head, trying to calm down and figure out how to act. Fen was glad that they stopped beating him, and looking at Seiko began to expect what would happen next. He understood that he couldn't get out of the competition and he couldn't help in any way, which means he was being used. Seiki decided to act more insidiously, and sitting down closer to Fen, began stroking his head, trying to mislead him that everything was fine. After this, Fen realized that there was clearly a smell of something bad here, but he continued to restrain himself and remain calm. Seiko grabbed Fen by the jacket and dragged him with him. Fen obediently obeyed, not wanting to tear his clothes and spoil his already bad relationships with his classmates by making them even worse. Seiko pulled Fen outside and placed him in front of him, using him as a shield. The competition was about to begin, and to prevent Fen from running away, Seiko did not let him go and kept him with him. A few minutes later, the teacher came out onto the playground. He held a microphone in his hand and began to announce the imminent start of the competition and ask everyone to take their seats. Warm weather only improved the upcoming match. All the children lined up around the site where the battles between classes would take place and began to wait for the start. Two groups of classes that are taking part lined up in the middle. All the high school students gathered on the court to cheer for their favorites. The commander of the high school students from another class was Tahara. He is a fairly popular guy at school and a capable warrior. His hair fluttered in the wind, driving all the girls crazy. His tall and stately appearance made all his opponents nervous. Seika, on the other hand, was the complete opposite and did not stand out from the crowd of guys with anything special except for his C-rank skill, which made him the leader in the class. The teacher approached the two platoon leaders and wished them luck, warning them that causing severe injuries was not welcome. They should take it as a friendly duel. Hugging them by the shoulders, the teacher asked them to give it their all and demonstrate to everyone that you are the strongest class in the school. Expressing respect for high school student Tahara, the teacher asked him not to resort to serious methods so as not to harm his students, but he should not give in either. Considering that the fight will be watched by people from the State Department for recruiting special agents, you guys should give it your all and prove your talent to secure your future, the teacher said. Tahara heard the teacher's words and, lowering his head a little, agreed with the word, expressing his trust and respect for the teacher. Also, Teacher Wang, with his hand on his shoulder, thanked Tahara for his enormous contribution to the development of the school. Wang's division had many strong warriors, and all were quite reserved and obedient to some extent. Their appearance expressed confidence in their victory and left no chance for the enemy to even think about their loss. Seika's squad was the opposite, arrogant idiots who couldn't see beyond their own noses and considered themselves the strongest. Their self-confidence and lack of respect for the enemy was disgusting. The two groups lined up opposite each other and prepared for battle. The teacher began to tell the rules and give advice that would help bring them victory if they acted as a team. Seiko held Fen by the jacket the entire time and did not let go so that he would not run away. This kind of behavior on the part of the team captain was quite cruel, but Fen also showed everyone that he was very weak, which led to this situation. The teacher began handing out bracelets to the participants, which serve as a sign of life for them. If the team takes it from you, then you are automatically eliminated. Seiko began handing them out to his comrades, all the while holding Fen by the jacket. This amused everyone a little, but not Fen. The hairdryer felt like some kind of thing that they could only use for their own purposes, which did not suit the boy at all. Seiko only became angrier and threatened him when Fen showed his displeasure. Some guys from Seiki's squad remembered that they had come up with a strategy for victory and generally did not talk about it with their commander. They also heard that if the fight was long, Seika's junior class could win if they lasted 5 minutes. Fen immediately looked at his watch and began setting the timer for 5 minutes to control the time and understand how to act. While everyone was thinking about how to win the competition, Feng watched what was happening and saw 2 people in black suits standing behind the teacher and watching. These were definitely agents from the government program. Meanwhile, the teacher announced the start of the competition and asked all participants to get ready and take their places. Tahara was serious and took everything as if he were in the army. Without hesitation, he saluted the teacher and got ready. Seiko, a little nervous, looked at this and realized that the ardent fanatics of the army were against him. The teacher did not keep everyone waiting long and announced the start of the competition. He was filled with a sense of pride and joy that he was given the honor of holding such a competition in front of people from government departments who would help elevate the school with their financial investments. Immediately after the start, Seiko grabbed Fen and quickly ran to the rear. Fen was not surprised, but a little puzzled that he would have to take part in the competition, and what was most important was not to give himself away. While Seiko ran, he ordered his team to try to delay the high school students and distract them so that they could buy time. Everyone, having heard such a pitiful command, was a little surprised that there was no strategy, but they could not disobey, since they themselves were not ready. Seiko was filled with fear and despair. He didn't want everyone to think that he was a coward, but he couldn't fight because of his ability under normal conditions. Fen, having stopped thinking about his own things, notices that his commander is behaving very strangely and is not fighting. The high school students began to calmly and confidently approach the enemy, preparing to use force. Seika's group stood rooted to the spot and could not oppose anything. They could not even think of anything to fight with dignity. Gradually, approaching Seiki's group, the high school students began to surround them and encircle them, not giving them a chance to escape. This tactic was quite good in a situation where the enemy was standing in a heap and not trying to disperse. Seiko, moving to the rear, began to order everyone to protect him, not letting the enemy near. He looked rather nervous and scared, as his authority could be shaken, which is not acceptable for him. The girl from the high school squad was quite strong and grabbed one guy from the enemy squad. She pulled his arm to the side and kneed him in the stomach, which was a very painful move. Another member of the group, high school student Takara, used a fighting technique with a hand grab, putting the enemy on the ground, leaving him no chance to escape. Under such circumstances, they don't even have to use their magical divine abilities in battle. Having taken their bracelets from the 2 defeated guys, Tahara's team already had an advantage, which allowed them to be more active and finish the fight faster. The girl decided not to prolong the battle, and using the ability to quickly move, tries to break through the remaining guys to their commander Seika in order to neutralize him, thereby bringing victory. Seiko, having seen such a trick, was very scared and understood that all his plans were going down the drain. Fen looked at that girl's fast movements and her ease in battle that he began to realize that her fighting skills were at a very high level. Such a fast opponent as a high school girl with a B-rank combat skill caused big problems for the guys. Seiko used the Fen as a shield to cover himself with it and escape from the attacks in time, trying to gain time. Seiko begins to step back little by little, trying to delay the attack by hiding behind the hairdryer, but his insidious plan is still not ripe for attack. The girl is full of confidence in her abilities and approaches the guys. Her face does not doubt one bit, and there is no fear at all, since she understands that only cowards are prone to such actions. Fen feels that Seiko now clearly cannot do anything, and simply backs away. Turning his head towards the teacher, Fen realizes that all attempts to avoid the terrible fate at the military school or bullying from his classmates will not work, and he needs to come up with something. The teacher enjoys the performance and doesn't really care about Fen with his problems, since he himself does not like him for his weakness and helplessness. Fen, seeing this disgusting grin of the teacher, realizes that he should not rely on someone at all, and even thoughts about this will only remind him that everyone can only mock the weak. While Fen was turning over thoughts in his head, the girl had already run up to him and decided to immediately rip the bracelet off his hand. Seiko took the opportunity to escape, leaving Fen as bait. But the hairdryer automatically reacted to the dangerous attack and dodged. Without hesitation, he grabbed the girl's hand and also tried to grab her bracelet. Everything happened very quickly, and the eyes of those watching the spruce had time to notice at least something. She was very surprised that someone was able to dodge her attack and even try to counterattack. Her eyes opened more, and she sensed a little danger. Her senses told her that she should use a defensive ability, although she had not thought about it in battle. The girl's body began to become covered with the blue glow of the divine spirit. Protective armor began to appear on the body, and the outfit began to change. This was the armor of the god of war, which could protect against most attacks. Her stately appearance and powerful armor, which did not hinder her movements, looked very beautiful and reliable. Fen was shocked by the girl's beauty and her divine power, which endowed the owner with such a cool outfit. It was amazing and even made me fall in love with myself. She did not attack Fen. Seeing that he managed to defend himself from her attack, she began to ask him what kind of abilities he had and how he was able to dodge. Fen tried to avoid answering and simply changed the subject, saying that didn't she need to neutralize the commander of the enemy group before he escaped? Meanwhile, Fen decided to look at his watch to make sure how long they managed to hold out and how much longer remained. He was a little surprised that his classmates gave up so quickly, and even without standing for enough time. Did high school students really have such abilities that they left no chance for the enemy? Fen thought. Realizing that while Seiko ran away, he had to apprehend the girl in order to try to win the competition, he began to think about how to do this without resorting to battle, so as not to expose himself at a dangerous moment. Fen decides to try to turn on the fool and waste time with useless conversations, trying to distract her and not let her leave. He began to say that he managed to dodge only because he just wanted to scratch his nose and raised his hand in time. And then, seeing a girl who was falling, he decided to catch her. She looked at him and realized that she had not heard such nonsense for a long time. He was clearly hiding something and didn't want to tell him, which means he could be dangerous, the high school student thought. Continuing his meaningless chatter in an attempt to distract her, Fen notices that she is beginning to prepare for an attack and is flexing her fists. Such a turn should have been expected, but not so quickly, Fen thought. Fen began to step back, little by little, raising his hands up and saying that he was really very weak and was not trying to deceive her, that everything happened by accident and there was no need to look at him so threateningly, Fen said in a cowardly voice. She looked at Fen and did not believe a single word he said. It was clear on her face that she was not pleased with such a conversation, and stupid attempts to detain her would not help Fen in the duel. The high school girl began to approach Fen, looking very stern and not happy, as she was being fooled and talking some nonsense. Fen understands that he must actually show that he is weak, but not overdo it. His hand begins to emit a blue glow, which is a sign that he is about to summon his weapon to fight. The girl stops and thinks that now there will be a really real battle with a worthy opponent who is able to give her pleasure in battle. But no, it was an ordinary weak dagger that Fen summoned. He smiled and proved to her that he was an ordinary weak warrior, that he was not capable of such actions, and that everything was accidental. The girl was very puzzled and still realized that he was just lucky. She was not happy, and started scratching her head near the weight to calm down and not listen to the nonsense that the boy was telling her, trying to stall for time. Fen, in turn, was scared when he saw how the girl's face changed. She was very upset and not happy that she really believed that she had found a worthy opponent. She began to feel angry for her naive stupidity. Sweat appeared on her face, and the realization that how could she even think that such a wretched boy could resist her in battle. Fen held his knife in his hand and smilingly said that he skillfully knows how to cut cheese and sausage into sandwiches with the help of his knife. From such absurdity, the girl turned around and decided to take care of the commander of their group without wasting time on such a weakling who could only divert attention to himself and delay the time of his defeat. Fen, seeing this, began to shout after her that why did she decide to turn away and leave? Was she really so disgusted by the dialogue with him? Or was she just chickening out? Fen said. The girl was not happy that some weakling had messed with her mind like that. Fen stood with his knife and watched the girl leave. It was, of course, good that she decided to leave him alone, but then they would be able to capture the captain, and defeat would not be long in coming, which means they need to distract her further, Fen thought. Fen shouted to her that if she did not stay and fight him, he would attack himself. The girl was surprised by such impudent words that she could not believe it, and turned her head a little in his direction. She notices that he has sneaked up on her silently and is trying to strike her. He obviously couldn't sneak up so quickly and quietly with his weak abilities. She looked for those fractions of seconds at the maple that was rushing towards her face and saw clear movements. Not random, and clearly not belonging to a weak person like him, the girl thought. She manages to dodge, and using her armor, the dagger was deflected by her hand. Such fast and precise movements were worthy of a dangerous killer, but not an F-rank weakling, the girl thought. Fen, as if nothing had happened, raises the dagger and says that he couldn't even scratch the girl's armor. That's how weak his abilities are. The girl stood in surprise and did not know what to say, since she saw a weakling in front of her. But in the attacks, a completely different person. Fen looked at the high school student, and looking at her face, he began to doubt that he was able to hide his abilities and skills normally, because he acted not like a professional, but like an ordinary idiot who attacks thoughtlessly and obviously. The guys from Fen's class who did not take part in the competition began to laugh and did not understand why a girl from the senior class was stalling for time and could not neutralize Fen. She was sure that she had a weak opponent against her, but with his actions, Fen made her doubt the veracity of her guesses. Now she had no time to talk with him. Still, she decided to take care of the platoon commanders and not waste time on a rather strange guy, which raises a lot of questions and simply wastes time. Fen stood behind, and with his appearance showed that he was a weakling and a coward. But careful. Turning around, the high school student walked towards the platoon commander of the enemy team. Fen, folding his hands behind his back, began to think that he was really regarded as an ordinary weakling and did not want to waste time. He thought for a bit, scratching the back of his head, that the tactic of stalling for time was quite useful, and he had to come up with something before they lost to such strong high school students. Looking at his watch, Fen saw that there were only 2 minutes left and the match would be over, and for this, he had to be able to hold out and distract the enemies as much as possible, while they were so ready to listen to him and not act. But the girl quickly reached the fleeing platoon commander, who had so cowardly and thoughtlessly given commands to his comrades. You don't even have to respect such a commander. She walked towards him full of confidence and was preparing to finish the match, while there was still time left. Seiko, seeing that such a strong enemy was approaching him, began to slowly move back, trying to have time to dodge the attack and again break the distance, trying to hold out as long as possible. The girl smiled, feeling that there was no threat coming from the enemy, and decided to use her skill of rapid approach and attack the boy as quickly as possible. In a split second she was already near him, using her skill and preparing to strike. Seiko was very frightened when he saw how quickly she approached him, and the chances of escaping became even less. But a lucky stone under the ground turned everything upside down, and Seiko will be able to show her opponents her ability, which she is so proud of. Unfortunately, this power is quite situational, as he can control something that is locked up or stuck in something. He immediately felt how he stepped on a large stone, what he felt when he touched it with his foot, that his face began to change from cowardly to a manic desire to harm someone. The high school student suspected something was wrong and, not taking the competition seriously, did not decide to attack the guy while he was planning something, because the purpose of the competition was mainly to demonstrate to everyone her abilities. Seiko, loudly expressing bad words to her and laughing nervously, began to threaten that in vain she did not attack when she had the chance, and now she will see the power of his ability. And touching the ground, Seika's hand began to glow blue, calling on the divine ability. The girl, listening to such loud and disgusting words, began to doubt the correctness of her actions. She looked at the guy and wondered what he would do to try to protect himself. Fen, with the help of his abilities, knew what skills his comrades had and wanted to warn the girl to be careful, because Seika's ability was to fall through with any object that was sealed, no matter what weight. Seiko held his hand on the protruding piece of stone and began to pour his strength into it in order to pull such a huge boulder out of the ground. The bright light indicated that the object was quite large and would require a lot of strength from the guy. A huge stone began to rise from the ground, causing the ground to shake. Seiko sat on a rock and smiled evilly, trying to intimidate his opponents with his strength so that they would retreat and he would defeat them. His disgusting face looked like the sinister desire of a maniac who wanted to teach a lesson to all those who dared to mock him or his power. Such a bright desire to be the coolest flared in his chest. His classmates were a little frightened by such a terrible strength of their friend and understood that it was not for nothing that he was the strongest in their class. Most of them now won't even dare to think about him. I don't understand that it will be very painful for them. The high school student, having seen such power, was pleased that she would be able to show her strength as it should and prove herself by protecting the rest of her comrades. Her gaze was filled with a thirst for real combat, which this commander provided her with. Seiko, having soared in the sky and raised this huge boulder above his head, prepared to throw it at the girl with all his might, so that everyone would understand that they had no chance against him. Using his strength, Seiko threw a huge stone, giving it great speed. This ability was very dangerous and posed a great threat because, despite the size of the stone, its owner does not feel much weight and can impart great speed to any object. Having landed after being thrown to the ground, Seiko expected a strong blow from a stone on the girl and was preparing to celebrate the victory over her. But a large silhouette appeared behind him, standing at his full height and not showing an ounce of fear or hatred. Seiko felt a strange presence of someone and, a little frightened, began to slowly turn his gaze behind him. Cold sweat began to run down my face and told me that something was wrong. It was the high school leader, Tahara, who used his fighting abilities to knock Seiko to the ground with one blow. The blow was strong enough that it would not allow the enemy to rise immediately. Seiko, feeling severe pain, still raised his head in time to see how his huge boulder crashed into the high school student, and he overpowered her, despite her divine protection. The girl uses her magical barrier and stops the stone, but it presses hard, and such power is not so easy to stop. A large stream of force comes from her body, trying to stop the stone. She begins to feel that such power is not so easy to stop, even with her abilities, and begins to hope that she will be able to resist without causing harm to the school and other school children who are on the playground. A lot of effort is spent on holding such a large stone, and the defense slowly begins to crack. She's a little nervous, but isn't afraid to use all her power to defend herself. But Commander Takara intervenes in her attempts to cope on her own and does not endanger her or other school children. He used his strength, and with one blow to the stone, he landed it on the ground. The girl was a little unhappy, because she wanted to do everything herself. But the commander prevented her from showing her strength and skills in battle, so that she would be noticed by people from the special detachment, where she so wants to go. She was not happy, and began to ask why Tahara interfered with her, because she could handle it herself. Tahara, standing on one knee, raised his head to his classmate and said that he knew, but he did not want to risk it. Having understood, Tahara said that he understood her, but you shouldn't rely only on yourself when it comes to protecting other people. She needs to act as a team, and then she can prove herself. The girl began to clench her fists tightly, trying to calm down and accept the words of her commander. While Tahara was talking with his partner, Seiko woke up behind him, and taking out a bat, decided to attack from behind. Tahara is a martial arts master and sensed the approach. His reaction was at a high level, which allowed him to react in time to the enemy's attack. He uses a hip throw and throws Seiko over himself, blocking his attack. The movements were perfect, polished, and without unnecessary movements. This ability endowed the owner with ideal combat skills worthy of a strong warrior. Fen sees everything, and, assessing Tahara's movements, understands that he clearly has high-level combat abilities, but he cannot use his assessment skill since he is far away. While Fen was wondering what skills Tahara had, he was noticed too. Now, everything will be much more complicated since all of his squad were neutralized and only Fen remained. Fen immediately began to get nervous and act like a cowardly boy. That I got here completely by accident. In his hand was an ordinary weak knife that could not cause damage. Tahara approached Fen and said that stop fooling everyone here and give him your bracelet. His seriousness and confidence were beyond praise. Such a person would make an ideal soldier, Fen thought. Tahara began to approach Fen, not feeling any threat from such a pathetic weakling. Fen behaved cowardly and asked not to be beaten. Tahara grabbed the guy and tried to throw him. With one hand he grabbed Fen's hand, which had a dagger in it, and with the other he pressed it against the guy's chest. Clear and fast movements were mastered with great difficulty and a long time. Fen tried to restrain himself and not step out of the role of the weakest, and gave in a little to the provocations of the guy who was so professionally trying to bring him down. But Fen thought that it would simply not be interesting, that he would be immediately knocked down, and using his dagger skills, he throws it from his left hand to his right, trying to fight off Tahara. With a quick movement, Fen tries to drive Tahara away from him, thereby breaking the distance between them, and prepares to fight. But this is not quite easy, since Fen is against a strong martial artist. Fen immediately holds the dagger near himself, trying to drive Tahara away and free himself from the grip. The fast and precise movement was quite professional, and you couldn't say that some weakling skillfully wielded a bladed weapon. The guys separated and stood opposite each other at a distance of several meters. Fen's stance was quite confident, and it didn't look like Tahara had a weak fighter against him. Tahara felt that the boy was clearly not a simple weakling, and it was strange that he could be a weakling at such and such an age. He was filled with many thoughts. Who was this in front of him? The commander of his unit, Takara, decides to figure it out as quickly as possible and takes a combat stance against an enemy with edged weapons. He does not feel fear, but only the desire to quickly deal with the enemy and win the competition. Fen thought a little about whether he had been seen through during such and such an attempt by such a master to disarm him, since he killed the rest in a couple of seconds, and then some weakling gives battle to the master. Remembering the time, Fen decides to look at the clock and hope that the time has already run out. But his surprise was strong when he realized that there was still a whole minute, and he was left alone. Tahara, paying attention to this, tells Fen not to hope for victory. Now he will quickly finish with him and take his bracelet. Fen began to smile nervously and tried to chat with his opponent, hoping that this would help. He, scratching his head, began to come up with some excuses and stupid proposals to distract him and stall for more time. Fen began pointing at his classmates and asking him not to try so hard to mock him in front of everyone, otherwise they would be offended that someone was taking away their favorite activity. Tahara looked at this stupid circus, trying to keep himself calm and cool. Fen notes that such a skilled fighter with such a weakling is not interested in wasting time. He deserves strong opponents, and not some pathetic weakling, which is all he can get from everyone for his worthlessness. While Fen was saying all this, he began to understand that maybe he shouldn't hold back, but give free rein to his feelings, so to speak, throw them out on a worthy opponent, who can and will be able to not suffer from his attacks. Fen began to tighten his grip on his blade in his hand, and try to decide on a real battle, since he really wanted to take out his anger on someone who would not die immediately, or even be able to fight him on an equal footing. Tahara looked at the boy, and understood that there should be no problems from such a weakling, but he skillfully dodged his masterful throws and managed to stay on his feet, thereby breaking the distance for defense. Fen still decides to try to fight Tahara using his skills, but trying to do everything as carefully as possible and not attract too much attention, so that no one understands his true strength. Fen's body stopped shaking and filled with confidence. His weakness seemed to have disappeared somewhere, and he was already a completely different person. A bloody aura began to appear around, very difficult for the eye to notice. His body began to fill with great strength, and a great lust for killing began to appear in his eyes. The pupils filled with bloody veins, and the boy already looked like a madman. The cowardly smile grew into the grin of a maniac who feels neither fear nor compassion for the enemy, but only a thirst for murder. Such power began to spread throughout his body and prevent him from standing normally, since he was used to hiding it from everyone and hiding his true strength. The eyes filled with blood and emitted a blood-red light that glowed brightly. It already resembled demonic eyes, and not the divine power that the other guys had. Tahara began to notice that something had changed in the boy, and he no longer saw some weak boy, but a completely different person. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling of anxiety. Fen straightened up, stood quite confidently, and a rather weak dark aura exuded around him, which was very faintly visible to the eye. Fen tried to control his strength so that others would not notice anything, so he used a small part of his strength, but this was also dangerous. Tahara began to suspect that he was facing a rather dangerous opponent and that Neda would prepare for a serious battle. He took a fighting stance, fueling his body with the magical power of enhancement. Fen, having slightly opened his eye, which was not covered by his hair, and assessed the abilities of his opponent, was already a completely different person. His gaze cast a bright red color that would have greatly alarmed any opponent. Tahara, seeing a bright glow from his eyes, felt a strong fear and horror that was approaching him. He saw in front of him no longer an ordinary weak boy, but a monster that could erase him if he acted incorrectly. Tahara said that Fen has changed a little, and he is clearly hiding something. Why is he so frightening, thought Tahara. Fen began to tell his opponent to prepare for battle and not to run away. Was his sinister grin and brazen voice quite intimidating, or did he sound like a madman who has lost his mind and thinks he can do anything? Fen stood in a simple-looking stance, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was not ready to attack. He was just trying to intimidate him in order to win. But Tahara felt great strength and power from the enemy, which was a first for him, since he did not think that this was possible. This boy raises a lot of questions, Tahara thought. This look was filled with bloodlust and a great desire for battle. Fen had not fought on equal terms with anyone for so long, as he had to hide his strength from the others because it was too dangerous. The guys were preparing for battle, and Fen, as if nothing had happened, stood calmly and twirled his dagger, not feeling any fear, only a great desire to fight a worthy opponent. The guys from Fen's class were far away and did not understand why the commander of the high school students, Tahara, was so slow and did not beat up their weakling Fen. Some have already started shouting to finish quickly and finish off the weakling. Tahara watched Fen and couldn't figure out how best to attack due to the fact that he felt the boy's strange strength and couldn't imagine an attack that could break through the defense. The hairdryer stood in a simple pose, unremarkable in anything, but there were no open areas at all. Such carelessness only spoke of his superiority over the enemy. Tahara understood this perfectly well, but was preparing for battle. The other comrades of their commander Tahara were also a little surprised that the battle had not yet ended, and the commander was somehow hesitating with that weakling. The girl in the divine armor also felt that a strange power was coming from the weak boy, which greatly frightened her. Such ease in wielding a weapon and this calmness and confidence in every movement is not boring for weaklings like Fen. His aura did not look strong, but the fear from it was very strong. She stood with her eyes very open and could not imagine that there was someone so dangerous that even the commander would have difficulty figuring out how to attack the enemy. The rest of the guys from Tahara's squad didn't quite understand what was happening and were just waiting for the end of the tournament, minding their own business. Fen, on the other hand, prepared for an attack, and from sudden movements his aura moved a little, thereby showing a little more power than Fen had intended. The girl in armor orders her comrades to quickly grab the guy, preventing him from carrying out an attack, since she caught the wave that forced her to resort to this. The rest of the guys didn't understand why, but there was no need to argue and agreed. Everyone attacked Fen in unison, preventing him from getting to their leader. Everyone started pushing him to the ground as quickly as possible. Taha was a little surprised, as he did not expect his comrades to come to his aid. The girl pressed Fen to the ground, like the others, but Tahara barely had time to notice something strange and opened his mouth in surprise. Fen was lying on the ground, pinned down by other guys, and a girl in divine armor was holding his head. Fen smiled and was not afraid. Tahara stood over them and, relaxing a little, decided to ask why they intervened. He himself could cope with the boy with the dagger. This was not his first fight, and he knew what he was doing. Tahara's classmate said that she decided that she should attack quickly from behind, before the tournament was over, and that it seemed to her that the boy was quite dangerous. Tahara said that he understood her concern, but acting so carelessly was very dangerous. They were lucky. Tahara stood and watched as his comrades held the guy who moved at an incredible speed for his F-rank abilities. He very faintly, but caught several movements of the guy before he was grabbed. Firstly, Tahara's classmate received a strong and very fast blow to her armor, which flashed like lightning and was barely noticeable to the Lutsk eye. These movements were not mechanical, but professional, Tahara thought. The other guys didn't even feel the blade rushing past them, which was capable of killing them in a split second. Such fast and high-quality movements could only be performed by a high-ranking blade master, and all these blows were inflicted on all the guys even before they knocked the guy down. That is, with such great speed that no one even understood anything. Only A-rank masters could see anything. Tahara, realizing this, learned that there are those who hide their power and do not want to attract attention, but such power could kill anyone. Only due to the fact that the boy did not want to kill anyone, Tahara did not begin to tell that he was able to see a little. And it is not a fact that they would believe him, since no one even reacted to what was happening with surprise. Tahara, after a few seconds of reflection, decides that everything went well and she can relax. He straightens his tie and asks the other guys to relax too, but noticing that Fen caused damage to his classmate, he decides to ask her if the armor on her chest is intact. The girl was a little surprised by such a tactless question, but realizing that the captain had nothing wrong, she decided to check. Suddenly, she feels that her armor is starting to crack. Her surprise was as if she had lost the fight without even realizing how it happened. Lowering her eyes, her armor began to shatter into small pieces. This means that someone very skillfully cut it, imbuing it with their magical power. Such armor was very difficult to damage to strong opponents, but here it crumbled from one blow. The girl was very surprised since she didn't even see the blow. The other guys in the group noticed that their bracelets were also falling apart and were surprised. This couldn't have happened by chance, and what then hurt them so badly, the guys thought. Everyone was surprised. The girl did not understand at all how this was possible and who did it. Taharu realized that in front of him was not just a weakling from the junior class, but someone much stronger. And apparently there were reasons that he had to keep his strength secret. Meanwhile, Fen returned to his role as a weakling and asked to get off him, since they are quite heavy and there are many of them. Taharu looked at the guy with strong suspicion. Fen looked at Tahara and thought that he had clearly noticed something, but for now he was silent and did not tell anyone about what he saw. Tahara is not a weak guy, and he notices a lot. So did he notice my movements? Thought Fen. Fen looked like an ordinary student, but at school everyone knew him as the weakest and most worthless guy who could not even stand up for himself. Such a pitiful appearance apparently was real torture for the guy, but there were reasons for that, Tahara thought. After several seconds of silence, Fen still asks to get off him, since the time for the duel has expired and they could not take his bracelet. The girl stood over him, and after hearing what she heard, she realized that they didn't have time. Before leaving, Tahara admits defeat in the competition and asks Fen to practice more, and then they can fight for real. In this case, no one will stop them from finding out everything. Fen, having heard what Tahara told him, begins to act like a fool and wave his hand that he does not understand what he is talking about. And why should he fight if he is such a weakling? Do they really want to beat him again? But Tahara did not answer anything, and Fen began to ask not to fight with him anymore, because he was afraid to die from such a formidable and strong opponent as him. Fen was scared and begged Tahara, but Tahara guessed about Fen's real power and simply silently began to leave. Fen was very scared and shouted after him that he didn't want any more battles in a frightened voice. The rest of the guys from Tahara's class also began to leave, not paying attention to the guy. Fen, meanwhile, began to rise to his knees, realizing that he had gotten himself into new trouble by fighting and winning against such a strong opponent as Tahara. Fen fell to the ground and began to whine that now life would definitely seem like hell to him. He breathed heavily, realizing that all his efforts only led to bigger problems. The teacher and the rest of the students from Fen's class were simply dumbfounded by such an outcome of the fight that some weakling could hold out and win alone. The teacher completely dropped the whistle from his mouth in surprise. That same day, after the competition, the director of the program to recruit new soldiers for their special unit came to the school principal's office. He sat down in a chair at the table. After making a cup of tea, the conversation began. A large and stately man with broad shoulders and a strong body was sitting in the director's office, talking to him about the guys who interested him so much. The director behaved quite cautiously, since the quality and quantity of finance poured into his school, which the state liked so much, depended on him. The director began to transfer the personal files of the students, which was of great interest to the head of the country's Ministry of Defense. Over a calm and relaxed conversation, the director and the high-ranking guest discussed the future of the school, which has so many young talents. The school director tried his best to please the guest and did everything possible to make sure everything went great. While going through a stack of students' personal files, he became interested in those guys who held a training match between the groups today, namely Fen and Tahara. The director, hearing that the minister was interested in his weakest student, was a little surprised, because why would such a low and weak person need such an important person in the country? The school principal began to say that Fen was their weakest high school student. He was not a worthy warrior, and the fact that he was able to get a victory after holding out for 5 minutes does not mean anything. He was just lucky. The minister, continuing to sort through the papers, in a calm voice continued to ask about the boy. Why is he so weak at such a late age? Didn't anyone teach him how to use power? The director began to smile pitifully and pretend that in their school everyone treats students equally, that they have no hierarchy or charity for the weak. Continuing to study Fen's personal file, the minister learns that at an early age the boy lost his parents and after that lived with distant relatives. Such an imperturbable and proud appearance of the minister made anyone who was in the same office with him nervous. The minister began to have strange thoughts that the boy was very curious, and by observing him more, it would be possible to find out everything that he could hide, the minister thought. Putting Fen's personal file back into the pile, the minister continued to talk about the great assistance the school has received from the state and that all students will be able to bring great benefit to the country. The director looked at such an important person that he was ready to get so involved in financing his school that he was proud of himself. And he looked at him while the minister kept his hand on a stack of personal files and clearly did not finish saying something. The minister took out his briefcase and began preparing papers to put in his bag, continuing to talk and praise the school management for raising such exemplary and gifted students. Grabbing stacks of personal files and putting them into his briefcase, the minister was very friendly and did not show in any way his rudeness or importance over the others. The school director decided to ask a very dangerous question, relaxing a little and getting to know the minister better, namely, why did the state so need a school for military children? After such a question, the director felt that he was in vain to ask such a thing, and obviously now everything will not be fine. The school director immediately began to apologize for his question and ask for forgiveness from the minister. He was very ashamed that he put his curiosity higher than the words of the minister of the country. The minister, in a restrained tone, began to reassure the director, saying that it was okay, that you were interested. His voice was soft and calm. Continuing to put papers in his briefcase, the minister got to the cases of Fen and Takare. Looking at them, he said that he needed worthy intelligence officers who would defend the country. So, Mr. Director, your school is needed to raise the strongest warriors and worthy soldiers for the country, the minister said, smiling slightly. The next day, the morning of our hero Fen begins at 6 in the morning. The loud and annoying sounds of the alarm clock remind you that you need to go to school and try to control yourself. Fen wakes up in his bed and stretches hard, trying to wake up normally. The sunlight hits his bed and shines brightly. After all the home procedures, Fen begins to get dressed and prepare mentally for school. His face exudes a strong reluctance to go to such a nasty place where everyone mocks him, but straightening his tie every day, he steps over himself and takes it for granted. Standing in front of the mirror, Fen tunes into a positive mood and rehearses his behavior at school. The appearance of a confident man appeared before him, but he had to hide it under the face of a weakling. Plucking up courage and a good mood, Fen leaves his house full of strength. His hair immediately began to develop from the pleasant breeze that wandered so pleasantly around the city. The warm walk through the city to school was calm and filled with pleasant memories that no one bothered him or bullied him. A light warm breeze blew through the fresh air, and the sunny weather pleased the soul. There were high school students on duty in front of the school entrance, checking everyone who entered the school. They wore bandages on their arms, which indicated their rights as duty officers. They stopped Fen in front of the entrance and began to ask if he had fought with their classmate yesterday. More precisely, they recognized him immediately. They just wondered how such a weakling could hold out against their best student. Fen immediately began to laugh a little nervously, saying that he was just lucky that he managed to chat him up, and he lost the thread of time, which allowed him to win. Scratching the back of his head, Fen realized that he had attracted a lot of attention with yesterday's competition, and now things could only get worse. They began to closely examine Fen and suspect that he was hiding something that helped him win. They couldn't believe that a weakling like him could defeat their classmate. They gave very piercing looks and looked like they were up to something. But after a few minutes of awkward questioning, they decided to let Fen go as they didn't feel there was any danger from him. Fen hurried to his class as he did in the morning every school day. The morning began with knocking out brushes for the board. He didn't like this activity, but it was his responsibility to the other students. After Fen hurriedly began cleaning the floors of the school hallway in front of her class. While none of the students are there, he enjoys moments of peace and cleaning. Meanwhile, while Fen was enjoying the silence in the classroom after cleaning, his classmates who had just arrived at school began to enter the classroom. They immediately went to Fen. Grabbing Fen by the jacket, he immediately thought that now they would start kicking him around the classroom again and mocking him. Fen had long ago become accustomed to this behavior of his classmates, that he would not have fought back. But surprisingly, the guys did not beat him, but only began to express their thoughts about his yesterday's victory over the high school students. They were very surprised that he was so lucky, but this did not make him a hero, and everyone was even offended that the high school students did not beat Fen, the guys said. After letting him go, the guys decided to go about their business until the bell rang for class, and the teacher came. Fen stood calmly and understood that even after this, he was lucky not to get it at the beginning of the day, and that means something. Sitting back down at his place, Fen put his head on the desk and tried to rest a little, but suddenly a hand was hit on the desk in front of his face, thereby preventing Fen from relaxing. Fen immediately raised his head and, a little confused, began to look at his classmate Seiko, who had so brazenly woken him up. Fen didn't even have time to put on his glasses, which he thought was about to come to him from his commander. But after the blow, Seiko did not continue to mock Fen, but simply looked at the next desk and clasped his hands and wanted to talk. He thanked Fen for acting very courageously and bringing victory to his commander, although he did nothing for this, without doing anything like a warrior. Fen was very surprised to hear such words from someone who always bullied him and constantly mocked him. For a person like Seiko, this looked very strange, Fen thought. After the lesson, Fen cleaned the floor again, and the rest of his classmates began to ask him for various services, without resorting to violence or threats. It was very strange for Fen that no one had mocked him yet. Fen, hearing all these requests, began to think that now it would obviously only get worse for him, since he was now like an errand boy for his classmates. This obviously didn't suit him, but it was better than being constantly beaten. The class had many topics related to determining the course that everyone had to choose to further explore and study, in order to become a soldier. Some students were happy that finally the lesson was over and they could go, but the teacher stopped them. Everyone was a little unhappy, but they couldn't argue. They continued to listen to the teacher and ask questions about their future courses, what they chose. Fen had not yet decided where to enroll, since he did not want to go to a place where there were many students and his classmates, so that at least there he could take a break from the teasing and bullying of him. Fen looked at the list of courses that he had to choose and tried to understand which one the least number of people would take, in order to be calmer. He was very worried that he would again be unlucky in life and would go to hell, which his classmates arranged for him. The teacher began to say in plain text that everyone must decide before the end of today, especially Fen, who so strongly does not want to join the army. The children began to laugh and joke that among all the courses, there is not a single one that Fen is able to take due to his weakness and cowardice. Fen sat and listened to his classmates and heard something that he definitely did not expect. Fen began to peer into the courses and was very shocked that indeed all the courses were very dangerous and difficult. Only they started recruiting from the 9th grade, which means all the children will participate, and in any case, there will be a lot of people. He was very nervous and had to decide before the end of the school day to get into the group. Otherwise, he would be expelled and transferred to another school. And there it could be even worse than here. Some classmates have already decided and are gathering in groups that they will enroll together in the course they have chosen. They are not afraid, because with their abilities they can calmly act in a group and are not afraid. They were happy and were already waiting for the start of the courses so that they could quickly get involved and start studying their future business, which would help them climb the career ladder to the coveted positions and arrange their lives. While all his classmates left the office and went about their business, talking about plans for the future, Fen stayed and carefully studied the brochure, trying to determine where to go and where the fewest of his classmates would be. He's been racking his brains over this for several days now, but the fact that he has to determine this today made him worried and choose the right course as quickly as possible. Seeing a sports group that only did physical exercises, Fen was happy and decided to go there, since none of his classmates would definitely be there. Rising from the table, he cheerfully headed to the course and knew for sure that among his lazy classmates, no one would want to take care of themselves. Everyone would head to more advanced groups of courses. Arriving at the gym, Fen saw that there was a crowd of guys also wanting to enroll in the sports course. He definitely didn't expect this, expecting that no one would want to waste time on sports when there are so many courses on studying command and strategy. The crowd was so captivated by what was in the gym and everyone was talking so animatedly about who was running the athletic training course. Fen decided to look at the brochure and make sure that he had come there. It couldn't be that so many students decided to choose a sports course. Some students noticed that Fen, the boy who won the high school competition, was standing behind them. They began to look at Fen and suspect that such a weakling clearly did not win fairly, since they knew that he was the weakest student even among the 9th graders. All the nearby students began to whisper among themselves that it was strange that Fen came to the sports course. He didn't even have the courage to pass the test classes that would allow him to take the course. Fen, hearing all these words, only became more tense from the recognition by the entire school that he was the weakest student, that he was not capable of anything. This greatly upset him, but with his hands folded, he understood that it would be better this way. Meanwhile, the guys standing in front began to broadcast joyfully when they saw the one who would teach sports training. They were glad to see such a strong and tall master who would train them, and many came here in order to be trained by just such a person. Fen didn't know who the coach was and was also trying to see who was so popular there. A large and stately guy approached the door, looking quite attractive. At the door, all the girls and boys were delighted at the sight of such a coach and were happy that students would now be admitted to the course. Fen tried to break through to see the coach who makes everyone so delighted. Having broken through, he saw Tahara coming towards him, who turned out to be the coach of the sports course. Fen was in great shock because he remembered that Tahara told him that they would fight each other again. It was a nightmare for Fen that the only course he chose was Tahara's course. But Tahara behaved quite calmly. and when he saw Fen, he was a little glad that such a boy decided to enroll in his course. He was pleased that he felt the potential of a guy capable of more than just running around the school and washing it. Fen, hearing Tahara's words of surprise that he did not expect such a meeting so soon, was very tense. He didn't want to get involved with Tahara, much less take part in his training, because mockery and bullying from such a strong opponent would only make things worse. Fen decided to take a different course and began to turn around to leave. Tahara began to tell Fen that he made the right choice by coming here. Now he can gain courage and will no longer be afraid. Fen, in his cowardly boy manner, decides to leave the course and not participate in the qualifying competition. Smiling and giggling, he began to say that he was simply in the wrong office and had no plans to come here. Tahara stood and looked at the pathetic attempts to convince him that Fen was actually passing by were pathetic. He would not buy such stupidity, and folding his hands on his belt, watched the pitiful Fen. Tahara didn't understand why Fen wanted everyone to think he was pitiful, because he had something very strong inside him, and he was clearly hiding it. But why? Fen, taking advantage of his position, decides to quickly leave the corridor and try to figure out where to go. But Tahara did not listen to Fen's pathetic excuses. Tahara grabbed Fen by the jacket, preventing him from leaving. Fen began to say in a trembling voice that he did not want to die and was very scared. Fen panicked, and those few moments where he was happy flashed before his eyes. Tahara pulled Fen by the jacket and said that there was no need to be so dramatic and no one would kill him. But Fen, listening to these words, only began to worry more and scream, calling for help. Tahara lined up everyone who wanted to get into his sports course and began to tell them that they would have to go through a qualifying competition for admission, and it would consist of several elements. The exam will be very simple. Nada will repeat the 3 elements of sports exercises with me, Tahara said. The elements will be push-ups, squats and jumps, all 20 times and 3 approaches in a row. Fen, hearing that he would have to go through a nightmare of such intense tests and withstand such a load in a row, that he grabbed his head and began to scream in fear and regret that he had come here. Meanwhile, the first volunteers began the exercises. They acted in sync with Coach Tahara, and many began to quickly understand that it would not be easy to enter, and physical exercise at such a speed in a row would be very difficult and exhausting. Some guys felt all the pain in their muscles after the first approach and fell to their knees, realizing that they could not cope with such a pace of exercise. Everyone gradually began to feel that it was very difficult to pass such a selection and fell exhausted in attempts to keep up with the pace of their teacher. The guys realized that it's not for nothing that so few students enroll in Tahara's course. Fen looked at this painful mockery of weak students and realized that he would have to go through the same hell as everyone who so badly wanted to enroll in this sports course. Meanwhile, Tahara began doing push-ups and, without changing the pace, continued to set an example for the young and those wishing to join his sports course, where they will comprehend the harmony of body and mind. His movements were light and very clear. He did this easily and effortlessly with every group of students that tried to take his course. The guys tried their best to get on the course, but most could not perform the exercises so many times in a row and get beyond the second approach. All the guys collapsed exhausted and could barely breathe from such an overload. This was unusual for them and very painful. Tahara felt great about himself, since he had been practicing such a training program for a long time without experiencing any problems. But this was an important step for beginners to understand what they are capable of, and most importantly, to evaluate their willpower and desire to cope with all difficulties. Meanwhile, it was Fen's group's turn, and all the kids began to get very worried and were afraid that they wouldn't be able to cope either. Fen, looking at Tahara, saw in him simply an ideal soldier who would torture everyone. They kicked Fen so that he would start training first, deciding to mock the boy and see his shame. The guy and girl were only 9th graders, but they also knew about the loser high school student who was not capable of anything. Fen was pushed out, and he stood in front of Tahara, towering over him. Such a big guy looked very intimidating, and not at all tired after many approaches, along with other children, that they were so eager to get into his sports training course. Fen began to worry and again say some nonsense, that he really needed to find another course and he got here by mistake. Scratching his head and thinking that they would actually believe him, Fen only became more worried. Tahara, not listening to Fen's pathetic excuses, turned his head away from him and looked at the other school children, who were also preparing for exercises. Tahara ordered everyone to get ready and begin the exercises with him. Fen took a prone position and began doing push-ups to pass these damn tests and finally rest. His body was not decrepit, but even he had never done so many exercises in a row. Remembering that at home, Fen constantly trains to keep himself in good shape and dump his negativity at school into sports exercises, thereby making his life easier. Tahara watched as the guys and Fen repeated the exercises after him, that he even wondered if such a closed and suspicious fellow as Fen could cope with them. The guys jumped with the coach and felt that they were running out of strength and would soon fly out. They were so exhausted by the pace and quantity of such exercises that their bodies became numb and did not obey. Their condition was at its limit, and after the first approach, 2 ninth graders felt that they could no longer take part and decided to give up. Fen, having heard this, realized that he had to puff here alone. His tense body was burning intensely, and his muscles were simply burning with pain. He started screaming, but didn't let it be so easy, continuing to keep up with Tahara. The guys gave up and sat down on the floor and began to watch as Fen tried to keep up with Coach Tahara, and to their surprise, he succeeded. They sat and snacked on chips while watching this confrontation. Every movement sent great pain into the muscles, but Fen did not give up and continued to try to keep up with Tahara. Meanwhile, students who had dropped out of the entrance competition were watching what was happening, but they were interested in who would pass. Each exercise was very difficult for Fen, but he did not think of giving up, and overcoming the pain, tried to prove to himself that he was capable of such efforts. Tahara looked at Fen and was surprised at such desire and willpower that so far he is the only one who has started the 3rd round of exercises and can complete it. All the guys in the hall began to notice that Tahara and Fen were speeding up, and it was already starting to look like a competition. They were surprised that such a weakling was able to keep up with Coach Tahara. The girls began to look more carefully and gradually began to support the weakling, that he was able to pass the test and set an example for the rest of the students. Tahara begins to enjoy the show and begins to do the exercises even faster. An opponent like Fen interested him very much, and he is the only one capable of taking such a course today, Tahara thought. Fen could barely keep up with Tahara, and through sweat and tears tried to do it as quickly as possible and keep up. His body was on fire and was very tense. The breathing was getting heavier and heavier. It was very fast and looked quite scary from the outside. Such power was amazing, and it was impossible to resist it. The guys, looking at this, began to think that Fen would not be able to cope and would give up after such a speed that Tahara gave him. The mere sight of Tahara only made them more frightened. Fen did not want to give in, and stepping over himself, tried to keep up with Coach Tahara, proving that he was capable of such efforts in order to spend more time away from his classmates. The children, seeing how Fen still kept up with Tahara, began to be very surprised and supported the guy so that he could cope and get into sports training courses. The guy with the chips was surprised that everyone began to support such a weakling who fought on equal terms with the strongest guy in their school, and thought about it. Their speed and screams could be heard throughout the entire gym. The high speed made the muscles burn and ache more and more. From the outside, it looked as if 2 elements were drilling among themselves. The guys liked this performance, and everyone began to support Fen more and more loudly, since he almost made it. They were inspired by such a spectacle and were a little jealous. The last times were the most long-awaited and painful. My legs were just falling off, and I wanted more and more to just fall and rest. But Fen was not going to give up and lose such a chance as free time from his classmates. Having risen at the last exercise, raising his hands to the top, Tahara said that the exercises are over and you are going to his sports training course. Fen fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath and rest after such painful minutes that had exhausted him so much. Tahara stood calmly and looked pleased, looking at Fen. The hairdryer even unbuttoned his shirt from the heat and pain, trying to get back to normal and rest. His legs did not want to be heard, and the pain in his muscles did not give him peace. The guys who were watching what was happening began to shout to Fen that he showed himself very well and performed very well. Fen, hearing the words of praise, was very surprised because he had never been praised. Lounging like a star on the floor of the gym, Fen enjoyed the fact that he was praised and went to a course where his classmates would not spoil his life. Tahara decided to go up to Fen and give him his hand so that he could stand up and talk about what they would have to go through next in training and how it would help Fen in the future. Fen, seeing that Tahara is giving him a hand, decides to take the moment and let him pick him up, trying not to cause negativity and hatred. He remembered that Tahara wanted to fight him, but was very afraid that everything would end very badly. Tahara expresses words of praise and congratulates Fen on passing, saying that he was sure that the boy could handle it. Fen, having heard this, began to suspect that Tahara guessed about his strength and even knew. Tahara holds Fen's tense hand and says that after their battle in the competition between classes, he felt that Fen was clearly hiding his strength, but did not understand why. Fen, having heard such words, tensed up a little and was afraid that Tahara might tell the director or someone else that he had learned that Fen was hiding power. Tahara did not behave like an enemy or adversary, but rather like a good comrade who was trying to help. This behavior was very strange for Fen since he had no friends. The guys continued the conversation, and Fen still pulled out his hand, trying to free himself from the pestering Tahara, who was trying so hard to talk about so many things. What was bothering Fen, and why was he hiding his power? Fen began to say that Tahara was imagining things, and he was not hiding anything. These were all conjectures and coincidences. Tahara began to say that a lot of training awaits them ahead, and sooner or later, everyone will know your secret, Fen. This was said rather threateningly, but it could not be called a threat. Such words frightened and made Fen worry, because he did not want a situation to arise in which he would give himself away and thereby harm his course comrades. The next day, Fen, as usual, cleaned the classroom before lessons, putting the classroom in order. His condition was tired. He had to do everything alone, and the added training with Tahara only made it more difficult and exhausting. Fen sighed heavily, realizing that today he would have to go back to training with that creepy guy who didn't give any concessions and exhausted him with his exercises. Realizing the upcoming classes with Tahara, Fen sat down, holding onto his desk, to whine a little about how hard it was for him to have such a daily routine. He grabbed his head with thoughts that he couldn't stand it for so long, and every lesson with Tahara only exhausted him more and gave no rest to his body. Everything hurt so much, and every muscle ached in pain. In the corridor, Fen was cleaning up trash that his classmates had deliberately scattered in order to mock the guy a little. And it was nice to see Fen suffering, but it didn't make Fen angry. It only proved his opinion that no one cared about him and his actions for the class. Also, rumors that Fen ended up on a course with a high school student who opposed them in competitions quickly spread throughout the class, and everyone thought it was important to ask Fen how he managed to get into Tahara's course. Fen was very saddened by the fact that Tahara was very persistent and greatly frightened him with his irresistible desire to train Fen, as he gave out commands and said what to do in a very scary voice, which made him terrified just at the thought of training with him. After the next lesson, Fen took his backpack and prepared to go to his physical training course. He was not pleased, but shaking his head, he tried to come to his senses and gather himself in order to give his best in training. The fear of classes was much less than the constant teasing and jokes of his classmates. While Fen was coming to his senses, he didn't even notice that there was someone in the class, and was very frightened when a girl turned to him, standing near the entrance to the office, leaning on the wall. Fen immediately raised his head and saw an attractive girl standing and looking at him. He felt awkward that they spoke to him and didn't even insult him as usual. He saw her for the first time and did not know what class she was from. She looked at him and asked if he was in this class. Fen looked at such a beauty and, opening his mouth, did not know what to say, as he was a little nervous and was not decisive. She introduced herself as Akura Yuki, a student who transferred to their school and wants to be shown everything here. Fen introduced himself as a 10th grade student and agreed that he would show the school, but not now, since he had important things to do. She took out her sergeant's chevron and said that since she was the senior rank in the class, how many other students had such a chevron? Fen, seeing the sergeant's chevron, was a little surprised and realized that in front of him was clearly a girl with very good abilities who was worthy of such a title. Remembering that the teacher said that one should treat seniors with respect, as in the army, Fen immediately introduced himself as befits a lower rank, expressing his respect. When he stood there, greeting the new student of their class, he was a little confused because he had no idea what to expect from her. What if she, too, would mock him when she found out that he was the weakest? Realizing this, he had already begun to mentally prepare himself for the possibility that they would now throw a bunch of insults at him about his abilities, and this made the guy a little angry. Akura looked at the guy, not understanding why he was so embarrassed and twitching like some kind of weirdo. She extended her hand and said it was nice to meet you. Fen was a little confused, but scratching the back of his head, he extended his hand in response and apologized for his behavior. She, blocking the door, began to say that she transferred to their school because she wanted to get into the service, and she was very interested in how special courses were taught here and how the military was trained. That's why she wants to be shown around the school and brought up to date with what she needs to know. Fen said that he would be happy to show her everything, but only another time, since he was in a hurry to train with Tahara, and he would not leave the absenteeism alone and would force her to do a lot more exercises. Walking around Akura, Fen tried to open the door to leave the classroom and get to training, trying to observe the rules of decency and respect for a student of higher rank. But the girl was not going to leave the guy so quickly and grabbed him by the handle of his backpack and pulled him towards her so that he would not slip out of the class. Fen did not expect this and began to suspect that she still didn't like him, and there would be a problem. She turned Fen around and pushed him against the wall with her hand so that he would not run away and would listen to her. Fen felt her strength and sharpness of movements, which clearly indicated great strength and high-level martial arts skills. Fen looked at her and didn't understand why she was so attached to him. Was he really the first person she saw, and decided to find out everything she needed for her lessons? She pressed Fen and was very close, which was quite strange. Fen felt that the situation was very tense, and at any moment one of his classmates could come in and see such a picture. Akura began to ask Fen to show her the school now and not argue, since this is very important to her. Fen began to think that she was very impudent and that sooner or later she would not be lucky enough to run into someone who could not stand her morals. But she was so pretty and so close that Fen could hardly control himself. This was the first time that he was so close to a girl, but remembering that he needed to quickly get to Tahara's training session, he began to cry in his heart and think about how to resolve this situation. Fen asked her to release him because he had to go to training, and if he was late, he would have big problems. "Do you really want me to be punished?" asked Fen. And how did she even get into the classroom when he was cleaning everything up and heard everything that was happening? Could her abilities really be at a level or even above rank? Fen thought. She said that she would talk to that coach so that he would not punish the boy for deigning to show the school to a student like me, Akura said. Fen nervously agreed because he understood that he had no choice, and it was very bad to refuse a girl, especially a new girl. She was delighted and asked to show Fen the sports building. Fen, having heard that she was interested in the sports building, was very happy, since that was where he needed to go, which means he would not be late for training without receiving a reprimand from Coach Tahara. Fen, laughing nervously, began to say that now he would take Akura to the sports building and show everything there. Meanwhile, Tahara approached the office because he noticed that Fen did not show up for training on time and went to find out what the reason was. The office door suddenly opened sharply, and Fen stood in the passage with a very dissatisfied face. Fen was so scared that he screamed in fear and jumped as if he had been struck by lightning. Automatically being terrified, Fen reaches his hand to his temple and salutes his trainer, trying to calm down and not let his heart burst out of his chest. He did not expect such an unexpected surprise. Akura, seeing such a tall and strong guy, was not at all frightened, but crossed her arms in a lock, looked at him, and felt that great power was coming from him, that she could compete with her abilities. Tahara stood in front of the girl and began to say, "Why is she distracting his student and preventing him from going to training?" His imperturbable appearance did not convey any feelings, but only professional ethics and duty to the state. In a word, a soldier. Akura came closer to Tahara and carefully took his tie in her hand, and gently began to say that she had not met such a strong guy for a long time, but more importantly, one who had no feelings when he looked at her. Akura began to ask Tahara what his abilities were and what he was capable of if he was chosen as the head of the sports training course. Tahara, straightening his tie from Akura's ridiculous actions, began to say that he was assigned such a course because he was able to instill in other students a love of physical exercise and a sense of duty, which is so important for a soldier. "And I won't reveal my abilities to someone unknown," said Tahara. This heated skirmish between two very strong opponents could have escalated into a real duel, where school would leave no stone unturned, but they were restrained and well-mannered, without going to extremes. Fen felt such a storm of emotions and forces that it was crushing him. Akura immediately realized that a guy like Tahara does not understand anything in life and does not know how to live freely. He is just a soldier who is so eager to achieve great heights with his work, and he does not need anything else. "And even girls of such a jock are not interested, right?" Akura asked. Tahara perceived the words of such an impudent little girl as nothing special, which allowed her not to be considered a worthy opponent. And regarding the girl, he replied that he was not interested in this, as long as he was an ordinary school student. Fen watched the conversation between two strong guys that he began to understand that he didn't even have a chance to find out more about such a beauty who just transferred to their school and what only I was counting on, said Fen. However, such a huge big guy that he doesn't understand simple words doesn't interest me, Akura said. She prefers to talk to simple guys who are the same height as her. Pointing a finger at Tahara, she said that if he focused on his career, he would never know what it was like to be a person who liked to relax and spend time with pleasure in more informal settings. Having finished her conversation with Tahara, Akura turned her gaze to Fen and decided to talk to him about his life. Fen stood with his head turned in the other direction and tried not to show his presence, since those two only reeked of strength and pride that it was painful to breathe around them. Akura, in a calm manner and a little romantically, ran up to Fen at a fairly close distance and began to ask a very lewd question about his personal life. And does he have a girlfriend? Fen was a little scared, as it was very unexpected and strange that some girl had just transferred to his school and class and was already approaching him without knowing anything. She began to say that she liked guys like him, and the fact that they were the same height was very good. It meant that on the same level, it was more convenient to look into each other's eyes. Such words made Fen feel very shy, and pressing his hands to his face, he thought that it was some kind of joke that such a beautiful girl like Akura was pestering him. The girl was surprised by the guy's reaction that he blushed so much. For the first time, she saw a sincere expression on a person's face when a person hears words that are so pleasant to him. But he is afraid that this will somehow influence her decision. She was pleased to see that there are those who take such offers so seriously and are not at all like an ordinary guy who just wants to take advantage of the moment. She began to come closer and ask the boy about his abilities and what he was capable of. Fen, turning his head to the side trying to control himself, he says that he has the weakest abilities and skills in school. She evened out and changed her intonation when she heard that he was so weak. But this was not a surprise to contempt, but rather to the fact that for the first time, she saw such an adult guy with weak strength. Feng repeated again that he indeed had the weakest strength in the school among the high school students and the lowest F rank. Now Fen clearly understood that there was no point in dreaming about a relationship after what she had learned about him. She did not believe his words and repeated that he was probably making fun of her and was simply hiding his abilities. Fen tensed a little because it was true, but he couldn't show true strength. Tahara began to say that enough stupid dialogues, it was time for them to train. Fen, having heard Tahara, agreed with him that they should have gone a long time ago before they were punished for absenteeism. Akura looked at Tahara and, a little disappointed, agreed that she should go. On the sports ground, the guys started warming up, and Tahara said that they should do pull-ups to gain muscle mass and get their body in order. Fen has been pulling himself up for several minutes and is very tired. After the pull-ups, they began to repeat the two-arm approach. The hairdryer was already at its limit and was shaking violently from fatigue. Tahara tried to encourage the guys so that he wouldn't give up and had a little time left. Meanwhile, Akura was watching them, trying to figure out if Fen was really that weak. After the next completed approach, Fen fell to the floor and, kneeling down, tried to catch his breath. Akura approached him and wanted to ask the guys something. Fen raised his head and saw Akura and began to ask her to give him at least some water, if it's not difficult for her. But the girl said that she did not take water and did not believe that they would actually go to train. Fen began to say that she had never heard of honesty, or that she didn't trust people all the time, and the fact that she asked him to meet was also a joke. Fen asked, crying. But Akura ignored Fen's words and turned to Coach Tahara, asking why he was training with Fen, because he did not have strong skills. Fen was on his knees and hung his head down from fatigue. Hearing Akura's words made him feel like he had been punched in the gut. Was it offensive to hear that he shouldn't even train if he's so weak? She, continuing to asked Tahara, or maybe he sees something in Fen that he is hiding. Maybe he just knows the boy's true strength. Akura asked Tahara. She began to suspect that, judging by the guy's physical condition, he has more than enough willpower and works hard. It doesn't look like a person who has the weakest ability, right? Tahara replied that he doesn't care about abilities. He accepts into his course only those who have passed the test, and Fen coped with it perfectly, which means he is admitted to the sports training course. Akura, suspecting Tahara that he is hiding something, decides to look closer into his eyes and ask again if Fen is hiding power, and has he seen it? But Tahara was silent because he knew nothing and had no evidence. Akura didn't think long and simply walked up to Fen and, in a gentle and pleasant voice, began to ask Fen to tell the truth about his strength. Does he really have the weakest skill and strength? Fen, turning on his side and continuing to play the role of a weakling, said that there was not a single drop of doubt that his abilities were at the lowest level, and there was no need to suspect him, Fen said. Hearing Fen's words, Akura and Tahara understood that everything was much more complicated, and both felt that Fen was hiding something. But they didn't understand whether it was strength or whether he was just such a weakling. But they felt something strange looking at the guy. Tahara said that there was enough pointless talk and they needed to train, and grabbed Fen by the shirt and dragged him to the next exercise, leaving Akura behind. Fen began to ask her to save him and give him the opportunity to leave, but no one wanted to listen to him. After the training, a new lesson began with Teacher Wang. He gathered everyone in the class to introduce a new student who had been transferred to their class from another school. Teacher Wang asked the girl to come into the classroom. Standing behind the doors was Akura, who began to open the doors. She knew only Fen and no one else. In front of the class stood a beautiful girl who stood with a backpack on her shoulders and was quite smug, not showing that she was scared or worried about getting into a new school and class. The guys in the class looked at the girl and did not show much interest in her, but they noticed that she was very pretty. One of the guys said that such a girl would not have an easy time in their class, because if she turned out to be weak, she would have to behave very diligently so that she would not be bullied. Akura immediately asked the teacher where she should sit. Teacher Wang said that she would be assigned to the first squad that sat near the window. Akura began to look around the class, trying to figure out where Fen was sitting, whom she already knew, and noticed that he was in the third squad. Fen knew nothing about her, except her name and terrible confidence in her strength. She did not listen to the teacher and said that she wanted to join the third squad and, smiling, went to Fen's desk. Teacher Wang was surprised by such impudence, but could not stop the girl. She walked proudly through the class, collecting many looks from students and thoughts that she was behaving very defiantly. She stopped in front of Fen's desk and asked the teacher to sit next to Fen. His desk neighbor was a little surprised and didn't understand why she wanted to sit next to the weakling so much. Fen began to get nervous and suspect that it would not be easy for him with such and such a classmate. Approaching Fen's neighbor, she began to politely bend over the desk and ask him to change seats. The boy, looking at her, began to tense up a little and realized that it was better not to disturb her. Her gaze was very piercing and emanated a threat, which the boy felt very well. It's better not to refuse or interfere with such a girl. He politely rose from his seat and gave it up to this lovely lady who so insistently wanted to sit next to Fen. They began to smile politely and talk pleasantly, saying that they were very glad that they had come to an understanding. Akura was already getting ready to sit down, taking her backpack off her back and getting ready for the lesson. Fen was not very happy that she was behaving this way and sitting next to him, which would raise a lot of questions from his classmates. Seiko turned around and began to say indignantly in an orderly tone that, how dare she behave so defiantly and brazenly? He is the commander of the 3rd platoon and must control all his subordinates. She looked at Seiko and crossed her arms with a smile and said that he decides a lot for the others and does not look like someone who is able to somehow resist her. I'm not going to listen to such a boy, Akura said. This greatly infuriated Seiko that she dared to communicate with him so brazenly. Such behavior towards him was very reckless. Akura raised her hand and told the teacher that she liked it here and now she will turn grey here. The other guys were also surprised that some new girl would allow herself to talk to their commander like that. Teacher Wang was also tense that she was behaving so impudently and like a boss, but it was wrong to shout at a girl who did not yet know their rules at school. Fen became very nervous and began to wipe his face with his hands, without taking off his glasses. He was sure that such behavior brought a lot of problems to her, and especially for the fact that she was rude to Seika. She began to tell Fen that he was behaving strangely, as if he didn't like the fact that she sat next to him. This was a little offensive for Akura, but Fen said that it was nothing like that. He just always behaves quietly, in lessons and in the classroom. She put her hand on his shoulder, and moving Fen closer, began to tell him that he was behaving too strangely and seemed to be pushing her away. Maybe he didn't want to sit with her, said Akura. Fen felt that it was better to say something nice to her and simply apologize for acting like that. He began to nervously say that he was only glad that a girl like her sat next to him, that he had no intention of offending her with his behavior. Akura looked at him, trying to understand why he was so timid and modest, that it was almost suspicious. Akura remembered that she would introduce herself in front of the class and asked the teacher to allow her to do so from her seat. Fen sat and nervously lowered his eyes to his desk because he was afraid to meet the displeased glances of his classmates, who pierced him so much. Seiko couldn't stand it and started shouting at her that she had to do everything right. These are banal rules of decency at school. Akura looked at him like he was an ordinary annoying idiot who could only tell all sorts of nonsense. Akura stood up and introduced herself as a transfer student from a private school for wealthy families. Her name is Akura Yuki, and she has the ability of a demonic swordsman. The guys sat and smiled. What did such an arrogant student from a rich family forget here? Was she really kicked out for bad behavior that clearly caught her eye? Some guys, having heard about her ability, began to wonder where they had heard this. It seemed to them that such an ability was very famous. Akura Yuki asked everyone to be accepted into her class and would be happy to study with them. Her arrogance about her strength was clearly expressed, but this did not apply to her attitude towards people, which was a little better for Fen, that at least one student in the class would not despise him. The teacher and some of the guys, having heard about Akura Yuki's ability, were very surprised, since it was a very strong ability that was inherited by one family, which is very famous in the country as masters of the sword and martial arts. While Akura stood and gave her welcoming speech, Fen, having heard about Akura's ability, realized that this was a very famous and ancient family of warriors that were able to pass on their strength to their descendants. The ancient Akura family were strong swordsmen from ancient times who subdued the demon mask and became masters of the martial art of the demonic sword. Their family had great power for many hundreds of years, passing on an ancient skill and honing it to perfection. This was the duty of every skill owner in the family. From generation to generation, powerful power was passed on through the blood, but the peculiarity of this skill was that only girls could master it, and therefore, only through the female line did the skill of the blade develop and survive to this day. A long time ago, the first time such an ability manifested itself was in an infant of the Akura clan, a girl who was born and had an aura like a lotus flower, which was very amazing. From an early age, it was clear that this was a gift. After several decades, the demon blade skill was the property of the Akura family, and could only develop and become stronger with each skill passed on to the future generation. Such girls have been trained since childhood, as well as their responsibility to perfect the ability of the demonic blade, passing this ability on to their children. Thus, Yuki Akura was a new generation demon blade master, making her a very powerful and experienced opponent. She was beautiful and strong, but her behavior was not at the highest level. Teacher Wang, having heard about his new student's ability, immediately tensed up and realized that such an important student was in his class, and Nada would keep an eye on her, trying not to do anything wrong. The teacher immediately said that they now had a new strong student in their class who would be able to represent their class in future competitions as a commander and an important member of our class. Seiko, hearing that Teacher Wang immediately recognized the new girl as the leader in the competition, that he was very infuriated and was against the fact that some girl was receiving so many privileges from the first day of school. Teacher Wang began to shout that Seiko should be proud that he had such a deputy and leader of the combat unit at the competition, since she is very experienced in battles, having trained since childhood. Such an experience will be useful to everyone, the teacher said. Seiko only became angrier that someone so strong appeared in the class that it made him angry. You could see envy and a desire to teach the upstart that she had attracted so much attention from the first day of school, a lesson. Fen, leaning his elbows on the desk, told Akura that it turns out that she is very popular, that they know so much about her, and even Fen heard that there is a family that was able to pass on the ability to children. Akura told Fen that he could call her not by her last name, but just Yuki. She liked it better. She just wanted to find out more about the school, and especially about what was being hidden from her. She guessed that Fen was not as simple as he seemed, and the fact that everyone knew him as the weakest student among high school students was just a mask. She wanted to know for sure whether she was right in not believing in Fen's weakness. Fen felt that Yuki was up to something, but he was pleased that she allowed him to call her by name. This was the first time someone had spoken to Fen so calmly and without constraint. But still, she did not stop teasing Fen with her jokes about his strength. After another joke, she laughed and said that she really enjoyed teasing Fen. Fen lowered his head and pretended that he was really offended that she was also making fun of him for his weak skills. Meanwhile, Seiko watched the cheerful couple. He was haunted by that arrogant girl who had just come to Coke, but had already won so much attention and was giggling happily with Fen, that slug who was not even able to protect himself from a 9th grader. After the lesson, some of the guys went to the dining room, since there was a big break. The large hall could accommodate almost all the students. The large and varied menu was similar to that in a cafe, but the taste was no different from the same cafe. 2 classmates entered the dining room. They were talking among themselves and discussing important topics regarding their future at school. They so passionately discussed the new girl, who showed herself unmatched in all training sessions. The guy really liked that she gave very good commands and led the team to victory with her strategy. While they were talking and walking to the order counter without looking around, Seiko was already sitting at the table and heard the entire conversation. He held a can of soda in his hands and squeezed it greedily. The girl admired the fighting talents and skills of the new Akura, who acted so fearlessly and calmly in any situation. She is like a hero who knows no defeat and strives to protect everyone. The guys continued their casual conversation and smiled, glad that now they have such a strong commander. Walking up to the ordering counter, they began choosing what to grab and snack between classes. Seiko was very unhappy that he began to get so angry that the soda can began to shrink. He was filled with a feeling of envy and the fact that the new girl was talking to him so brazenly and arrogantly. He was so tense that at any moment he would explode in anger. He wanted to come up with some reason to teach the arrogant new girl a lesson and put her in her place, proving that he was the most important in the class and everyone should obey him. Meanwhile, in class, Yuki asks Fen to go with her to the cafeteria and get something to eat. She doesn't have anyone to have lunch with yet, since she spent most of her time only with him, without having time to make good friends with the others. Fen, removing his things from the table, says that he won't succeed. He has other things to do. She got up from the table and began cheerfully inviting the boy to say that things could be rescheduled while there was time for lunch, which is very important for the body. She wanted to talk about something interesting and get to know Fen better. Fen began to make excuses, since his duties included a lot of classwork and no one else was going to do them except him. He respected Yuki's offer, but tried his best to refuse. She took it to mean that Fen was simply afraid of her and did not want to go to dinner with her. She grabbed him by the jacket and tensed because her only normal acquaintance refused her. She began to say that she was pleased to talk with Fen, since he did not treat her as a popular and important person, not to mention the fact that he did not even use her authority. Fen, straightening his tie, listened to her words and realized that she was somehow strange towards him. Fen began to say that she misunderstood. He was refusing her for the reason that he needed to clean the classroom and put everything in order before the rest of the students and the teacher arrived. While Fen was telling the list of his responsibilities to the class, Yuki was very surprised that one student was doing so many things, despite the fact that there were 3 groups on duty in the class, but essentially one person. She was very surprised, and leaning on the hand that she placed on the desk, began to lower herself closer to Fen and ask why he does everything himself, and is it really possible that you do all the work for others from other divisions of the class? Fen began to smile nervously and say that no one was forcing him. He loved to do it himself and everything suited him, and if responsibilities were shared, there would be confusion and everything could go badly. Yuki did not like this approach of her classmates, and grabbing Fen by the jacket, she dragged him along with her to understand such a nasty situation as the oppression of the weak at school. She began to open the classroom doors and tell Fen that first they would go to the cafeteria and have lunch, and Fen would keep her company, and this was not discussed. Fen was very scared and tried to calm Yuki down so that she would let him go. Arriving at the cafeteria, I so luckily bumped into my classmates from the first unit that they sat quietly and had lunch. She approached them and, leaning against the table, began asking about the responsibilities in their class. The guys didn't understand where everything was going and just continued to eat their lunch, trying to understand what Akura wanted from them. They knew that she was very strong, and this bothered them a little, since arguing with her was quite dangerous. Akura Yuki began to ask why one student from her squad cleans the entire class for other squads and for everyone in general. Is this really the way it is in the class? The boy with red hair began to say that these are Fen's responsibilities. Since he himself is a weak student in their class, he can only be trusted with cleaning, and the fact that he cleans for everyone has been the case for a long time. Yuki did not continue to listen to all that nonsense, stopping his chatter with her hand, which was carried by her classmate from the first division, and said that from this day on, everything will be completely different. She politely began to tell me that only those guys who would be assigned as squad leaders, of whom there were 3 in their class, would participate in the cleaning, which meant that there would be a lot of people on duty and always changing. She was so assertive and confident in her words, trying to convey to everyone that no one else would exploit her comrade for all sorts of things that he was not obliged to do. The red-haired boy, seeing such seriousness in Miss Akura's words, understands that it would be better to agree than to make an enemy for himself, which by all indicators would clearly raise him to the ground, both morally and physically. He agrees with Akura's words and says that he understands everything and will work on compiling a list of platoon duty officers, and everyone will do one thing and not all at once. The red-haired friend was a little scared that everything had turned out this way, and looking at her friend, she realized that everything would change. Akura said that they should apologize to Fen for the fact that he did all the work for them for these many years for nothing, and they only took advantage of his weakness. Fen, having heard this, began to nervously dissuade them from apologizing and saying that he was glad to help everyone. After the cafeteria, the guys Yuki and Fen visited their teacher, who acted as if he didn't know that everyone was making fun of Fen, and said that he was not aware that Fen cleaned the whole class and was at his beck and call. Fen stood with his head down and covered his face, listening to this whole stream of false words from the teacher, and he was ashamed that Yuki, who had just transferred to their school, stood up for him. Akura Yuki asked the teacher to allow her to distribute responsibilities in the classroom regarding cleanliness and order, to which Teacher 1 kindly agreed. Back to class. Yuki first met 2 of her classmates and handed them a mop, telling them to clean the floor before class. The guys were very surprised that a new girl suddenly ordered them and told them what to do. They started saying that why should they be scared to do the cleaning, because there is a hairdryer who does it all the time. These are his responsibilities, the guys said. Without listening to them, Yuki hands them a mop so that they can quickly take care of their new duties. The guys get mopped before they can finish speaking and begin to understand that the new girl will change a lot from their usual routines in the classroom. Akura Yuki said that now she will be in charge of distributing responsibilities for cleaning the class, and everyone will participate, and not just Fen, who already did everything for them. And if they do not agree, they will quickly change their mind after a few training sessions, and the guys agreed without a doubt to clean up. Afterwards, Akura decided to go to class, but was stopped by Seiko, who was just returning from the cafeteria and wanted to talk to her. Yuki immediately began to ask with a smile what he wanted. Seiko, being very angry and not happy that everyone began to treat the new girl with great respect, and he was getting worse and worse, that he lost his temper at any moment and began to shout to her that he just wants to talk, and not because of what he wants. Do you need something? She looked at the arrogant idiot who considered himself a worthy commander and did not understand why he was so aggressive. She didn't seem to have done anything that influenced Seiko's state, but deciding to joke, she said that he only turns to her when he needs something, and she wasn't going to talk to him just like that, since he is too stupid to understand his mistakes and is not able to accept reality, which is how he is too weak a strategist and commander. Seiko, hearing such words, only begins to get angrier and tell her that how dare she say such things to him. He is the commander by right of the strongest in the team, and some new girl is not his order. In front of the door to the classroom, Akura, having heard such words, says that if judged like this, then she will be a commander, since she is stronger than him, and that she is much more experienced than him as a strategist and warrior. This hurt Seiko greatly, and he began to say that this was not proof yet, since he did not show his full strength. He began to show the new girl in every possible way that he was more worthy and would not allow her to command here. Meanwhile, Seiko's screams in the hallway in the classroom began to be heard by everyone, and Fen noticed that Seiko was having a verbal altercation with Yuki. Fen came closer to hear what was happening and why the two were locked in a verbal spat. Seiko told Akura that he wanted to talk to her on the roof and let her come there after school, and then they would find out who the squad leader would be. Akura immediately agreed, feeling that this would only be a good warm-up for her. After class, Akura began to go up to the roof to deal with the squad leader, Seiko. Fen, hearing the conversation, decided to follow Akura to make sure that everything would end well and no one would get hurt. Fen followed her carefully and did not allow himself to be detected. Meanwhile, Akura had already climbed to the roof and entered the door. Fen watched her and continued to follow her to control the current situation. With every step, Fen heard many people talking on the roof, and there was a suspicion that Seiko was planning something, and it could harm Yuki. The higher Fen rose, the more convinced he became that Seiko had not come alone, but had taken his friends with him to deal with Akura. Fen did not show his presence, but simply opened the doors slightly and began to listen to what was happening. He was worried that in a fit of anger, Seiko might harm Akura, and Nada would be there in time to stop him. Meanwhile, on the roof, Akura came to talk to Seiko. Seiko began to say that she shouldn't have dared to talk to him so brazenly, and now he will teach her a lesson. Behind him, there were many comrades who came to the rescue to teach a lesson to the arrogant upstart who dared to insult their older comrade. Seiko was very proud of himself and said that in this stake He was the boss, and everyone listened only to him, and some impudent new girl would not interfere with him. She stood, and seeing so many guys in front of her, she was even pleased that Seiko had brought so many people for her for the training that she so wanted to do. She was happy, and cheerfully said that at least she could have some decent fun in such and such a mess. A lot of the guys looked pretty dangerous and unpredictable. They looked at Akura not as a girl, but as another idiot who dared to challenge their leader. Seiko, clasping his hands brazenly and contentedly, began to say that now she would be in great pain, and she would answer for every word that she said in his direction. Seiko's friend was already flexing his fists, asking him to quickly start the fight. She looked at so many arrogant idiots who thought they could handle her. There were no truly strong and dangerous opponents among them. She said that such weaklings would not even be able to touch her. After hearing this, Seiko covered his face with his hand and began to laugh maniacally, saying that she was a fool if she thought she could cope with such a crowd. "I can't handle it," Akura said. "Do you think you can resist me with such a crowd? Among such weaklings, there is not even one who would fight with dignity. You are all too confident in your worthless powers that they do not pose any threat to me," Akura said. While she was saying all this, Seiko only became more angry and angry, wanting to hurt her very much, so that she would receive what she deserved for every word that was said in his direction. Seiko only became angrier and tenser, his anger expressing a great desire to get even with his offender. He began to warm up his hands and prepare for the fight. Akura, with her hands folded, did not take such fools seriously and thought that they still would not dare to attack her. She hoped that they would be smart enough not to attack someone who had great power. All her words were like salt in the wound for Seiko. He was very angry and was preparing to teach this impudent woman a lesson. Akura continued to tell them to think about their intentions and make the right decision, otherwise she would give them a beating. Meanwhile, while Akura was talking with Seiko and realized that she had to fight a crowd of idiots who dared to call her to the roof. Fen sat outside the door and listened to what was happening on the roof. He understood that everything was heading towards a fight, but did not intervene yet. Seiko and her comrades began to discuss how best to attack her and teach the impudent girl a lesson. They were quite ready for the fight and had no doubt about their victory. Akura began to straighten her hair and say that the guys had made their choice and wanted to fight with her. She was even pleased that such a crowd decided to challenge her. Seiko could no longer control his emotions and became very angry, realizing that now he definitely wanted to teach that impudent girl a lesson. Seiki's comrades began to use their abilities and summon their weapons. They prepared for the fight without fear that they might lose. Seiko nervously began ordering everyone to quickly get ready and attack the damn girl. The weapons the boys had were not too dangerous, which means they could be used on school grounds, but the sword was no longer acceptable. Akura knew she couldn't use the sword on school grounds, but she wasn't going to give up. Even without a sword, she could withstand the majority with just her fighting skills. The guys with weapons stood in front of Seiko and began preparing for the fight. Seiko stood behind and waited impatiently for Akura to be taught a lesson by his comrades. He wanted so badly to once again become the most respected person in the class that he did not hesitate to resort to such dirty tricks as attacking one in a crowd. He was already imagining how she would broadcast and ask for help while running away from a crowd of guys who wanted to attack her. He didn't even think that it was a girl and perceived her as an enemy. "Now you have to see how my guys will teach you a lesson," Seiko shouted. He didn't even hesitate to choose his words and said all sorts of nasty things that he wanted to do to her for her arrogant behavior and communication with him. Akura stood calmly and listening to all this nonsense, did not take everything to heart, but simply rested her hand and touched her temple with a finger and said that his chatter was already giving her a headache. She began to say that they were stalling for a very long time and could have attacked a long time ago. But in the end, they only forced him to listen to all this nonsense of a person who could not even competently express his thoughts without resorting to insults. Seiko was not pleased that she dared to speak like that, but he understood that in some ways she was right, but he did not want to accept it. He was disgusted to realize this. She did not doubt for a minute that such weaklings and stupid idiots would not be able to harm her. She, stretching her hands, began to say that she already needed to train, and they would rather attack so as not to waste time. The guys summoned their weapons and prepared for battle, but they were a little afraid, since they had never fought with a girl and, according to her, with great strength. They only had bats and wooden hammers and clubs. Such objects were weak, but could harm anyone. Seiko, not wanting to see or hear the cowardice of her comrades, orders them to quickly attack them and deal with that impudent girl. Akura was happy that she would finally be able to fight a crowd of opponents who were so confident of their victory. She began to thank them for finally deciding to attack, and don't stand and just wait for the moment. Akura begins to use her ability of demonic power, which was passed on to her as an inheritance. She began to glow blue and release great power, which was the source of her skill. Thanks to her inherited ability, a horn appeared on the head, which meant the great power of the demonic mask, which endowed the owner with unimaginable strength. But the full power was revealed only with the sword. But there was no shortage of strength. The guys saw that she had changed her appearance a little, and they saw the horn that was so brightly displayed on her head. They realized that it was the ability of the demonic mask that was rumored at school that they had gotten a student with such power. Seiko did not think long and ordered the guys not to be afraid of this upstart and to attack quickly. She is just an ordinary person, and her power is revealed only with a sword, which means she is not as dangerous as she could be. One of the guys was holding a bat and was very tense because he was afraid of disobeying his commander. He nervously tried to brace himself and strike. Gathering his strength, he decided to strike first and jumped up with his bat. He began to scream loudly and, trying to overcome his fear, attacked Akura. Akura stood and watched the pathetic attempt of the boy who was so desperately trying to attack her. He clearly looked scared, but overcoming fear, he attacked. It was an obvious attack, and resisting it was not at all a problem for Akura. Immediately, dangerously close to himself, Akura performs a special move, intercepting the opponent's bat and grabbing him to use a technique that will not only block the blow, but also carry out a counterattack. The boy loses his bat, and losing his balance from Akura's move, he flies into his comrades. Because of the girl's great speed and strength, the boy knocks his comrades off their feet and pushes them away. The guys hit the fence that was on the roof and prevented all sorts of unpredictable situations. The other guys, seeing how their comrades were thrown to the ground by a girl, using only one technique that didn't even look like a blow. Akura did not wait for others who wanted to attack and decided to take the initiative herself. She quickly approached the nearest enemy to attack. After a few seconds, there were already 4 guys lying around Akura, who didn't even understand how they were attacked. She was pleased that everything worked out for her even without a sword. This means that it was not in vain that she trained without a sword and improved her fighting skills. The boy who attacked first had already begun to come to his senses, and on his knees, he held his chest from the pain that tormented him so much. Akura began to approach him, and the boy, through the pain, began to get a little nervous. Akura sat down opposite the guy and said that he was too weak to attack her so thoughtlessly. The boy, with his head down, was just angry. He, raising his head, began to say emotionally that she didn't even know what it was like to be weak because she was born special and had no idea that the weak could not become stronger. Akura listened to these pitiful words, that it was impossible to become stronger, only began to understand more that these weaklings did not even try to develop their abilities. Akura, with her head down, began to say that they were complete idiots, that they thought it was impossible to improve their abilities because hard work allows them to increase their strength and abilities, which so affect their perception of strength. The boy heard that Akura actually had weak strength, and only through training was she able to improve her skills and become stronger. He was very surprised, and this was the first time he had heard this. Seiko began to tell everyone not to listen to her lies and to attack as soon as possible. Akura, with her arms crossed, began to understand that nothing could penetrate such a thick idiot. Akura boldly stated that all abilities can be upgraded and will only become stronger if they train hard and upgrade themselves. The guys were very surprised when they heard this. Feeling the pain of her attacks, they held their wounds and tried to catch their breath. Akura began to feel that this kind of training was not enough for her and that she needed something more difficult. Clenching her fist, she began to hope that she could increase her strength through such training against so many opponents. The guys, along with Seiko, did not hesitate and decided to attack together in order to prevent defeat and do everything possible to stop the damned girl. But this did not help. Akura's movements were so fast that no one noticed how they were all knocked to the ground without even giving a chance to touch her. Meanwhile, the street was getting dark and the sun was hiding behind the tall buildings. On the roof of the school, the students continued to find out who should give up their right to the title of squad leader. Of the whole, only Seiko remained. The rest were already lying on the roof and could not get up from the blows they had received. Seiko, without showing fear, continued to stand in a stance ready for battle. He provoked Akura in every possible way to attack him, and was so angry that she behaved calmly and without constraint, as if for her this was not a duel against the crowd, but a regular training session against weaklings. She kept telling Seiko to give up and not continue this pointless fight. Akura calmly stretched her neck and enjoyed the light breeze that gently blew her hair against the background of the sunset. But Seiko could not be stopped. He tried with all his might to provoke Akura to attack and did not mince words. His arrogant behavior towards the others only made him happier. Akura looked at him and began to suspect that Seiko was up to something and was not just stalling for time and provoking her. Maybe he was hiding something from her eyes and wanted to strike a blow on the spot. But then Akura had to attack as quickly as possible and end this stupid fight. She ran up to Seiko at high speed and, raising her hand, prepared to strike him, putting a lot of force into the blow in order to be sure to deliver a strong blow and knock out the arrogant idiot who is so arrogantly and impudently commanding everyone. Seiko began to smile stronger, realizing that everything was going according to his plan as it should. In the last fractions of a second, she looks at Seiko's satisfied face and begins to guess that something is wrong here and that he is clearly up to something. Realizing that she does not use a sword, which is prohibited on school grounds, she begins to think that there is something else here that makes the idiot Seiko so happy. Akura's fist absorbed more and more power and headed closer to Seiko's face. Akura, experiencing strong anger, continues to stubbornly attack the guy. She suspected until the last that Seiko was up to something, and his satisfied face was very strange, considering that now he would get hit with it, and might not get away with a simple bruise. At the last moment, a hand appears in front of Seiko's face, blocking Akura's hand. Seiko is immediately very surprised and realizes that his plan failed at the most inopportune moment. Akura's strike was stopped by the power of Fen, the weakest student. It was very surprising and strange that he was here and interfered in the fight. Fen immediately began to say that they should not fight, otherwise they would get a lot of injuries and their appearance might suffer. And at such a young age this could have a bad effect on family life. After this, Seiko fell to his knees and began to angrily scream, "What the hell was he doing here, and why did he interfere in their fight?" Fen simply started shaking some strange pieces of plastic from his hand, which didn't attract everyone's attention as much as his intervention. Quite by accident, Fen, passing by Seiko, steps heavily on his hand, which causes severe pain. Fen immediately turns around and begins to apologize for not noticing the commander's hand. Seiko, feeling severe pain, grabbed his hand and began to scream in pain. Fen, starting to scratch his head, said that he was not attentive and weak, which everyone already knew, so forgive such a fool, said Fen. Seiko, holding her hand, raises her head and begins to tell Akura that she also called for help and decided not to come alone. Was she really afraid she wouldn't be able to cope with such power? Akura, without a moment's hesitation, began to say that she came on her own, and Fen was probably just watching her. There was not a drop of gratitude or joy in her words that someone had come to her aid, and this offended Fen a little, while Fen stood with his back to her and sobbed from such indifference to him for his help. Akura wondered how he could get here and interfere in the fight. He is the weakest and behaves accordingly, but sometimes he does unthinkable things for his rank. As she stood and pondered what she saw, her strength began to fade and the horn from her head disappeared. She looked at Fen, without taking her eyes off, trying to uncover the secret of this mysterious weakling. Then, she turned her head to the entrance to the roof and noticed that there was a very long distance to it, and it was not very easy to overcome such a distance so quickly. While the rest of the guys were lying there, she could allow herself to think a little, without being distracted by what was happening. Here, fast movement was clearly used, which is capable of endowing the owner with unimaginable speed. But such power could only be possessed by a high-level person with the power of rank A and above, which was definitely not like Fen. The force capable of stopping the force of a blow and absorbing such power of a blow also raises many questions. According to his indicators, Fen is not capable of possessing such techniques and would not have been able to reflect the blow and run here. Then how did he do it? The blow was filled with the power of the demonic mask, and it was not so easy to stop, unless a person with the strength and dexterity of the A rank would have done it without difficulty. But Fen, he is a weakling, Akura thought. While she was looking at Fen, who was standing and looking at the sunset and scratching behind his ear, trying to behave as usual, Akura was thinking about what had happened and felt something strange in her hand. Raising her hands and opening her palm, she saw the pieces of plastic that remained after blocking the blow with the hairdryer. She didn't even know why Fen was holding some kind of plastic in his hand. Rising to his feet, Seiko, holding his heart, began to say that they would not get away with this so easily, and they would be punished after he told the teacher that they attacked him. His manner did not correspond to the guy who a couple of minutes ago threatened to kill Akure, and now behaves as if a boy who was beaten by his elders and threatens to tell everything. Fen began to apologize and say that why was Commander Seiko so angry with him because it was he who saved him from the blow. Fen was very worried and nervous that he might be punished and brilliantly played his role as a weakling. Akura confirmed Fen's words by saying that he really saved Seiko and deserves praise, and the commander cannot even afford to praise his teammate. Fen stood up, putting his hands on his belt and replacing his smile with an offended face. Fen started acting like a jerk again and said in an aggressive and commanding tone that he didn't care about them, and all he wanted was to film them beating Seiko. Seiko began pointing to the place where there should have been a camera on which he was filming the fight, and realizing that Akura could be strong and dangerous, he prepared a camera in advance that would film Seiko being beaten. Such a video could be shown to the teacher and director, and they would call Akura's parents and punish her or even expel her if there were many victims and complaints. He planned everything so cunningly to take revenge on the arrogant new girl who dared to speak so badly about him. Suddenly he is interrupted by Akura, who notices that there is a pile of broken plastic on the floor in front of them and asks Seiko to pay attention to the bottom. He looks in surprise and doesn't believe his eyes. It was a broken camera that stood behind the column and filmed what was happening. Akura immediately began to realize that Fen had first taken the camera and then blocked her blow with it. Seiko could never have predicted this and was unable to utter a word. He simply couldn't believe his eyes that his whole plan had gone down the drain. Fen behaved so casually, like a fool, that he didn't even understand how he took the camera and broke it. It was so strange that no one would have thought that he was capable of something so fast, and they simply thought that he was lucky to sneak in so unnoticed. Akura kicked the piece of plastic that was left from the camera and began to approach Fen. He stood so casually on the sidelines and tried not to attract too much attention, but with his actions, he was able to interest Akura even more. Approaching him, she grabbed Fen by the jacket and began asking how he did it and how he ended up on the roof. Why did he decide to intervene in the fight, and how did he find out about the camera? Fen, raising his hands, began to say in a trembling voice that he had been here a long time and just noticed how something was shining in the sun and came up to look and saw the camera and intervened in the fight, not wanting anyone to get hurt too much, and hoped that will be able to stop them. But I completely forgot about the camera, so she got hurt. It was just an accident, Fen said. While Fen was talking to Akura, the rest of the guys began to gradually come to their senses and watched what was happening. They also knew that Fen was a weakling and in no way capable of the incredible things that Akura asked him about. They also thought that it was just luck and coincidence. Akura, holding Fen by the jacket, began to drag him closer to the guys. Fen acted as if he couldn't escape and was simply following Akura's orders. The guys sat down on their knees and realized that the abilities of such a high rank had such destructive power that even such a crowd could not cope. This drove them into despair and anger that they could not resist anything. Akura, holding Fen by the jacket, began to emotionally tell them to look at the weakling who was able to intervene in the fight and stop him, and he is the weakest. Since you have more strength, you must understand that good training and practice will allow you to become stronger despite your fighting skill. She was not joking when she said that you can improve your skills through training, and said that although Fen is considered the weakest, he trains with Tahara, and he is the strongest student in their school. This means that thanks to training, Fen was able to increase his strength, and so can they. The guys listened to Akura's words and began to understand that this is quite possible if they train hard and develop their skills. They looked at her as a person who could stand up to many warriors with great respect and fear. After that, Akura and Fen left, closing the doors behind them and leaving the guys on the roof while they tried to understand Akura's words and come to an understanding of their strength and how to develop it. Seiko stood realizing that everything did not go according to plan, and he lost this fight. Meanwhile, the street was getting darker, and the guys, having accepted their defeat, lowered their heads and decided to go home, trying to forget everything that happened on the roof. Heavy breathing and screams, a bloody knife and darkness that was barely diluted by moonlight from the windows. Fear and pressure which was so scary. A man who had no fear or regret. Terrible screams and pleas for help could be heard throughout the house. The boy came closer and closer to his goal, overcome by great thirst. The shadow falling on the wall from the moon resembled a man who had already lost his arms and was screaming, begging for mercy. Bloody footprints followed the guy throughout the apartment, where he walked slowly and confidently, knowing that his goal would not escape. A boy stood in front of the dead body, severely hacked with a knife. His clothes were all stained with blood, and a bloody knife glinted in his right hand. The upper part of the face was covered with long hair. Under the hair, only a satisfied, weak smile of the boy was visible, like a wild animal who was so eager to kill and finally fulfilled his desire. Fen wakes up in a cold sweat and immediately jumps out of bed, gradually removing the blanket. It was just a dream that tormented the boy so often. It was already 6 o'clock and the alarm clock rang, telling me to get up. The disgusting sound was reminiscent of the beginning of the day, like booting up a computer every day. Everything was repeated again and again. Fen grabbed his face and tried to come to his senses, telling himself that it was just a dream and nothing more. There was fear and horror in his eyes from what he saw. Cold sweat was dripping from his face and his emotions were overflowing. While Fen was trying to come to his senses and convince himself that it was just a dream, there was already the sun outside, which began to shine through his window, and the rays fell on the bed. This day was special because the 10th class had a field trip, and they had to decide their future. Warm and sunny weather only improved the mood, and the bright trees along the alley near the buildings bloomed in a beautiful yellow color. Fen looked rather thoughtful and was flying in the clouds trying to understand why he was having the same dream more than once. Yuki notices that Fen is acting strangely, as if something is bothering him. She stops the guy and asks him if everything is okay. He has been very quiet and reserved since the morning, which even made her a little worried. Fen, hearing that they were addressing him, immediately tried to pull himself together, and in his nervous manner began to say that everything was fine. He just thought about where they were going. Meanwhile, his classmates walked quietly to their destination, where they were to meet the teacher and another class from another school. The joint exercises of the two units were supposed to strengthen the skills of action in a large team. Meanwhile, Seiko had already led his class to the appointed place, and in front of them was a large bank where they would study. The building was well guarded and had a good security system. Now, the children just had to wait for their teacher and start the lesson. While Seiko was talking with his comrades, a company began to approach them and force a conversation. They looked young and looked like other students. The guys were in the mood to talk and find out why they were here. Their clothing and behavior were simple and non-aggressive, so there shouldn't have been any problems. But Seiko was a rather nasty person with a bad character, and he didn't like other people. He began to approach the guys who so insistently decided to talk to them. The boy greeted Seiko and asked why they had come in a crowd to the bank building. Seiko behaved rather nervously and said that it was none of their business where he wanted to be and would be. Seiko tensed up and began to be rude to the stranger and started asking them why they were there. Idiots and idiots tended to have such mannerisms, which is what made this guy stand out from the crowd. The other guys, seeing that the guy in the red sweater was so aggressive and behaved so brazenly, that it began to amuse them, because it was easy to provoke such an idiot. Seiko began to be indignant that the girls behind began to laugh at him, and this angered him, forcing him to start being rude to them too. He was very angry because of yesterday and had not yet recovered from the defeat from Akura, and then new guys appeared and began to provoke him. Seiko began shouting at the strangers to go away and not show themselves again, otherwise he would teach them a lesson. His aggression did not look good on his comrades and only showed him in a bad light in front of those around him. Behind the boy from another company, a boy appeared who put his hand on his colleague's shoulder and asked him to stop provoking the guy, since this was not worthy for their school. It was a student from another school named Kim Sung. He looked quite stylish and attractive. His hair flowed in the light breeze and attracted the attention of others. Kim extended his hand to Seiko and introduced himself as the commander of the 10th grade of the No. 2 Defensive Arts Stake, from which they came for a joint lesson with a class from the military school that has become so popular lately. Seiko did not put anyone above himself and kept his hands in his pockets. Seiko did not shake the hand of the commander of another class and simply beat it off, showing his disrespect and arrogance. This behavior was disrespectful and only served to further his stupidity. But Kim was very calm and showed restraint in the situation, unlike his colleague, who began to shout indignantly that how could he dare to beat off the hand of such a respected person, to which Kim asked not to interfere and just forgive the boy for his ignorance. Akura intervenes in the conversation between the two commanders, who noticed that Seiko is again starting a fight out of nowhere and wants to prevent problems. She asked the commander to cool down and allow her to continue the conversation as a deputy. This only belittled Seiko, but he did not argue with her and simply turned away in agreement. Akura greeted the guy in the suit and asked what they were talking about. Kim apologized that everything turned out this way and introduced himself to her as Kim Sung, the 10th grade commander from the School of Defensive Arts. He was very pleased to meet the famous Akura Yuki, a representative of the ancient skill and ability of the demon mask. He had long dreamed of a meeting, and now it happened. Akura, putting her hand on her hip, said that she doesn't like to be flattered and asked Kim to tell him what the joint training is and where is their teacher. She wanted to know why students from another school also came without an accompanying person, and she didn't like it a little and looked suspicious. Behind Akura, slung over his shoulder, is the same ancient sword that gave the owner the full power of a demonic mask. Kim, apologizing, began to say that he was responsible for the students and that there was no accompanying person from their school, and the lesson would be taught by teacher Wang from the military school. The guys came to an agreement and understanding that they would have a joint lesson, and now they were a team. Kim was happy to say that they would help in any way they could in the training, and their defensive abilities would benefit warriors like Akura. The guys did not wait for the teacher on the street and decided to go to the bank, where the lesson was supposed to take place. The students boldly followed their leaders to the entrance. At the entrance stood a tall and muscular man. He was from the bank security service and knew that today there would be a lesson in their building. His tall and stately appearance showed great respect. While the guys were approaching the bank, they noticed a giant standing at the entrance. Kim, paying attention, got a little scared after he tried to dispel the situation during a friendly conversation with Akura. Two more colleagues approached the guard and it was a rather scary sight. Such martial artists with strong skills could withstand large numbers of attackers and scare away robbers with their mere appearance. Akura approached the guards and began to say firmly and without hesitation that they were students from two schools who had come to a joint lesson. The man, holding his hands behind him, listened to the girl. They looked quite menacing, but after a few long seconds, they smiled and said that they were great for not being afraid of such tall men. The guards said that they knew about the lesson and asked the guys to go inside. Akura looked at them and remembered in her head that she had been trained by much stronger men. Their bodies were covered with many scars from battles, and such guards did not frighten her at all. Fen stood behind and didn't really listen to what was happening. He was still trying to understand why he had been having the same dream for several days now. This made him shiver, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At the bank, the children found themselves in a room where they had to wait for their teacher and proceed to the large hall where the lesson would begin. There were almost no people, since it was Saturday, and the bank was not working at full capacity. Akura stood near a large column and waited for the teacher with her arms crossed. For some reason, he was gone for a long time, and she felt uncomfortable holding the sword behind her back, and she tried to take it off, putting it in her hand. While Akura was doing all this, Kim entered the room and drew attention to the sword, which gives the owner of demonic power even greater power when using the sword. He was always interested in how the Akura family were able to subjugate the skill and pass it on from generation to generation. He immediately approached Akura Yuki and decided to ask about the sword that stood out so brightly with its tip on the handle. Akura didn't really want to talk to Kim for his meticulous courtesy. She just wanted to be alone. While Akura and Kim were talking, other guys approached the bank employee, and they started talking about working in a bank and is it worth spending their lives on. The worker said that the work was worth all the effort and that there were many privileges here that would help you achieve a lot in life. And most importantly, there was a good canteen. When the guys heard that there was somewhere to eat here, they were happy and asked the worker to take them to the dining room. Kim also heard that there was a good canteen here and invited Akura to join him, and he would treat him and just want to talk. Akura was not very happy with such company and was not particularly hungry. The bank employee began to tell us that they have a large selection of cocktails and drinks, which are quite popular at this time of year. Akura, having heard this, immediately began to imagine that there might be a stock for her sword. Pictures of her favorite sweet drinks that she loves so much began to appear in her head. A sweet milkshake with ice cream fills you with joy and makes you take your mind off your problems, while a sweet coffee with milk gives you the opportunity to collect your thoughts and work harder. Redness appeared on the cheeks on the face, which indicated a great desire to try the drink. Akura left her sword resting on the wall where she stood. The sword was in a scabbard with a beautiful golden edging and looked quite rich. Akura had no doubt that no one would dare take him away and agreed to go to the dining room. Meanwhile, Fen stood near the entrance, who behaved modestly and quietly, trying not to attract too much attention. He continued to think about what happened in the morning and why he was having such a dream. Kim suddenly approached him and greeted Fen. Such secrecy was quite dangerous, and if he could not properly control his abilities, he could accidentally harm the boy, Fen thought. Fen pretended to be scared and very surprised that a boy from another school approached him and decided to talk. Kim introduced himself as the commander of the 10th grade of the School of Defensive Arts and asked why Akura talks to him so much. Are they really good friends? Fen immediately decided to say that Akura was just his classmate and she didn't have a boyfriend, so the flag was in his hands, Fen said. Kim, also laughing nervously, raised his hands in the air and said that this was not what he meant. He was just wondering what they were talking about so much that they remained friends. Fen began to say that he was the first person Akura began to communicate with when she got to their school. Everything was quite strange, and she was quite assertive in her words, and the fact that they became comrades is not entirely true. She just perceives me as a person whom she does not understand, that's all, Fen said. Kim Sung suggested that Fen go with him and the other guys to the cafeteria, where they serve good drinks, and relax a little before class while the teacher is away. Fen was a little surprised that they approached him and offered him something normal, and agreed with suspicion. They headed to the cafeteria, and Kim said that he was very interested in learning more about their school, where they teach offensive skills and help develop them. Fen, walking ahead, was surprised that Kim was so interested in his school, even though he himself was in a school where the education was much better and the students themselves were more reserved and from rich families. All the kids from 2 schools were already in the dining room. They went about their business and talked about various topics not related to lessons. Everyone was busy with their own business, and no one cared that their joint lesson should unite the team. Fen went to the water dispenser and chose a drink for himself, after which he took it out from the machine while continuing to talk with Kim about why he was so interested in military school. Opening a can of his favorite drink, Fen began to drink it, all the while remembering that terrible nightmare that he had, that he couldn't relax properly. This worried him, but he could not share this with anyone. After a few sips, Fen felt the bubbles hit his nose, and the cold drink froze his brain a little, which was not pleasant. Kim started laughing at the guy for doing everything so carelessly and not even thinking about the consequences. Fen began coughing up water and even managed to choke a little, which clearly indicated his carelessness. Kim, looking at Fen and his actions, began to think that he clearly looked like a simple guy, but there was something about him that was so easy to see. It's a strange feeling that Fen is posing as a completely different person. Fen started laughing after he cleared his throat and said that he was just lost in thought and didn't understand what he was doing, and when it came to it, it was already too late. He began to say that this often happens to him, since he can be absent-minded. Kim decides to ask Fen what kind of power he has if he behaves so carelessly and freely says what he thinks. Fen, finishing his drink, stood and kept his hand on his belt, trying not to attract any more attention to himself. With all the confidence and pathos, Fen points his finger down and says that he is the very first from the bottom in terms of F-rank strength. He is proud that he was awarded such power, and this meant that he could calmly go to the village and lead a calm and measured life away from various affairs. Kim, hearing that Fen had the lowest rank, did not believe it at first, and began to say that he was deceiving him and was simply mocking him. Fen began to assure the boy that he had no intention of lying, since he had nothing to hide, and everyone knew about his strength at school. While they were talking, and Kim was trying to understand why he was so wrong in his guesses, Fen notices behind Kim a trash can that was standing near the machine. Fen swings his arms, continuing to say that he is truly the weakest in their school, and sends a can of soda towards the trash can. The can hits the wall and then the machine and falls straight into the trash. It was incredible, and looked more like luck, but the way Fen threw the can was not like luck, but like a precisely calibrated throw, Kim thought. Kim immediately started telling Fen how incredible it was and how he did it. Fen, not understanding at first what he was talking about, since throwing a can into the tank was an ordinary thing for him, and he often did it, without thinking that for someone it was something surprising. Kim liked it so much that he was inspired by the idea of also learning how to hit like this, showing Fen's incredible skills. Fen was very surprised that because of such a little thing, Kim was so eager to repeat the throw and began to tell Fen in every possible way that he was cool. Kim swung his hand and began to roughly predict the trajectory of the can's flight, so that it would land exactly in the trash can. Fen looked at this childish fun with surprise and did not understand what was so complicated about it. But Kim's throw was a miss, and the can flew further than necessary, flying past both the trash can and the machine gun. Kim immediately rushed to pick up the can before anyone noticed and scolded him for littering. He thought that it was not so easy to hit a target from a distance with such an unpredictable and light object. Picking up the can from the floor, Kim walked over to the trash can and threw it into the bin. Afterwards, he began to return to Fen and think that it still requires a lot of time and training to cope with hitting a small object from a long distance. Fen, standing in a calm and relaxed stance, began to say that it was nothing to worry about and just needed a little practice, and everything would definitely work out. After which Fen also decided to ask Kim, what kind of power and skills does he have? To which Kim immediately replied that he would now show his strength. Kim's hand began to turn into a maple, brightly highlighting the light and changing shape. This skill was very cool and provided the wearer with a permanent weapon, although this did not bring pleasure to Kim. Fen began to look at how the guy's hand became a clank, which even surprised him. This skill was very cool and would look very cool in a fighting style. Returning the normal shape of his hand, Kim said that, unfortunately, he's only able to change the shape of his hand and nothing else. Fen began to think that Kim was interested in his school for a reason, but to develop his skill and learn how to use it correctly in battles. Feng began to ask Kim directly about his interests in the school, where they teach military combat techniques. Kim looked at his hand and was not pleased with his strength, which looked so weak in his eyes that he was even ashamed. Hearing Fen's guesses, Kim immediately began scratching his head and saying that this is how it is. He wants to transfer to his school to start studying his abilities and try to develop them. Fen, lowering his head, began to say that he was in vain to think that his ability was pitiful, since there are worse things, and even a blade from the hand is a very strong and worthy reward for any person. Having calmed down a little and listening to Fen's words, Kim began to think a little about his words that he was really lucky, while others didn't even have similar strength and were proud of it. Fen, placing his hand on Kim's shoulder, began to tell him to pull himself together and finally realized that such power is very worthy and has great potential. Don't think that everything is bad, because there are people like me who have the weakest abilities and don't complain, Fen said encouragingly. Kim thanked Fen for his support and good advice, to which Fen said that he should go to the others and think something about the fact that the teacher had been gone for so long. Meanwhile, the street in front of the bank was completely quiet. A bus pulled up to the stop. It was on a weekend schedule and was a little late. This was not pleasant for one passenger who was in a hurry to get to class. Before entering the bank, the teachers were greeted by the inspection agents, who so kindly provided the students with the opportunity to get acquainted with banking activities and study what would help them decide on their future profession. They took out the children's magazine and asked the teacher to rate their students according to their abilities and skills. If he knows them well, he will be able to evaluate them correctly, even without a lesson. The teacher was surprised, because first he had to show what his students were capable of, so that the comrades from the test would be convinced of their abilities. The agent said that was the point of the training. See how well children act correctly and deserve their grades. The agent began to persuade the teacher to quickly sort this out and go to a wonderful place where they make incredible coffee, where they would discuss future plans for the lesson. The teacher agreed that he did not doubt his students and could give them grades in front, but only if the agents themselves looked at his students and agreed with his grades. And as a result, the teacher and the agents proceeded to the place where the agent praised the coffee so much. One of the colleagues was very quiet and did not take part in the dialogue. He was more serious and did not try to make contact. Meanwhile, at the bank, the boy and his classmate decided to play the game rock, paper, scissors in order to somehow pass the time while they were waiting for the teacher. While the guys were playing, some people in strange clothes appeared in the background near the front door. While the guys were enjoying a little rest before the lesson, they did not even suspect that something could happen on this sunny day. One of the guys stood behind and watched his comrades play the game while eating chips from a bag that he bought in the cafeteria. He notices that some people in masks are approaching the entrance, but does not take this into account, since he does not know what kind of lesson they should have. These people were dressed in identical suits with masks on their heads and bulletproof vests on their bodies. Their uniform looked like a military one, or even some kind of unit. One of the guards notices that a group of suspicious people, about whom no one warned him, approached the entrance and began to understand that this clearly would not end well. He throws away the coffee he just brought from the cafeteria and rushes to the front doors to stop suspicious people and try to get the children away. Meanwhile, the doors of the bank opened and a strong breeze blew, which caused the guys' hair to flutter and their eyes to close, as dust could get in. The guard notices that one of the identically uniformed men who entered took out a large sword and swung it to attack the first one who caught his eye. The guard manages to push the guy away and tries to block the attack. He uses his skill and a magical club appears in his hand, which allows him to repel a direct blow from the sword. A huge number of sparks and force began to put pressure on the guard. Everyone who was in the corridor at that moment was very shocked and did not understand what was happening. They could not believe that someone would want to attack the bank at such a time and in general. The girl fell to the floor and was very frightened by what she saw. Other guys who were a little further noticed strange sounds and screams. They turn around and see that the bank security guard was attacked by some man with a huge sword, and more people in the same uniform were walking behind. The guard's baton begins to crack and will not be able to withstand a blow of such force for long. He starts shouting to the children to quickly run away from here. He began to feel that his strength was not enough and that the sword would now reach his head. The baton broke, and the sword pierced the guard, spraying a huge amount of blood towards the students, who stood in shock and could not believe their eyes that the bank was attacked and they were in danger of death. Raising a bloody sword, the man stood without a mask and said that this was a robbery, and began to ask everyone to remain in their places. Otherwise, he will kill them all more painfully. His comrades began to run behind him, but they were wearing masks and hiding their faces. He was a scary man, with a large scar on the right side of his face. His aura was like blood, and his thirst to kill was so strong that no one could remain calm around him for long. Other guards start running towards the noise and notice that they were attacked by a gang of robbers, and their comrade is already dead. They were very annoyed and started shouting at everyone to get ready to fight. The bandit with the scar stood quite confidently and was not even embarrassed by his actions. In his hand was a large bloody sword with blood dripping from it. The guard stood in front of him, blocking the path to the others who were in the bank. The attackers had strong opponents who had decent weapons, but the commander told them not to interfere in the fight. He wanted to teach such self-confident guards a lesson that they thought to stop him. All the guards gathered in the main hall in front of the ticket office. They were strong and trained fighters who had served in the army and had combat experience, and only such people were hired to work at the bank. The captain of the robbers was very fair, and seeing such zeal to protect the others at the cost of his life, told the guards that as a gift, he would allow them to die instantly. They wouldn't even have a chance to defeat an opponent like him. Some were compensated by such self-confidence of the robber that he so cruelly killed their comrade without feeling pity. They were very angry and wanted to avenge him. Holding the sword in his hand, the scarred robber began to smile maniacally, which only indicated his insatiable desire to kill. He was definitely not interested in making sure no one got hurt. He purposefully wanted to kill everyone, leaving no witnesses. Raising his mighty bloody sword, the scarred bandit began to say that these were the last seconds of their lives, so let them remember everything that they would lose because of their stupidity. Behind the guards, Akura came running to the noise, saw that bandits had entered the bank, and began to fight with the guards. Seeing such a strong opponent, she froze for several seconds, trying to understand what was happening and what to do next. She tried to stop the guards to retreat and come up with another way to save everyone, rather than fighting head-on with a large number of opponents, where there would be little chance. Only one strong blow was made, which only with its large wave and force caused disproportionate damage to their lives. This maniac enjoyed his blow and the fact that he was taking lives. A few seconds later, the bloody bodies of the guards lay on the floor, and they didn't even have time to do anything when one blow blew them all away and scattered their dead bodies throughout the room. Akura and the red-haired classmate were simply shocked by such a ruthless massacre. And most importantly, this maniac liked to kill. This sight shocked everyone, and they thought that they too could die if they didn't do anything. They visited Akura. The guy who was pushed away by the guard was still lying on the floor, trying to understand that this was not a bad dream and all this was really happening. Akura stood in real horror and realized that she had to do something quickly. The bloody sword and imperturbable face from the fact that he killed so many people only made him more terrible than a person who does not experience any emotions from what he did. Akura tried to think of a small plan and began shouting to the other guys to quickly run away, from here trying to hide in other rooms while she distracted the enemy. Showing the others the direction where to run, she told them to quickly gather themselves and not fall into despair, but try to survive and act. The killer with the sword noticed that the guys began to run away and was in no hurry to grab them or order his comrades to do so. He was curious and not at all afraid that someone would find out that the bank was attacked. Meanwhile, Boy, who was saved by the guard who died first, began to cry and understand that this was just a nightmare and they could not get out. His mental state was greatly affected, and he could not come to his senses and do something to survive. Akura began to distract the bandits by telling them to get out of here while they have time, otherwise she will capture them all and hand them over to the police. This made the terrible maniac with a big sword laugh a lot, who simply drowned in the blood of his victims. He began to say that this was a rather serious proposal, and he needed to think about it. The robber said, laughing. The guys were very scared that their away lesson could be their last and would end with their death. Such thoughts did not leave their heads, and they were very worried. Their hands were shaking and did not obey, and their heads could not think of anything to get together and come up with a plan on how to survive. Akura continued to distract the terrorists and tried to give her classmates a chance to take cover and come up with something to survive while she fought. The terrorist with the big sword offers the option that if they fill the bag with money, then he might consider leaving them alive, he said, giggling a little. Throwing the bag on the floor, he kicked it towards the guys. The other attackers stood behind their commander and did not dare to do anything until they were ordered, while they watched and looked around so that something unpredictable would not happen. The reception area was littered with the corpses of the guards and everyone else who remained. These were terrorists and children who came to class. Akura tried in every possible way to negotiate with the attackers so that they would leave this place until the police arrived here. Without letting go of his favorite sword, the terrorist said that he was not in danger, and he knew for sure what would happen now, and no one had the right to decide what to do, even such a naive girl like her. Akura began to suspect that the terrorists attacked the bank for a reason, and that there was something else here that she had not yet noticed. She wanted to protect her classmates in every possible way, because she knew that she was the strongest and capable of fighting. An ominous smile filled with lust once again engulfed the sword-wielding terrorist. He seemed to enjoy every moment of committing murders and making other people fear him. She felt this ominous aura that was oozing from that vile man who had so mercilessly dealt with the guards. This scared Akura a little, but she had encountered similar looks when she had fought before. Raising his hands to his sides, the terrorist decided to introduce his team and the fact that this was not the first time they had been working in their country and were quite well known at a high level. Their talents make other strangers tremble in fear that next time we will attack their country and leave nothing behind. Akura began to understand that in front of her were not just terrorists, but a very dangerous organization that was carrying out terrorist attacks all over the world. She once heard from her father that there are people after whom nothing remains alive, no matter where they pass. They associated themselves with the children of hell. Their power made everyone experience for themselves what hell is and how scary it is there. Death was the simplest thing they could give to their victims. Many countries have already been attacked by the Children of Hell organization and suffered colossal damage and many casualties. Even the armies could not cope with such an organization, and now all countries are looking for their lair to strike with missiles and destroy them for their sins before society. Some guys were so scared that they didn't even know what to do. They were in shock, and their body didn't want to hear the commands. They experienced such fear for the first time and did not know how to cope with it. Throwing away the bag, the terrorist with the scar ordered to quickly fill the bag with money. Otherwise, he would kill them very slowly and painfully. He didn't care who he killed or how he did it. All he cared about was consuming the whole world into hell. When the guys received the bag, they only began to get more nervous. They were in tears from fear and understanding that these could be their last minutes in life, and they still had so much to do. The man with the scar began to say that their boys were also tired, and they would need help from such girls, which means they would not die first, only after all their wishes came true. Akura, hearing this, used her demon mask skill and said that now she will stop them, and they will not cause trouble to anyone again. A horn shone brightly on her head, which was a striking feature of the abilities of the demon that her family owned. She will under no circumstances allow enemies to touch her classmates, and would rather kill them than let them go just like that. There is no forgiveness or respect for such cruel people. The terrorist, seeing her horn, remembered that he knew the owners of such a skill and said that he was flattered by the opportunity to fight with the owner of the demonic mask, which interested everyone so much. He has long dreamed of cutting off a horn, which everyone considers a strong skill and a valuable possession of the Akura family. After hearing this, Yuki only became more convinced that such soulless people are not afraid of anything, and all that drives them is the desire to kill as many people as possible, taking them with them to hell. She looked and understood that the fight would be very difficult, since she saw what he did with one blow. This kind of power is very dangerous, and belongs to a very dangerous person who does such terrible things with it. His gaze and scars speak only of a thirst for violence and destruction. Akura had never experienced such fear, looking at such a monster that was not embarrassed by anything. Sinister thoughts and desires took over his mind, and there was nothing left to keep him in this world. While Akura was talking with the terrorists and stalling for time in every possible way, the other guys were sitting under the table, not far from her, and trying to calm down. The girl with orange hair tried to keep her mouth covered with her hands so as not to give herself away. She was overcome by fear and despair. Meanwhile, the terrorist with the big sword proposed a one-on-one duel to see who has the stronger skills and abilities. He wants to put an end to the hype that the demonic mask is one of humanity's most powerful abilities. They looked at each other with great desire to find out the truth about their strength and fight a worthy opponent. Akura was glad that now she would teach such a maniac with a great thirst for murder a lesson in order to prevent the deaths of others. The terrorist said that it would be a duel to the death, and in any case, his comrades would destroy this place regardless of the result. Everyone will be killed, because this is the will of the children of hell. The terrorist raised his bloody sword and pointed it at the girl, ordering her to show everything she was capable of and did not dare to disappoint him. He wanted to feel the power that is so famous for its powerful and long history. Akura said that she didn't even think about giving in and would fight to the fullest. This encouraged her and gave her the opportunity to hold her opponents on her for longer and allow the others to come to their senses and come up with at least something. She reached her hand behind her back and realized that she had made a very big mistake. A cold sweat began to break out in her, and she realized that she had left the sword. When she was invited to the dining room, she left her sword near the pillar on which she was leaning and ran, forgetting about everything, to the dining room to taste a delicious cocktail. While she realized what she had done and set herself up, the terrorist did not waste time and decided to attack Akura himself while she was distracted by something. He swung his sword and tried to cut the naked girl who was so confident in her strength. Akura barely dodged and began to think about how to get to the sword, to fight with dignity and win. From such a strong blow, part of the wall near which she was located was completely destroyed. Akura paid attention to this and tried to move away from the flying debris as quickly as possible, which could harm her and expose her to attack. Such power was very dangerous, and without a sword, there was very little chance, Akura Yuki thought. She tried in every possible way to recover from the attacks in order to get to the sword, which she left near the pillar, which was located 10 meters from the place where she fought. Seeing a large piece of the wall that was barely hanging on a metal rod, Akura decided to use it and, jumping out on it, tried to push it into the terrorist, thereby attacking him. But the terrorist notices a large piece of the wall in time. He reacts and uses his sword to cut a piece of the wall into small pieces, rejoicing and enjoying the duel. Akura barely has time to jump away to avoid being hit by the sword. She had never encountered such power before, since only her grandmother was a worthy opponent for her, but she had never fought with her. Landing on the floor while everything was shrouded in dust, she tried to catch her breath and figure out how to attack or distract her opponent so she could get to her sword. But the experienced warrior felt where his target was and said that she could not hide from him. No matter where she was, he would still find and chop her into small pieces with his infernal blade. She masterfully tried to recover from each enemy attack and was increasingly worried that she would not have time to think of anything and do anything before she reached her sword. The guys from her class, seeing how she fights, begin to support her and in every possible way distract Akura's opponent. But such an experienced warrior cannot be defeated by this, and he did not even bat an eyelid to be distracted. Fen stood at the far table all this time and watched what was happening. He understood that Akura was fighting without a sword and had little chance, which meant he had to come up with something and help her, but without attracting the attention of his comrades and without using his skills. Fen knelt down and sat next to him was Kim, who was also rooting for Akura and hoped that she could win. Fen said that we should take advantage of the moment. He puts his hand on Kim's shoulder and asks him to listen to him and run while he can. What Akura is trying to do now is to give the others time to leave the bank or find a way to hide. Fen moved closer to him and said that this would be the right decision, and then they could help Akura not be afraid for their lives and act to the fullest, without fear of catching someone. Raising his head above himself, Fen notices a ventilation hatch that leads to the upper floors. But how to get to it without attracting the attention of enemies? Meanwhile, Akura is trying her best to heal from the fast attacks of the large sword, which causes damage with its shockwave alone. The terrorist's satisfied face only says that he does not even doubt his victory and is simply enjoying the moment. But at one point, the terrorist was already able to read Akura's techniques and was able to hit her. Everything happened so quickly that it was very difficult to see how it happened. Akura was thrown against the wall by the force of the impact. She had not experienced pain for a long time, since no one could give her a worthy fight. She immediately began trying to get up and was in severe pain. The terrorist had already begun to approach her, and holding his bloody blade, was preparing to finish off the girl. His content face expressed the joy of realizing that he was right, and the power of the demonic mask is nothing compared to his mighty demonic sword that cuts through everything like butter. Akura knelt down and began to continue trying to get up, but she had very little strength. Rising up a little, she felt like several of her ribs were broken, and it hurt to breathe. She started coughing up blood and was a little worried that she couldn't buy enough time for the rest of her school and others. The enemy pointed his blade at Akura and told her to prepare to die because she could not oppose anything to a strong warrior with his skills. Akura, raising her head, began to smile, saying that she was simply unlucky, and he was such an opponent. He begins to raise his sword and prepares to deliver his final blow, but behind him, Fen puts on a frantic show of being a stupid idiot and starts screaming at the top of his lungs that he is going to run. He waved at his opponents and giggled nervously, dragging Kim along with him, that he was simply shocked by what was happening and did not understand why Fen was doing this because he had just been completely different. The other guys, seeing that Fen was starting to run away, began to understand that they also needed to get out of this room, or better yet, the building. A crowd of schoolchildren began to run to the top of the building along the landing, nervous and crying. They hoped to find a place where they could hide and escape from such a terrible nightmare that they had seen. Akura's opponent unwittingly realized that they had managed to distract him and said that it was unexpected and strange that they had not realized this for so long. Akura was happy and began to rise through the pain that her comrades were able to escape from this room. But the captain guessed that this would happen and began to order his soldiers to catch up with the brats and capture them. "Are those children really thinking of leaving here or hiding from death?" said the captain. The soldiers, saluting their captain, accepted the order and prepared to carry it out. Their uniform was exactly military, and the actions of the soldiers were in accordance with military regulations, which means that they were former military men, Akura thought. The soldiers immediately followed the schoolchildren, who so desperately began to run to the top, accompanied by screams and fear, which only betrayed their location. A crowd of soldiers rose to each floor and disappeared into the corridors one by one. Their military training allowed them to stand up to many opponents alone, and all of them had combat skills of at least C rank. Akura took advantage of the moment that Fen gave her, and began to gather her thoughts and try to come up with something to defeat her enemy. She stood up and stood in front of the terrorist captains to continue the battle, aware of your vulnerability. She tried to stall for time and come closer to her sword. The captain said that she was really lucky that he was distracted and could not finish her fate with dignity, but still, he is obliged to end her torment in this miserable world. Akura said that this is unlikely, and in this world, those who do not value human life are pathetic, and people like him are generally the scum of society. It was said so brazenly and obscenely that it even amused the captain of the terrorists that she was not afraid of death and spoke so openly. He said that if she were a man, she would have balls of steel, but still she is a girl, which means she cannot oppose anything to someone as strong as me. said the terrorist captain. After such words from him, Akura said that he too looked more like a nervous woman who was not happy with the service and gave everyone hell on earth since she was not pleased. He interrupted her and said, "Enough of these stupid jokes. Now you will die," said the captain. Akura immediately tensed up and began to closely monitor his actions. He only said that she could not even imagine that Captain Oris himself, the most powerful and important man in China, would fight against her. When Akura heard his name, she immediately remembered that she had seen such a face once and heard that Auris raised most of the country's warriors to high achievements, and everyone was very grateful to him. Who would have thought that this would be the captain of the terrorists of the most terrible organization, Children of Hell? An influential official who sits so high at the head of the Chinese army becomes a terrorist captain. Akura did not expect such a turn at all. "After what the girl from the Akura family found out, she will definitely die," said Captain Oris. He didn't care about the open face, since he didn't leave witnesses, and he didn't care about the laws. After Akura learned such information, she only grew more worried and realized that now she had only one way out, which was to bring the battle to victory. Death is not a solution at all. The captain began to approach her and say that there was an option to save her life, and that would be to join their organization. If Akura agrees, she will be able to fulfill all her desires and no one will stop her. Akura began to laugh and say that if she could do whatever she wanted, she would destroy their organization first. The captain, hearing these stupid words through the girl's laughter, was not happy that he would have to kill a worthy candidate. Akura added that if he chooses all the candidates this way, then he should already have a notebook with blanks, because there are not so many answers to his proposal to adequately answer. The captain began to laugh loudly at her joke and said that her sense of humor was not bad, but did not reach the level of mastery of his sword. He was very pleased that he would still be able to kill the successor of the Akura clan, and it would be cut short again for many years. He was overwhelmed with pleasure and joy from the upcoming fight. Akura stood in a fighting stance and was preparing to dodge the attack at any moment in order to get even closer to her sword before the captain noticed him. Lowering his sword, Captain Oris began to thank the girl for such a chance to end her Akura family, and in return, he offers a quick and painless death as a generous person. Finally, Akura felt the sheath of the sword with her foot, and she felt much better. Now the fight promises to be interesting, because the power of the demonic mask is revealed to its fullest only with a sword. She kicked up her sword and grabbed it in her hand. Now she was ready for battle and said thank you to the captain for so kindly following her plan and unknowingly stalling for time. Taking out his sword, power began to emerge from the sword, and the silhouette of an ancient demon began to appear above Akura, which controls the sword and gives its owner unimaginable abilities to control the blade and strength that can withstand many opponents. Meanwhile, the military men who had climbed to the upper floors had already found several guys who were so desperately trying to run away and hide. The terrorists walked calmly and did not even worry that they could cope with the children. The bandits didn't even have to use their powers to catch the brats, who thought that they could escape from such strong warriors that they carefully selected from hundreds of soldiers to get into the Children of Hell organization. Some of the kids thought of running into the street and hiding between the houses and saving themselves. But even on the street there were terrorists waiting for them, which was quite strange. While the terrorists successfully caught everyone, Kim and Fen hid in the toilet on the top floor. They were very frightened and worried that they would definitely be found in the toilet and would have to go somewhere else. Fen began, scratching the back of his head, saying that now they were not in danger and they could take a breath for now and figure out where to go next. Kim was in a state of shock and did not quite understand Fen's calm state. Kim began to tell Fen that he needed to get away from here quickly, and there was no time for a break. Fen said that they really need to rest a little, otherwise they won't be able to run and hide for long. Kim was not very calm and did not take Fen seriously. Fen began to reassure his friend that he was so worried that he might die in the toilet. Calmness and a cool mind must be maintained sober. Kim, listening to Fen's words, was surprised that he could remain calm in such a situation. He couldn't help but think that Fen was behaving very strangely and suspiciously, being very strong, considering his weakest rank. Fen noticed that Kim was looking at him strangely and asking if something had happened. Fen wanted to calm Kim down and try to figure out a way for them to escape, remembering what happened to the bank guards, those pools of blood that inspired fear and despair that everyone could die. Such terrible consequences of a battle with one warrior led to such losses that it is scary to imagine what the rest could do. These thoughts did not leave Kim's head, and it was completely impossible for him to achieve peace now. He didn't want to see this, and didn't expect it to be so scary. Meanwhile, Fen was discussing what he should do and how he would cope with so many opponents. Now we really need to come up with a plan to save the other students. While Akura is fighting the terrorist captain, she tries to gain as much time as possible and allow others to escape. Her chances are not great yet, since she fights without a sword. Kim noticed that Fen froze and was thinking about something, but he felt that he had been touched, and out of habit he reacted and pushed Kim away. Fen apologized and said that now they need to come up with a plan to help the other guys escape. It bothered him greatly that Akura was fighting alone and trying to buy time for the others, but this was wrong. Kim began to get nervous and freak out that they couldn't cope with their opponents anyway. Even the guards could not do anything against such destructive power of the terrorist commander. Fen remembered that he had seen Akura fight many opponents, but against strong and dangerous bandits, it could be very difficult for her. He couldn't let someone who treated him so well get hurt. He was on the roof when several dozen opponents came out against Akura, and she dealt with them all. It was an amazing fight, and Akura's strength was truly great. Fen began to insist that they had to come up with a way to save everyone. Kim was very surprised by such strength of perseverance and confidence in his words. But what can the weakest and C ranks do against most dangerous criminals? Meanwhile, an elevator ascended to the floor where Fen and Kim were located. There was one of the terrorists in the elevator who was supposed to find the missing guys. Kim began to worry that nothing would work out for them and that this idea would not lead to anything good. He was very scared that he would have to fight strong opponents. Footsteps began to be heard along the corridor, heading towards the toilet. He was alone and walked very calmly and confidently. Kim heard that footsteps were heard in the corridor and they could be found. He started asking Fen to come up with something until they were found. Fen stood behind and behaved very calmly, trying to calm Kim down. Checking every room, the terrorist reached the toilet where the guys were. With every step, the tension only grew stronger. Kim, hearing that the enemy is approaching them, begins to worry more and worry that they will now be found. Fen began to calm his comrade and tell him to be quiet. Placing his hand on Kim's shoulder, Fen began to ask him to collect his thoughts and calm down. They must do everything possible to cope with him and save their classmates. Feng said that he would try to distract the enemy, and Kim would have to escape. Feng's confident words were very convincing and completely different from what one would expect from the weakest F-rank person. The terrorist entered the toilet and sensed that there were strangers there. He is sure that the guys locked themselves in the toilet and will not be able to escape. He, knowing that they were there, began to tell them to come out and surrender. Otherwise, they could be left without limbs and nothing would happen to him for it. Fen looked out of the booth and began to say in a cowardly voice that they were scared and did not want to get hurt. He continued by saying that this was the first time he had ever heard a small fry speak without his captain's permission. The terrorist said that he was apparently too stupid to understand who he was talking to, and therefore would be severely punished for his insolence and impudence. Fen added that he could really make decisions without orders from his commander. An ordinary soldier should not violate an order and do something without the knowledge of his superiors. Kim, hearing how Fen mocks the killer, is very scared and does not understand why he is provoking him like that. Fen understands where this is going, decides to use his power and calls on his dagger. He is overwhelmed by many thoughts about how best to act and not lose his temper at the most inopportune moment. Pointing his blade at the enemy, Fen said that he was not going to give in to some weakling, that he thought he could handle them. A small fry like him is only allowed to make the beds in the barracks and that's it. The terrorist, listening to this nasty chatter of the little asshole, says that he will tear off his tongue and feed him without any regret, and then, in front of his eyes, will begin to cut all his comrades into small pieces. The killer uses his acceleration power, and rushes to the boy to deal with the arrogant idiot who dared to open his mouth to the terrorist of the Children of Hell organization. Feng told Kim to prepare to flee when the opportunity arises. Fen stood very confidently and took a fighting stance, preparing to attack. The enemy was approaching very quickly, and the eyes of an ordinary person could not follow his movements. His impetuosity and anger towards the impudent boy moved him. He had no doubt that he could handle such a weakling with a dagger. Fen began to lose his temper and became stronger. His aura only became more terrible and larger, causing great fear among those who could see it. Fen's abilities very quickly increased tenfold. Fen began to keep up with the terrorists' movements and see everything as if in slow motion. Fen didn't even bat an eyelid, exuding stony calm. At the right moment, Fen dodges the enemy's blow without experiencing any difficulties. This was something the masked opponent didn't expect at all, that someone was able to keep up with his movements from school children. Dodging, Fen used his blade and strikes quickly with his dagger. The thirst for murder begins to overcome him, and he becomes more and more restrained. After such blows and wounds, the enemy felt that the boy was able to hide his strength and skills, and his power was very great. His mask and glasses were torn off by the blows and badly damaged. Even after so many blows, the enemy was able to get up and try to resist Fen. They tried to stay on their feet and resist each other. The terrorist began to feel the strong pressure that Fen was exuding. His gaze was very cruel and filled with blood. Fen tried to fully thrust the blade into the enemy's chest, but he resisted such force with all his might so as not to die at the hands of the schoolboy. Such cruelty in the eyes of a schoolboy was very terrible. Fen raised many questions, and it was difficult to believe that he was an ordinary schoolboy with no combat experience. He reeked of a thirst for murder, and in his eyes there was an abnormal joy at what was happening. Fen continued to tackle his opponent to the floor and pierce the body with his dagger. This gave him great pleasure. The terrorist did not understand how this was possible, and his strength was diminishing. The wounds he received only made him worse, and his body weakened. It was a fierce battle, but rather it was not a battle, but the torture of the weak. Kim watched what was happening and began to be horrified by what he saw. He began to shake with fear and be horrified by what was happening. Kim thought that Fen was not capable of such things, and what was happening before his eyes was simply unthinkable. Fen continued to enjoy and inflict wounds on the enemy lying on the floor. All attempts to fight off the gloomy boy were even. Fen heard Kim start to shake and called out Fen's name. He was frightened by what Fen did with his dagger to that mercenary. Bright red eyes and a satisfied smile frightened Kim greatly. Such a terrible act greatly frightened Kim and made him afraid of his comrade. He had no idea that Fen's power was so dangerous and that he was really hiding it. Kim, shaking, began to ask Fen to stop doing such terrible things. The enemy was already almost exhausted and could not fight with dignity, which means it was time to flee. Fen, raising his satisfied face to Kim, began to say that is this really enough? Maybe finish off this bandit so they don't get chased. Fen began to rise and hold the badly crumpled body of the enemy, who was dripping with blood and could barely hold on so as not to die. Fen seemed very strange and looked like a maniac who enjoys killing. Such a terrible aura and Fen's behavior only frightened Kim more. He was shaking with fear and trying to collect his thoughts in order to bring Fen to his senses and run while he could. Fen began to gradually come to his senses and noticed that his comrade was looking at him with great fear. Fen's clothes were covered in blood, and the state of bloodthirstiness clouded his mind and looked as if Fen was becoming a different person. After Kim's convincing words, Fen begins to feel severe pain in his head, which brought him back to normal. He understood that when he is overwhelmed by the desire to kill, he loses his mind and can harm everyone, which is why he hides his strength. Realizing that he really needs to act and not kill the enemy, Fen tries to pull the enemy away and give Kim the opportunity to escape. While Fen thanked Kim for bringing him to his senses, the terrorist had already begun to come to his senses. Kim doesn't quite understand what's happening and how it all happened. He was inconvenienced by many questions that could not fit in his head. Fen began shouting to Kim not to waste time and run, while Fen was trying with all his might to hold off the enemy. He came to his senses and is no longer strong, but like an ordinary guy who doesn't stand out in anything special. Kim said that he was leaving and asked Fen to also run faster while there was time. He was worried that Fen would not be able to cope in such a state. Kim ran away, and there was nothing holding Fen back. He tried with all his might to resist and hold off the enemy. Lowering his head, he gradually stopped trembling from fatigue and calmed down, even laughing a little. The badly cut enemy began to put his finger to his head and say that such a crazy enemy was worse than any terrorist, and that he was clearly dangerous. A soulless killer, like the children of hell. Fen, hearing all the words that the terrorist says to him, raises his head. The eyes filled with blood were very ominous, and Feng said that there was a big difference between him and the terrorists, namely, that he only mercilessly kills bad people. Without fear or regret, Fen ended the life of his opponent with a quick and precise strike of his dagger. This didn't bother him at all, nor did he feel any pity. Meanwhile, Akura continued her battle with the terrorist captain in the large hall. The large hall was saturated with the smells of steel and blood that walked along the corridors from the corpses of the guards. Akura, having finally received her sword, rose in spirit and said that now the fight would be real and worthy. Her sword glowed with great power and looked very terrifying. Captain Oris noticed that she pulled out her sword with great force. He definitely didn't expect this, and decided that the sword was the property of the Akura family and enhanced the owner's abilities. Taking a fighting stance, Akura prepared for a real fight and said that now the captain would feel the full power of the demonic blade, which was inherited in her family. The captain, taking a fighting stance, replied that now he would not hold back, and he was very interested in what the owner of demonic power was capable of. Immediately, launches an attack to take the enemy by surprise. The first attack was skillfully repelled by Yuki's sword. Confident movements and pronounced abilities showed that she was a worthy opponent and capable of fighting on equal terms. Oris was very surprised that she was able to block his fastest attack. And that girl's strength has clearly become stronger, and her sword skills are at a good level, the captain thought. The captain was very glad that he had a worthy opponent. He was happy to fight the heir of the Oris family at full strength. Akura said that she was very sorry, but the captain's strength was not enough to resist her when she had the sword. The captain said that she was quite self-confident in her abilities. Such a girl can become a good ally, but it will be very difficult to convince her. Looking confidently into the girl's eyes, the captain said that she was very confident in her skills and would be a worthy ally. Maybe she could change her mind and still accept the offer, said Captain Oris. Yuki said that as long as the sword is in her hand, she will never retreat or let go of the captain. Her strength is worthy only of those who are pure in soul and worthy of this sword. Emotionally, Yuki decides to attack and neutralize the terrorist captain. She was engulfed by a bright glow of power that was absorbed into the sword and strengthened it. Fast and technical movements were supposed to reach the target and neutralize the captain. The Akura family's craft was ancient and taught the true art of swordsmanship. Captain Oris, seeing the girl's bright and fast attacks, began to rejoice that he would be able to show all his techniques and have a worthy fight. The captain raises his sword to counterattack and fend off the quick attacks of the brazen girl who dared to challenge him. The captain's strong blow interrupts the rapid attack of the terrorist Captain Oris. The great bloody sword is capable of repelling the attacks of anyone who tries to attack with its shockwave. Akura felt a strong blow from the shockwave and barely managed to block most of it with her sword, lost her balance and began to fall. For a split second, Akura Yuki thought she couldn't hold on and tried to step aside to launch another strike. Her task was to hold off such a strong enemy for as long as possible in order to wait for reinforcements. The captain did not act restrained and continued to attack Akura. She barely managed to hold back the blow of a huge sword, and the captain only increased his pressure and was glad that the fight was only becoming more interesting. Having fought off the attack, Yuki began to attack her opponent again with great enthusiasm and desire to defeat the vile terrorist. Akura Yuki decided to use her strongest cloning move and attack from 3 sides to confuse her opponent. The captain did not even bat an eye at such a vile technique. His sword's lightning attack again repelled all of Yuki's attempts to attack and interrupted all attempts. She barely manages to parry the blow again, More and more she began to doubt that she could cope with such a strong warrior. The captain's next attack was repelled by the demonic blade. Akura spent so much effort trying to inflict at least some damage on the enemy, but nothing worked. Captain Aris was very pleased that she was able to hold out against his attacks for so long, that he even found it interesting and amusing that he was able to enjoy the duel to its fullest. Akura was very calm and tried not to show that she was tired and confused because she did not know what to oppose to such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, soldiers from the street began to enter the bank and pull the students with them, who dared to run into the street in an attempt to escape. The students cried and asked to be let go. They would not tell anything. The captain noticed that his soldiers were successful and caught all the kids on the street. He began to tell Yuki that now she had no chance to resist them. The terrorists were dragging captured children, and some were so pitiful that they were crying and screaming, begging for help and mercy. He didn't want to die so young. The captain was disgusted to listen to these pitiful screams, and he ordered them all to close their mouths. The soldiers saluted and agreed with their commander's orders. One terrorist also reported that several students fled to the upper floors, and another group of soldiers went after them. The terrorists caught almost all the children, and only a few children remained. These children did not know where to run and drove themselves into a corner, leaving themselves no chance of salvation. A group of several soldiers went to check the upper floors, since nothing had been heard from one soldier for a long time. They walked along the corridor and checked every room, and also tried to contact their comrade, who had gone to the upper floors in search of the missing guys. Akura was in despair that everyone was caught, and even on the street, did no one see people dressed strangely, catching children screaming and asking for help. This was very suspicious, Akura Yuki thought. Children could not even do anything against professional terrorists. Even if the children had good abilities, they were caught without any problems due to fear and lack of experience. Captain Oris was very cunning and realized that with a large number of warriors and hostages, she had no chance. He began to show Yuki to give up and give up her blade. He was filled with joy that everything was going according to his plan. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Oris said that she had no choice. Otherwise, he would start killing all the students and not even hope that help would come here. Akura, hearing that no one would come to the rescue, was very surprised, because having made so much noise, no one even noticed that something was happening in the bank. Were the terrorists able to pull off something so high level? But how? This kind of magic is very complex, and is it really possible? On the street, everything went as usual. Buses plied around the city, and people walked under the windows of the bank, and no one paid attention to what was happening in the bank, which means that the terrorists hid the entire bank from prying eyes. She was shocked that this was possible. If this is true, then no one knows about the bank seizure and hostages, and all the children are in danger. This was the worst news she could hear that day. Meanwhile, the soldiers put all the guys they found in the corner near the door and began to guard them. The captain continued to threaten Akura that she had better surrender until he began to kill all the hostages one by one. One of the hostages was a bank employee who sat among the children and tried to come up with a plan to inform the police that the bank had been seized by terrorists. He was very nervous and understood that there was very little chance of survival, given that this organization, Children of Hell, leaves no witnesses and all tricks to believe him would be a real lie. While the terrorists were distracted by the fact that there was a quiet life on the street, and they watched people walking and did not even realize that there were terrorists in the bank. They also looked at Akura, who stood with a sword and tried to fight with their captain. Unexpectedly, a bank employee decides to take a desperate act, and using his strength, tries to escape from the crowd of kids to call for help. The children were pretty frightened by the sudden movement, since their mental state was already undermined by so many terrible events during the day. At high speed, he gets to the nearest workplace, where the phone was located, in an attempt to call the police. He was overcome by despair and the understanding that they would not survive anyway. He had to do something and try to prevent such a terrible end. He grabs the phone and dials the police number and quickly begins to say what happened without waiting for an answer. The terrorists had already noticed him, but it was too late to do anything. Unexpectedly for the office worker, there was no connection, which means that it was disconnected, and his attempt was in vain. He was very scared and realized that this was the end. Suddenly, a bag flies at him, in which he was supposed to put money. The bank employee was in a state of shock that they had no chance of salvation, and holding the phone receiver in his hand, he could barely stand on his feet with regret and fear. The satisfied and scary voice of the terrorist captain was heard behind him. He said that apparently the bank employee did not hear at all what he was talking about with the girl. The entire building is under hood, and no one will come to their aid. The bank employee fell to his knees, and with a frightened voice, began to ask for forgiveness for his actions, and beg him not to kill him. He is just a small fry that does not deserve death from such great people as the captain. The other guys, taking out their cell phones, also noticed that this was indeed the case, but they thought that the connection at the bank was simply bad. They began to be overcome by fear that no one was trying to save them, and that the outsiders had no idea what was happening in the bank. The captain stood opposite a minor bank employee, and holding in his hand the bloody sword that he admired so much, told him that he was wrong to underestimate his position. The bank employee began to shake with fear and horror, realizing that this was his end. The captain put a sword to his head and began to say that it doesn't matter who you work in the bank. All positions are very important and connect all employees if one link in the chain is broken. The employee was already covered in cold sweat and fear. His body stopped being heard, and the last happy moments of his life began to flash through his eyes. Captain Oris raised his sword above his head and said that everything comes to an end, and every action has its consequences. The bank employee began to cover his head with his hands, realizing that these were the last seconds of his life. The captain looked at his victim with a hungry and merciless gaze, receiving only pleasure from it, and at the last moment, when he was preparing to strike, he was stopped by Akura's voice. She asked not to do this, and in return he would fight her. This is what the captain wanted, but he did not intend to leave unpunished anyone who disobeyed his order. The captain said that this fight would happen anyway, and she shouldn't distract him. Akura began to say that he should not kill ordinary and unarmed people. It is not worthy and does not deserve honor. Only cowards and weaklings commit such acts. Captain Oris, continuing to talk with Akura, notices that the employee is trying to escape and is slowly trying to crawl away under attack. This only amused the captain, and he told her that he had done a lot of worthy deeds for his country. But it did not end well, and then he realized that the goal is most important, and any actions should be taken for granted, regardless of the circumstances. He swings, preparing to strike at the weakling, who is trying to crawl away thinking that no one is seeing him. Such a spineless creature does not deserve to live in a strong society, the captain said. With one blow, he cuts off the leg of a crawling office worker without showing any emotion. His ruthlessness showed only cold calculation and no emotions. Akura was very upset that she could not stop the captain, and he still struck the man. Splashes of blood scattered in different directions, and the horror of what they saw was unpleasant. After cutting off the leg, the next blow followed, which was supposed to end the bank employee's suffering from pain. There was only horror on his face at what was happening, and his body was screaming in pain. Akura closed her eyes so as not to see the moment of the murder. She was overcome with anger and pity that she could not help the person, even though she had great power. Her position was not at all advantageous, and all she could do was just watch. The bloody head flew past her. It was a terrible sight, and she really didn't want any of her classmates to end up the same way. After such a brutal and demonstrative murder, the captain pointed his sword at Akura and said that now he would fight with her, and the battle would be very interesting. Akura stood with her head down and tried to pull herself together and come up with at least something that would help her win and save her comrades. At that moment, behind the large hall where all the children were gathered, the door of the landing opened, which led to the upper floors. All the terrorists heard this and immediately took notice. They thought that their comrades from the upper floors had returned, but what they saw was very strange. A boy appeared from behind the door, walking out with his hands up all alone. No terrorists accompanied him, which means he came on his own. The captain was surprised by this act and asked why he came alone and where were his comrades. Kim began to approach slowly, holding his hands up and stopping. He said that he knew where the money was and that he came alone, since he did not meet anyone on the way. He tried to behave as calmly as possible, but the fear and horror of what he saw made him a little tense. He began to tell me that there was a man on the top floor who took money there to hide. Looking at his classmates, he saw just a terrible picture. They were all in shock and a mental state. They were overcome by fear and lack of willpower. Everything was much worse than Fen had imagined when they came up with a course of action and a plan to save the rest of the guys. Fen was quite confident and spoke as if he had already encountered something similar. Kim tried to understand what Fen wanted from him and said that he would try to cope. But Fen was sure that everything would work out and he would cope with the terrorists. There were so many thoughts in Kim's head then that he didn't know where to start. Fen assured the guy that he was obliged to go down to the first floor to his opponents and report that there was a man on the top floor who had hidden their money. This idea was quite risky, but Fen spoke so convincingly that it seemed he could handle it, Kim recalled. Meanwhile, Kim, standing with his hands raised, began to get nervous and was convinced that Fen was right and the captain would send his people to the top, thereby reducing the number of guards that would hinder them in the future. The captain, looking at the boy, was a little pleased that he did not run away and realized that he could not hide, but rather help the terrorists in the search and thereby try to win his life. But the captain was not at all the kind of person who would allow someone to survive. Kim began to say that he knew exactly where the man with the money was and would tell everything he knew. He was filled with fear, but what Fen asked him to do was much more dangerous for himself. One could only hope that the captain would do exactly as Fen said, Kim thought. Fen has taken on the role of bait and is going to distract most of the opponents, but if he fails, he will simply die, or he can. Remembering how Fen fought with that soldier, he seemed to be enveloped by a thirst for blood, and it was a very terrible sight. The captain, having heard that there was a man at the top who took the money and hid it, and his people who went there were not in touch, began to think that there was someone dangerous there. Why didn't his people contact and warn him? The soldiers behind began to worry about what they would get because they could not foresee this and behaved too rashly. They began to shake with fear because their captain could kill anyone who disobeyed his order. Turning his head to his people, the captain began to say with a terrible look, exuding hatred and a thirst to kill the culprit, why they could not find the one who stole his money and hid it. One of the soldiers fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for not being attentive and being able to view it. He swore that he would immediately deal with it, begging for mercy. After what had been said, the soldier raised his head to his captain and saw a very dissatisfied face. Oris, holding the sword in his hand, only squeezed the hilt tighter so as not to cut his stupid and inattentive subordinate on the spot. Approaching the soldier, the captain sat down and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that this was his last chance to correct the mistake and find the money and the person who dared to take his loot with him. If he copes, he will not die. Rising to his feet after the commander's order, the soldier saluted and swore at the cost of his life that he would complete the task and bring money and the head of the one who dared to do this. The captain ordered the rest of the soldiers to also go up and help. Otherwise, he doubts that his people do not just answer and that together they will be able to cope. Kim was very worried that everything was happening like this and that Fen was right that the captain would send all his people to search for money too. This was very surprising, but staying here was also not the best idea when Fen would be fighting a crowd of opponents alone. The captain praised the boy for telling them where the money was and said that it was the right decision. Kim felt embarrassed that he was being praised as if for a betrayal and said that he just wanted to survive. Meanwhile, Akura said that now they can fight and no one will stop them. You sent all the people to search for the man with the money, and now you are left alone, Akura said. But the captain, horrified with his words, saying that now he would have fun and organize a survival competition among the kids. The fight will be to the last drop of blood. It was simply terrible that such a soulless person could come to this. Making them fight among themselves is just a nightmare. His satisfied look and crazy eyes spoke only of a thirst for death and blood. His power frightened everyone so much that they took his words for granted and obeyed. The children, having heard such an order, were shocked that they would have to fight among themselves and even with Akura, who was much stronger than them. They never expected this, and the fear only overwhelmed them more. The children began to say in hysterics that they had no choice if they wanted to survive and focus on neutralizing the strongest enemy together. The guys were horrified that their sergeant suggested this. The guys, nervous and afraid that they might die, agree with their sergeant and begin to scream in horror that they must act together and defeat Akura. Akura hears all these screams and understands that the captain is not just a terrible person, but a real monster, which forces others to fight among themselves, giving very little hope that anyone will survive. While Akura was thinking about what she should do, Kim came up to her and in a calm voice began to ask what they should do, otherwise it's not good to kill their classmates. He tried to cheer Akura up and calm him down in order to come up with a way to stop his classmates from running out of fear. He came even closer and carefully and quietly said in their ear that they wouldn't hold out much longer and help would come. Akura, hearing that Kim was able to contact someone, was a little happy, but quickly realized that she couldn't show emotions. Otherwise, the terrorist Captain Oris would suspect something. She, of course, was very surprised and did not quite understand how he managed it. But she tried to restrain herself and not question Kim. They needed to buy a little time until help arrived. Akura then told Kim to stay behind and not interfere with her while she fought. Kim immediately said that he completely agreed and would not have been able to cope with them anyway. The guys stood very scared and realized that the guy, the sergeant from another school, would help their classmate Akura. This only bothered them more, since they did not know what he was capable of, but considering that he had the highest position in the class, he was definitely not a weakling, the children thought. The guys were sure that they had no choice and would have to fight for their lives, but Akura and that guy Kim were quite strong. Kim, looking at the guys, understood that it wouldn't be easy and he had to think about something faster or try to stall for time until Fen came. At one point, Kim decides to add that he became good friends with Fen and learned a lot about their school. He especially liked Akura's attitude towards him. Commander Aris is tired of this useless chatter and lack of action. He slammed his sword on the table and destroyed everything with a bright flash to attract attention. He said that if they continue to stand, he himself will begin to kill them one by one and will not leave anyone alive. The captain is tired of waiting so long for such an interesting show. Classmates were immediately seized with fear from the hopeless situation, and their faces began to look like desperate zombies who had not eaten for a long time. Such a sight only made me horrified at what the fear of death can bring. The captain was glad that something interesting was finally starting to happen, and added that if they could deal with Akura and her comrade, they could increase the chances of survival for everyone taking part in the battle. Kim involuntarily realized that he had become an enemy for his classmates, and out of fear, they would do anything to survive. This was only frightening, but Akura stood behind and thought that it was necessary to somehow knock them out so that they would not fight. The captain, showing with his hand that the kids needed to participate in everything if they wanted to survive, began to invite them and fight. If they continue to sit in the corner and shake with fear, they will quickly become acquainted with the bloody sword. Their fear did not fade away, and the horror that they felt from what was happening only pressed on them with greater force. They had to fight the strongest girl in their class, and maybe even the school. It was almost impossible for them to defeat her, and hopelessness and despair forced them to rise. Kim, looking at what was happening, said that he would stay behind and not disturb Mrs. Akura. He said this with an awkward smile and fear that was felt in his trembling voice. Akura understood that she would have to fight. Akura decided to ask Commander Auris what would happen if she defeated everyone. Can the terrorists guarantee her that they will be released? The captain did not expect such a turn from Akura and thought that she only wanted to protect everyone, but here she offered to kill everyone in order to survive. This was very funny, Auris thought. He began to laugh loudly with an insane laugh that scattered throughout the large room. He was overcome by madness and joy that he agreed to see such a spectacle. It will be very funny for him to watch how all the kids are killed by their classmate. Akura immediately took a fighting stance and prepared to attack her classmates, having come up with a plan in advance. She was scared that something might go wrong, but it was the best option possible. The guys, seeing that Akura was already ready, began to shake with fear even more and think that they had no chance to cope with such a strong warrior, that she could fight with the terrorist commander almost on an equal footing. Akura, standing in her fighting stance, began to fill her blade with power, pointing it at her classmate. The girl, seeing that the attack would be on her, began to shake until her legs gave way. The terrorist commander Oris began to smile and really wanted to see such a massacre from the successor of the family and heiress of the Akura family. It gave him pleasure to see the fear and despair in the eyes of the victims. A classmate started shouting at Akura that she should understand that giving more people a chance to survive is much better than just a few. This will be better for the current situation. Akura added that she did not agree, and it would be better for the strongest to survive in order to try to survive in the fight with the captain, and idiots like them who believed that he would let someone go do not deserve to live. The rush attack was activated by Akura, and her sword began to emit a large amount of light, making it impossible to properly see where the blow would come from. Using her ability, Akura splits into clones and attacks her classmate from 3 sides. The speed and variety of attacks indicated that it would not be possible to defend against everyone. In fear and despair, Akura's classmate activates her ability to fight with her arms, which are covered in magical power. She starts screaming and trying to fend off Akura's attack. Her magical hand begins to come into contact with Akura's blade, and there is a bright flash that blinds everyone who looks closely. But it was just a clone, and the real Akura moves closer and seeks to attack its classmate. She behaves confidently and calmly, not allowing her emotions to cloud her mind. The girl understands that she could not resist the attack of Akura's sword and will now be defeated. Her body began to break out in cold sweat and fear that this was the end. But Akura carries out a knee strike to the opponent's body and grabs him by the neck and presses him to himself without using the sword. It was painful, but not fatal. Holding her close, Akura tells her that she has a plan and she can cope, and begins to ask her to pretend. Having clarified his intentions, Akura performs a technique that will throw his opponent as far as possible. The girl, hearing Akura's words, understands that she does not intend to kill her classmates, but is trying to save them, and what she said later was very important. After the bright flash from the sword has dissipated, the girl's body flies into the crowd of classmates and knocks down some. They were all frightened by such power and did not know what to oppose Akura. They were greatly frightened that they would have to fight such a strong girl. The comrades in a hurry began to run up to their classmate and check her condition. The girl, standing next to the body of her friend, turned to Akura and understood that even a crowd could not cope against such force. All the guys were scared and understood that if Akura decided to do this to save her own skin, then they definitely wouldn't survive. Kim, standing behind, smiled slightly in fear and realized that joking with Akura is very dangerous because she has incredible strength and skills, which is hard to imagine. Akura stood with a downcast look and, trying to be serious, told the rest of her classmates and students from another school that she would be happy to knock them all out and wait to see who would be next. Her strength and abilities were of a high level, and her ability to remain calm in critical conditions paid off. Now all she had to do was defeat the rest of the guys until help arrived. Kim stayed behind and said that he would not interfere with her venture. The captain was so happy with what he saw that he began to laugh maniacally and say that the spectacle was not enough for him, and he needed more. He was enveloped in madness and joy from the torment of the children, who were trying so hard to survive in a fight of unequal strength. The guys were very nervous and heard the terrorists' orders and were in despair, but they had no choice and either fight or die at his hands. They were not given any other options. Akura again took a fighting stance and waited for the next enemy who dared to challenge her. The main thing was not to kill or injure, in order to save everyone later. Suddenly, an empty and crumpled soda can flies into the commander's head. It was completely unexpected and strange. He immediately changes his face and, exuding strong anger and rage, turns his head and glances at the potential place from where the can was thrown to him. It was the slightly open door of the landing, where the soldiers went to find the guy who had hidden the money on the top floor. There was no one on the stairs, but a strange sound was coming from there, as if someone was laughing very quietly. Fen stood at the top and looked through the open door. His clothes were covered in bloodstains. It was as if he was possessed and pleased with something that he laughed, enjoying what was happening. He was again overcome by bloodlust and the mighty power that he had hidden so tightly. An incredible aura emanated from his body. She was frightening with just her appearance and made the owner incredibly dangerous. Captain Oris picked up the can that flew into his head and was very annoyed. He looked at her and thought, who had the audacity to do this? Akura and Kim were surprised, and only Kim guessed that it was Fen, and he finally came to the rescue. Putting his hand to his face, Kim thought a little about the fact that Fen had really dealt with all the terrorists that the captain had sent. The captain throws the can back out of anger and hits the door, behind which the silhouette of a guy appeared who dared to throw the can at the captain. Fen was smiling and giggling like crazy, after which Fen very quickly began to throw some things at Captain Oris, which surprised the captain even more. The boy's bloody clothes were all that the terrorist could see. This infuriated the terrorist captain, and he began to shout that how dare he throw garbage at him. If he doesn't have the courage to show up and fight, then he doesn't deserve a peaceful death, the captain shouted. After his loud and emotional speech, the captain lowered his gaze to what the impudent boy was throwing at him, and saw that these were the masks of his comrades. They were bloody and even broken, which meant they were dead. After which, the captain looked again at the door of the landing, and the boy was no longer there. He began to think that this guy was not so simple if he managed to defeat his best men alone. Angry that the guy left, as if he doesn't respect his opponent or wants to lure him to his field by preparing in advance, the captain gets angry and decides to prepare a gift for his victims. Using one of his techniques, the captain gives his sword a very strong striking force and makes an attack that will help lure out the impudent boy. A quick attack and a sharp sword blade cuts the ceiling in the blink of an eye, thereby causing it to collapse. The children, seeing what is happening, begin to panic and try to take cover, but they will not have time to escape from such a size of the slab. They are shrouded in fear, and they are unable to move while being near their wounded friend, who suffered in the battle with Akura. Akura, using her cloning powers and great speed, rushes to the aid of her classmates and tries to save them. She is overcome by the fear of not being able to cope and exposing even more people to her helplessness in the situation. In the last fractions of a second, she manages to pick up the slab with herself and her clones, using an increase in strength. The children sitting under her were already preparing for death and, covering their heads with their hands, were already saying goodbye to life. But Akura arrived in time and saved them. She was feeling quite hard and sweat was running down her face. She was not sure that she could cope, but still the desire for justice and willpower helped her cope. Terrorist Captain Oris was surprised that Akura managed to stop the falling ceiling and hold it on herself. He said he was surprised by her strength and how she still continued to fight for her classmates, even though they wanted her dead. The boys were glad that they were able to survive, but they realized that they would still have to fight her if they wanted to be released. They were scared, and in this state, they no longer understood what was allowed and normal and what was not. They were driven by the desire to survive. The captain, after a few seconds, said that this does not change anything, and the guys had the honor of attacking their savior while she was busy with a large slab on her back. If they still want to leave here alive, ha ha ha, said the captain. Akura said that she doubted that they would succeed, since she would not hesitate to let go of the slab if anyone decided to attack her. She doesn't care about her comrades, but if they want to harm me, then I won't doubt my actions, Akura said. The captain was pleased and said that as soon as he dealt with his offender, he would return and want to see who would remain alive, and if the winners were still not determined, he would kill them all. After which the captain jumped up, using his strength, and headed to the top floor through the hole in the ceiling. His face became serious, and he understood that the enemy was not so simple if he managed to defeat all his people. Akura, meanwhile, continued to hold the ceiling slab with her clones so that it would not crush her classmates. They were still in shock and could not come to their senses and escape by leaving the danger zone. Kim, coming out from under the stove, began shouting to everyone to get together and come out from under the stove while Akura held on. If they don't want to die, then they need to come up with something and save their lives together, shouted Kim. Those who had mental problems decided that now was the right time to attack Akura while she was immobilized. They were very frightened and saw only what the terrorists they were so afraid of ordered them to do. Some guys started to be against it and say that she was a fool if she decided that this was a good idea, but she should think about how to quickly get away from here and not fight among themselves. Another guy with a very serious face began to approach Kim. Kim was a little worried, but he couldn't allow a massacre to happen between schoolchildren that they believed the terrorist would let them go after everything he had done. Kim warns the guy that a fight is not the answer and they should try to get out of the bank while the captain is distracted. They may not have another chance, and the murder of their classmate will torment them for the rest of their lives. The boy with red hair was on edge and said in a hysterical voice that even if this was so, it was not a fact that they would be able to get out at all. It is not known what is on the street, and maybe even the captain will notice them when they run away and kill everyone without hesitation. The sergeant of the second squad and Akura's classmate, who was the first to fight with her, finally came to her senses and began to approach the guys, holding her stomach. They noticed that she had come to her senses and began to slowly and calmly walk towards Akura without saying anything. Akura, all this time, is holding the ceiling slab with her clones, and her strength is already at its limit. With every second it becomes harder and harder for her, that she could break at any moment and let go of the slab. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the captain finds himself with Fen, who was so kindly expecting him. Red eyes and a face covered in blood were prone to serial killers and maniacs who enjoyed this. Rising to the top, the captain saw the bloody bodies of his charges lying around. The scattered furniture was covered in blood. Looking at this, the captain did not get angry, but admired the boy's cruel work. He saw the same facial expression as his own, which meant that the boy liked to kill and enjoyed the process. This quality is highly valued in his organization, and it would be nice to attract such an outstanding specimen. Fen continued to enjoy his actions and admire his blade, which was so sharp and covered in the blood of his opponents. He took pleasure in the sight of the blood of his victims, and the possibility of battle gave rise to a great desire for delight and joy. Captain Oris decided to take a moment and tell the guy that he admired his work and the pleasure with which he did it all, and decided to invite him to his team. Such a killer could become a worthy commander of his organization and lead other monsters to create chaos, the captain said. Fen pretended that he was thinking about the proposal that he would be allowed to kill with great pleasure. But another thing I said was that this was wrong, and the power should be used for good. Fen spoke his answer and said that this was not enough for him, and he wanted to kill all the members of his organization for daring to catch the eye of his carefree life. He likes to kill, but he did not want to kill ordinary people. After he finished, Fen immediately decided to attack the terrorist captain and began to move very quickly, trying to confuse the enemy and attack from an unexpected direction. His movements seemed very fast and dexterous, making it difficult to determine where he would attack from. The captain took a fighting stance to counterattack. Raising his sword and preparing to strike, he said that it was in vain to offer to join his organization, since he did not stand out in anything that the captain could not do. Fen began to laugh, as if he was playing with his victim. He enjoyed the fact that the captain was trying to follow his movements, but Fen didn't even give it his all. Oris is tired of this small cockroach running around and decides to use the shockwave and hits the floor with his sword so that it begins to shake and crumble. At that moment, Fen is behind the captain and says that it was too slow to stop him. The fury of a predator could be seen in the boy's eyes, as if he was trying to corner the buffalo and tear it to pieces. The captain once again gets angry and tries to attack the guy with his strongest move, cutting everything with his sword like paper and hitting him from below. Fen took advantage of his speed advantage and decided to move closer and strike with his dagger. The captain begins to smile because the fight has become very interesting and even more dangerous than with a Cura. An opponent like this guy can tickle your nerves with his fast movements, as if he has a very strong ability. In those split seconds that brought them closer to each other, Fen, with his satisfied grin and satisfied face, said only one word slowly. The captain was surprised, but did not stop and only tried to carry out the blow faster in order to kill the arrogant boy who dared to challenge Captain Oris himself. But Fen was right, and at the last moment, the boy jumps and dodges the blow of the sword without even catching it. The boy's speed and reaction were at a very high level, even if he did not even receive a scratch after such a blow. After performing several somersaults in the air, Fen began to laugh and say that this was not enough to defeat him. A pathetic attempt, wielding such a large blade to fight a fast assassin, said Fen. The captain, seeing that he could not hit the guy, began to suspect that he had very rare skills, that he was able to read the movements of the enemy, or even predict them. His attack is capable of demolishing many opponents, but against this boy, it was a piece of cake. Fen landed on the floor and tried to stop. Due to the high speed, he immediately began to prepare a counterattack, while the captain had his back turned and did not expect such a rapid attack. Juggling his dagger in one hand, Fen showed off his skill and ridiculed the captain's pathetic attempts to resist him. He saw everything and knew that he could win, enjoying the fight. The captain, turning around, began to smile and tell the guy that the captain was giving him one more chance to accept the offer and fight together against humanity, scorching the earth where they set foot and forcing everyone to kneel before them. Fen changed his face and said in a serious voice that he saw many opportunities to kill Captain Oris with one blow, and he was not interested in the proposals of a weakling who was not able to fight with dignity. At least 5 attacks are capable of killing a terrorist with one blow if attacked at high speed, but the guy was not interested in this, and he wanted to enjoy mocking the enemy and making many cuts so that he would bleed. The captain, putting his hand to his face, began to laugh like crazy, that the boy really thought he could handle him. Fen behaved quite confidently and calmly continued to play with his dagger. Fen didn't wait long and decides to make his wish come true and prepares for a quick attack. He so wanted to torture the captain for what he did to the people who worked here. Such atrocity should be punished with the same coin, thought the mad Fen, and the captain of the terrorists admired such self-confidence and desire to kill him that he himself was glad that he had encountered a worthy opponent. He was filled with pleasure and madness, but there was also anxiety that everything might not go the way he wanted. 2 satisfied and crazy people rushed at each other, trying to kill each other, enjoying the duel. Bright and strong movements and the shine of their blades and eyes just wanted to get more blood and pleasure. Also, due to explosions and destruction, the elevator doors, as well as the elevator itself, were broken, which did not allow climbing to the upper floors. The fight of 2 opponents was heard for many floors, and the ringing of their blades that crossed in the heat of battle. Meanwhile, Seiko was sitting all the time after the terrorist invasion in the security room on the upper floors, which was a safe place with an armored door and a good lock. He sat on a chair with his hands behind his head and his feet on the control table. He felt great because no one found him. He didn't care about anyone or what was happening downstairs. He just enjoyed being safe. Returning to Fen's battle with the captain, we see that all attempts to hit Fen were in vain, as he dodged all attacks, not even trying to show a real attack, but simply enjoying the fight. The captain's next attempt to hit Fen with his sword or wound him was even. It was starting to piss him off that Fen was just running and not attacking and fighting like a warrior. After such a strong blow, the captain's sword stuck to the floor, and Fen, being in the air, must land and attack. This was the right time to inflict a wound. Fen, without hesitation and with a big satisfied smile, puts his foot on the blade, not allowing the captain to lift it, and is going to carry out an attack so that the captain feels pain and humiliation that someone could cause him problems. This greatly angered Captain Oris, that he once again failed to hit the guy, and in return set himself up. This puppy playfully fights with the terrorist captain and shows no respect to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Fen carries out his attack, trying to inflict a wound on the captain. His gaze was filled with joy from blood and flesh, which Fen cut with such pleasure with his dagger. Striking a blow, Fen lands behind the captain and realizes that he had little time to dodge a serious injury, which was not pleasant. The captain receives a blow to the shoulder and feels severe pain as his collarbone was damaged. He had never expected such a lightning-fast attack and became more tense. The boy was able to increase his speed, which allowed him to do this, which means he did not reveal all the cards of his skills. He must be more careful and come up with something, thought Captain Oris. Fen attacks the captain again, trying to inflict another wound and immobilize his victim so that he does not leave. Oris barely has time to notice that the boy is attacking again. The blow lands on the right hand, and the sharp blade of the dagger cuts the clothes and flesh of the terrorist captain. The captain is unable to block such fast and precise movements in time, and begins to try to figure out a way to retreat. Fen carried out blow after blow, using his speed and inflicting more and more cuts on the captain's body. This brought great pleasure to the boy, who could so easily deal with a strong opponent. The captain, unable to stand it, tried to cover himself with his sword in order to block at least some of the blows of the lightning-fast boy, who, having increased his speed, became invisible to the captain's eye. This began to worry him greatly, that he would not cope. Another run near the captain and inflicting a wound tired Fen, and he asked the captain that he had forgotten how to attack, that he had become closed. Fen began to laugh and provoke his opponent, the terrorist captain, so that he would show everything he was capable of. Otherwise, Fen would quickly finish him off, and the fun would end. Such a provocation worked, and the captain smiled brazenly and said that he agreed that it was necessary to finish it, and decided to use his technique, which he very rarely used, since there were few opponents who could cause so many problems that the bloody sword was not enough. The captain's hand began to become covered with dark matter that was saturated with nightmare and horror, exuding the horror of those whom it killed. Fen was surprised that the captain had another ability, and it was something strange that he had not seen or heard of before. Fen almost looked at such an ability that he could get hit in the head and jumped back with lightning speed using his speed. He had no idea what would happen if he touched such a force and how dangerous it would be, but his sense of self-preservation told him that it was definitely not safe. After the captain used his unknown ability that looked like tentacles sticking out of his hand, their color spoke of great strength and danger, and the bloody sword in the right was also an ability. Fen was surprised that the captain would be a man who had several abilities. Fen began asking questions and saying that this was the first time he had seen this, and was surprised that the captain had several abilities. Fen was not tormented by fear, but only by curiosity and hope that the battle would be much more dangerous. Captain Oris was not very talkative, but said that he had not met such a strong opponent for a long time, and someone who saw his second ability. Usually everyone died only from the sword, but only a few were honored to witness such power as dark mist. Fen began to smile and say that he was glad that the captain decided to fight seriously. Otherwise, if it had not been for this darkness, the fight would have ended very quickly with the death of the terrorist. Captain Oris began to smile and become more confident in his abilities. This dark haze spread across his hand, and its tentacles sought to fight and absorb as many people as possible. Fen was glad that he could finally dance out all the anger that had accumulated in him during those years at school. He was very lucky that terrorists attacked this particular bank and brought him so much pleasure. The captain begins to prepare his most dangerous move and imbue his blade with the power of the dark mist, which is able to interact with other abilities, increasing them or changing them. Fen began to feel that the enemy's strength was increasing, and he understood that something very interesting was about to happen. The power of the captain's sword increased and became more and more unimaginable. The captain feels how the darkness absorbs his strength to carry out such a powerful blow. His body was very tense and forced him to scream in pain. The bright glow of the sword began to connect with the tentacles of the darkness and increase in size. From the impact, All the upper floors were pierced by enormous force, and a huge pillar rose into the sky. From such a blow, many debris flew in different directions of the city, causing damage. Fen thought the captain was trying to hit him, but he just made a huge hole in the building. But for what? All floors were breached. The building could crumble at any moment if it was further damaged along its load-bearing supports. Because of such noise and serious shaking of the building, Seiko looks out from the security room. He was very frightened and was surprised to see a huge hole in the building. Terrorist Captain Oris began to jump up and try to escape. He began to realize that he could not cope against the guy now and could be killed, which means that it was better to retreat and regroup. Fen did not look at how the terrorist captain ran away and decided to go after him, not allowing him to get away with impunity for the crimes he committed that day, and the rest. Fen knows that he is faster than the captain and decides to use his speed to catch up with the criminal and defeat him. The captain notices that the guy with the dagger does not want to fall behind and begins to look around. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to escape and would lose to some brat who cut his people like paper, leaving no one alive. Such power was very dangerous, and having such an opponent that was able to withstand almost all of his actions was very dangerous. Suddenly, the captain notices a boy in a red jacket on one of the upper floors who was looking in fear at the hole in the building. Oris was glad that this was his chance to distract the guy with the dagger and save his own skin. Fen was getting closer and closer and was preparing to grab the terrorist. Suddenly Fen sees Seiko, and his body itself wanted to attack the guy since he caused a lot of harm to Fen. The lust for murder flared with great force, and it only became more difficult to control. But Fen's rational side is also able to control his thirst for blood, and a voice in his head orders him to stop and not do this. The hairdryer flies past Seiko's head and falls to the floor, spinning several times. Seiko did not understand what happened and how Fen ended up here. He was scared and didn't understand what had happened, that the building had suffered such damage. Approaching Fen, Seiko asks him what happened and why is the weakling lying here. After several somersaults, a column of dust rose, and Fen, coughing, began to try to get up and come to his senses, so as not to inadvertently kill his nasty classmate. Meanwhile, the terrorist Captain Oris stood on the roof and saw that the boy had nevertheless distracted his classmate, and for this the captain thanked him. Seiko, raising his head and hearing what the captain told him, was surprised and frightened that the terrorist thanked him. Seiko didn't understand what he did, that he helped the scum, that they attacked the bank and the people, that they work here. The captain looked at the guy in the red jacket and thought that everything would work out and he would be able to escape. That weakling clearly did not look like a maniac with a dagger who could so easily kill the captain. Fen began to rise a little and hold his head. His condition was very unpredictable because his bloodlust asked him to kill Seiko, and his mind told him to come to his senses and cool down without attracting attention. Seiko begins to ask her cowardly weak classmate why he is here and the captain of the terrorists. But at one point, Seiko notices that Fen is somehow strange and does not behave as usual. Fen is unable to control himself properly and struggles with his desire to finish off Seiko. His body begins to exude the dark aura of a killer again, and his body was breaking from the battle inside. Seiko didn't understand what was happening to Fen, but it looked creepy. The captain was still on the roof, and seeing that the guy with the dagger was behaving somehow strangely, he advised the guy in the red jacket to run away from here while there was time, otherwise he would die. Seiko was scared, and his head didn't understand what was happening. Fen doesn't understand why the terrorist is advising him to run away, and why is something happening to Fen. Meanwhile, Fen became even scarier, and his aura became larger and darker. The captain is able to discern the enemy's aura only stronger than his own, or at the same level. As soon as he paid attention to Fen, the strength of his aura began to grow, which meant that the boy was able to hide his abilities and strength. He was glad to see that there was such a person, and now he had to leave before he was caught. Seiko became scared because even the terrorist told him to run away from here. Has Fen become dangerous? But this was impossible, because in all the years, Fen had never shown that he was strong in anything and was a weakling. The captain said that if it weren't for the guy in the red jacket, he would not have escaped. So he would not kill the one who hurt him, although not consciously. After those words, the terrorist captain used his strength and jumped, hiding behind the roofs of other buildings, and left. Seiko was amazed that he found himself at such a moment and saw a strange situation. The captain, while in the air, thought that he would need to find out more about that guy with a dagger who has incredible abilities, and if he couldn't subdue him, then lure him into a trap and finish him off. Meanwhile, Seiko began to look at his classmate, and for some reason get nervous, because he did not understand what was happening to Fen and why some strange air was emanating from him, making it difficult to breathe. Afterwards, Fen raises his head and looked like the devil incarnate, who came to this earth to do terrible things for his own pleasure. His mind was captured, and Fen simply could not come to his senses. Seiko watched as the terrorist captain ran away and disappeared from view. He didn't understand what happened and why Fen was here. Behind Seiko, strange sounds were heard that frightened him a little and came from where Fen was. Fen, with an eerie aura, begins to approach his sergeant and say that he is very glad that he met his beloved sergeant and was happy, laughing like crazy. Seiko felt that his weak classmate had a strange aura about him, and Fen's appearance was very frightening. Seiko noticed that Fen was not at all like the weakling who studied with him in the same class. Seiko began to suspect that these were just guesses, and he was in vain thinking that Fen was capable of something. He probably ended up here by accident, and still needs to get off this building. Seiko grabbed a piece of reinforced concrete that was sticking out in the rubble of the wall and pulled it out. He used his ability and jumped down with it, hoping to get to the other guys and escape from the building. Heading downstairs, Seiko was not at all interested in what would happen to Fen, since having such a weak and useless classmate never suited Seiko. Fen walked to the edge of the crack in the floor where Seiko had jumped. The boy with a happy face decides that Seiko doesn't want to play with him or offers to play catch-up. This only turned Fen on and gave him hope to play with his classmate and sergeant. With deft and quick movements, Fen moved downwards, resting against different parts of the walls that remained after the break. Seiko noticed that Fen was chasing him and approaching him with a satisfied smile and a strange face that did not look like a weakling. Such movements and speed are not like the abilities of the weakest person, Seiko thought. With his own eyes, Fen saw so many opportunities for murder in front of him. He was filled with bloodlust and fear, which fueled Fen's terrible condition. Seiko was surprised and did not understand why that weakling was pursuing him. Fen, having caught up with his classmate, grabs him with his hand and says that he will not let him go again. This gave Fen the most pleasure, that he could play with his prey. Holding Seiko by the neck, Fen squeezed it a little so that the boy would not escape. Seiko began to worry that something strange was happening, and Fen shouldn't behave like that. He began to think that he wanted to take revenge on him for all the bullying and beatings at school. Fen looked like a madman, enjoying what was happening and wanting only murder and blood. Turning his dagger towards Seiko, Fen began to say that they would now play a game. Seiko grabs Fen's hand and tries to break free from her classmate's grip. Seiko began to shout that the brute was trying to kill him and insulted Fen in every possible way, not admitting his mistakes. At one point, Seiko manages to break away from Fen and, using her piece of concrete with reinforcement, brushes it off to prevent him from getting close to him again. Fen was much faster and managed to dodge the blow. Jumping onto the remains of the ceiling, he pushes off with his feet again, and with an excited and satisfied face tries to attack Seiko again. Seiko has no idea what Fen is capable of, and simply hopes that he has finally gotten loose and can safely fall to the bottom. It was a deliberate decision, and knowing his abilities, he was not worried that he would be able to stop in time and land. But Fen, in the blink of an eye, came close to Seiko and grabbed him, and said that they would fall together, and the one who gave up first would lose. This gave Fen so much pleasure that he did not worry at all, knowing that he could not die. Seiko again starts trying to escape from Fen's embrace and screaming that they will die if this continues, and Fen said that Seiko should not worry. Fen will not die. Ha ha ha. Seiko, very angry, decides to use his strength to the fullest and quickly swings his arms to hit Fen and drive him away from him. Fen manages to dodge the blow and smiles that the sergeant is still trying to fight him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sword approaches Fen, shining brightly and flying with great power. Fen did not expect this, and did not realize that someone could interfere with his entertainment. Fen, having no difficulty, knocks away the sword that was flying so quickly at him. Its fast and precise movement deflects anything that may come. Meanwhile, Seiko has almost reached the bottom and swings his hand to launch his concrete projectile into the floor and create a shockwave that will throw him aside. Fen was distracted and couldn't keep up with Seiko. Seiko's strong throw created a powerful explosion, and the shockwave began to knock him back. The dilapidated building almost collapsed from such explosions, burying all the children under it. Seiko was thrown onto the second floor, and he held his head in a group so as not to receive severe injuries from the landing. After such an explosion, Fen landed next. He is like a superhero who is able to fall from great heights without getting hurt or injured. These movements were so light and graceful, as if the body was controlled by a master of the highest rank. Rising to his feet, Fen turns his attention to the sword that is stuck in the floor next to him. This sword looked quite familiar, and Fen remembered. Where did he see him? Let's go back to the moment when Akura held back the concrete ceiling with all her might, which could have killed her classmates. She was on edge and hoped that everyone would finally calm down and stop trying to kill her or the other guys. A classmate begins to approach Akura, that she was a sergeant and commander of the second squad from the Akura class. Her hand began to glow, indicating that the ability was being used. Other classmates stood behind and were hostile. Kim stood in front of Akura and shouted to everyone to stop acting like cowards and make the right decision that Nada would unite and save everyone together. He was worried that so much horror and fear that his classmates experienced could greatly affect their future. While Kim tried to reason with his comrades and other schoolchildren, Akura tried with all her might to hold on to the concrete ball that was pressing on her more and more. Akura's classmate was getting closer and already had her ability activated. Kim continued to say that there was no way to fight among themselves and that no one would be released alive anyway. The other children, who were determined to kill Akura in order to survive, could not think soberly, because they were overcome by fear. Kim was already at his limit and begged everyone to come to their senses and not make such a mistake as murder. He didn't want to resort to violence, but he wasn't going to leave Akura either. If everyone continued to try to kill her, then he would use his ability and fight. Kim's frightened classmates began to complain that he was protecting a girl from another school and did not understand that their lives were at stake. Their shaking voice and fear in their eyes said that Nada would turn to a psychologist after such an incident, Kim thought. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Akura to hold such a weight. She was sweating like a stream, and her strength was already at its limit. She had already begun to ask to quickly solve everything and remove the other guys from under the slab that she was holding. Otherwise, she wouldn't stand it for so long. The confident gait of the red-haired girl with her fighting ability was getting closer and closer to Akura. Kim began to worry, and spreading his arms, said that he would not let anyone through and would fight, but killing was not the answer. Unexpectedly for Kim, a red-haired classmate stood in front of him and turned around, telling everyone to start listening to orders and get ready. First of all, take the wounded and frightened from under the slabs to free Akura. Kim, having used his ability, was surprised and glad that everything turned out this way. The other children were surprised and frightened that other classmates began to go over to Akura's side. This meant that it would still not be easy to wrest salvation and freedom for themselves, some frightened children thought. More and more guys, whose commander was a red-haired classmate, began to go over to her side and carry out the order to save the guys. Kim was surprised and didn't know what to say. They stood like American soldiers in formation, surrounding Akura, and were ready to defend it. These classmates continued to remain calm and understood that they only had a way out if they acted together. Yuki from the Akura clan was pleased that she brought her classmate to her senses with her advice, but still began to ask them to quickly pick up the guys. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to hold such a piece of concrete. Some guys were concerned about this decision. They were still overcome by doubt that they should accept the offer and unite. They thought only for themselves and wanted to kill Akura to save their own skins. A red-haired classmate and commander of the second unit forbade them to approach them, saying that if anyone decided to commit a vile act, he would be immediately captured and put in prison. The girl in her condition no longer knew what to do. Everyone began to gradually come to their senses and unite against the terrorist captain. She understood that she could not cope alone, and all that was left was to retreat. The other guys who went along with their commander of the second detachment, calling up their weapons, stood on guard and reported to the commander that all the wounded children had been successfully moved to a safe place. Kim, using her strength, cuts the concrete slab into small pieces and frees Akura. The guys were now together, and they had to come up with a plan to neutralize the terrorist captain. Akura was glad to finally relax, but her muscles and body were very sore. She had not experienced such overstrain for a long time. Kim looked at Yuki and understood that it was good that she was on their side and was not going to do anything bad against her comrades. Kim turns to her with the words that nothing is over yet and she needs to run upstairs to help Fen, who is now fighting with the captain. Akura, hearing that Fen was fighting, was very surprised. She didn't take Kim's words seriously because she thought that he simply didn't know that the hairdryer was weak and couldn't last even a second, which meant he wasn't fighting the captain. Akura approached her classmate and, placing her hand on her shoulder, thanked her for being able to understand how to stay alive for everyone. Remembering the moment when Akura carried out her attack, she hugged her classmate to her and told her in her ear to pretend to be wounded and remember what the terrorists said at the beginning. When the girl landed, she was surprised and at the same time glad that Akura was not going to kill them, but was simply buying time or trying to knock out as many as possible. When she came to her senses, she noticed how Akura saved a bunch of children by grabbing that large concrete ceiling and holding it on her. The boy nearby was trying to help his friend and was worried that she was seriously injured. She thought about it and remembered that terrorists from the Children of Hell organization never leave witnesses or hostages. They kill everyone, and this means that there is no way for them to escape unless they defeat the captain. Gradually, Akura's classmate begins to come to her senses after such a strong blow that her friend gave her, and, leaning on her friend, she tries to get up. The girl's friend begins to ask questions about her condition and worries that she has suffered. But she simply realized that Akura Yuki was right and she had to fight for her life, but not by killing each other, but to go against the one who came up with it all. Remembering this, the commander of the second squad told Akura that she really helped her understand everything. But what would happen if she didn't understand and just lay there unconscious? Akura did not expect such a question and said that she was just lucky then. Suddenly the floor shook and the children were very scared. They had not felt such tremors before and realized that it was due to the battle that was taking place on the top floor. Kim, feeling this, remembers that she should run to help Fen and let Akura not believe him, then he will make her see the opposite. Akura herself stands in horror that this could be the force of the terrorist captain. Kim again starts shouting to Akura that she should run upstairs and help Fen in the battle with the terrorist captain. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to cope. Akura didn't understand until recently why Kim decided that it was Fen fighting the terrorist captain and not some guard who survived. Kim grabs Akura by the shoulders and tells her that she knows that it is Fen and they themselves agreed on how to carry out the plan so that the terrorist captain would send all the people to search for Fen. She was indignant because she knew that Fen was not physically a weakling, but was not capable of fighting against such a strong opponent, and especially against the crowd of soldiers who went to the top. Kim did not listen to Fen's friend's lack of confidence and said that if she stood there like that, she would definitely not meet her comrade alive. Kim lets go of Akura and begins to move away. Kim sees the landing and heads as fast as she can to get to the top floor faster and make sure Fen is still alive to help. After such an explosion, he was worried that Fen had failed and had already died. Akura starts to get angry that if she doesn't go, then this might happen and Fen will get hurt. She was disgusted to realize that if she did not intervene, the person who became her first friend at the new school would suffer. Akura approaches her friend from the second squad and asks her not to let her guard down and take all the guys away, otherwise it's not safe here. Akura says that she is going to the upper floors with Kim, and she needs to stay and guard her comrades. After the conversation, Akura and Kim head together along the landing to the top floor. There is a lot of dust around, and it's even scary that the building could collapse. Having reached the door that led to the second floor, the guys stopped and were a little worried, because for about a minute there had been no sounds from the upper floors, but the captain of the terrorists had not returned. When they opened the doors, they were shocked by what they saw. There were many fragments of the building lying around, and the corpses of the terrorists whom the captain had sent to the top. Such a sight frightened them greatly, and was even disgusting to watch, since everything was covered in blood, and they understood that a normal person would not have done such a thing. Akura thought that the terrorist captain himself did this, having heard from them that they had failed in the task. Walking to the remains of Akura's room, he notices many cuts from the terrorist captain's sword that were left in the heat of battle. Many remains of concrete debris that remained from the battle filled several passages. Akura looked up and saw that a huge crater had formed across the entire building, which meant that an attack so powerful was used that it was capable of such a thing. It never occurred to her that the terrorist captain was capable of such a thing. Kim began to approach Akura, also trying to understand what happened here, and after examining the walls and corpses of the terrorists, he approached and also saw a huge hole in the building that ran through the entire house to the sky. Akura notices that suddenly someone has jumped and is flying down. From such a great distance, she could not see what had happened and did not know what to do. Akura Yuki instinctively tried to take out her sword and somehow influence the outcome, but suddenly she notices who is falling and doesn't quite understand why. In the air, the guys fell spilled floor after floor, and Seiko was very afraid that Fen was deliberately ruining everything so that he would crash. He was shrouded in fear, and Fen's expression that he watched in flight was similar to the look of a killer. Fen smiled and even laughed as he pursued Seiko in flight. He was greatly turned by the amount of blood and corpses that Fen saw, and the consciousness of the killer absorbed him more and more without letting go. Kim says it's Fen, but it's like he's a different person and is chasing Seiko. "What's going on?" Kim asked. Akura began to take out her sword and try to figure out how to stop the guys and figure out what was going on. Akura points her sword at Fen and tries to aim so as not to hit anything important. She is forced to do this, otherwise they will crash to the ground together. She never expected this, and she became more and more interested in what happened to her comrade. Using her power, Akura launches her sword upward in an attempt to distract or knock down Fen so that he stops trying to grab Seiko, after which Akura grabs Kim by the hand and drags him to safety. She knew about the ability of her classmate and Commander Seiko, and understood that he had not just jumped and was holding a large piece of a concrete slab in his hand. The explosion that allowed Seiko to be thrown back sounded quite menacing that even everything shook. A bright surge of power with which the concrete slab was saturated increased the force of the blow and saved Seiko from falling. As he lay on the floor and hoped that he could get as little injury as possible, he did not understand what was happening to Fen, that he decided to attack him and behaved strangely. Realizing that he was able to land normally, Seiko begins to rise, feeling very tired and angry that he almost threw his legs over Fen. Akura and Kim start running up to Seiko and asking what happened. Seiko, when he saw the guys, was surprised and said that he didn't think that she could survive. Akura, despite the rudeness and stupidity of her commander, began to ask why Fen was pursuing him. Seiko said that it was not Fen, but some kind of murderous maniac who just wanted to play with him. There is blood all over his clothes, and his conversations and behavior are so arrogant that you definitely can't call such a person a Fen. Suddenly they heard someone landing from a great height behind them. The guys immediately became a little nervous, as Seiko's words puzzled them a little. The fact that Fen could be someone else was doubtful, but the fact that the guy's appearance was very alarming was definitely true. A man appeared in front of the guys, rejoicing and acting as if nothing bad had happened. He wanted to play with them and have a very interesting bloody game. His eyes glowed red, and the air around him became too heavy to breathe. The guys have never seen anything like this." Akura and Kim were surprised to see their comrade Fen covered in blood. The psychopath's strange behavior and laugh made him a little nervous and worried that he wouldn't be able to come back. Akura began to try to shout to Fen, telling him that he should calm down and come to his senses. Controlling power can be very dangerous if the power exceeds the owner. Seiko did not interfere and simply walked up to the door to go downstairs, but decided to warn Akura that Fen had changed a lot and was not acting like a weakling and a coward at all. Going down the stairs, Seiko added that he saw strange things, and that the captain of the terrorists, apparently, was running away from Fen, and Akura should also run away. She was very surprised that this was possible, and that Fen really had such strength that she could force such a strong opponent to flee. Akura watched the departing silhouette of Seiko and did not quite understand that Fen had really become so dangerous. She guessed that he was hiding power, but did not quite understand the scale of the problem. Kim began to tell Akura that he had not seen him in this state and did not know how to intervene. Now Fen doesn't even try to hear the words of the person he knows. He is driven by cruelty and bloodlust. Akura understands that now she does not know how to bring Fen back to normal, but she must buy time and try to stop him. Standing in front of Kim, she continues to tell Fen to listen to her and come to his senses. Otherwise, she will hurt him. This only made Fen happy that he could fight such a strong opponent. He still doesn't have enough blood on his blade. The bright eyes were imbued with a strong aura of pleasure from killing and interfered with the consciousness, trying to force the body to kill. With his killer's gaze, he saw all the vulnerable areas of the enemy and could attack at any moment, delivering a fatal blow, but the thirst for blood and the desire to play with the victim showed him all possible ways. Periodically, Fen grabbed his head with his hand and tried to fight the voice in his head that made him act so cruelly. When the maniac inside took control, a lot of terrible things happened, and it was necessary to get out as quickly as possible, otherwise you could remain like this forever. While the guys were trying to reason with Fen, there was also a war in his head between two personalities. Akura hoped that Fen would come to his senses and be able to cope with this, but the look in his classmates' eyes was completely different from the person she knew. Fen was calm and cruel. He raised his dagger at eye level and, running his finger along the blade, began to say in a serious voice that he wanted to kill as many as possible and enjoy the process. Akura realized that Fen could not cope with the force that had consumed him, and now all that was left was to try to buy time. She told Kim to quickly go downstairs and take the other guys out of the bank. Kim heard Akura's request, but did not want her to attack Fen to buy time. He had already seen what Fen did in the toilet, and he enjoyed what he did with that terrorist. Akura began to attack Fen, and realized that without her sword, she would not be able to hold off the guy for long. His strength and physical condition were running low, but Fen looked quite confident, and when he saw that he was being attacked, he smiled. With one sharp and precise movement of the dagger, Fen carries out an attack. Akura barely has time to dodge to get even closer and grab the guy trying to hold him. Suddenly, even after dodging, there were wounds on her arm and leg, but not deep. Akura was surprised that she could not notice these attacks and dodged, thinking that everything was behind her. She didn't expect this and realized that Fen's ability was at a very high level if he moved so quickly. Fen's consciousness was captured and all actions were controlled by the lust for murder. When she got up, after the blow, she decided to tell the boy that she really liked that she became friends with him. She stood, holding the shoulder that Fen had cut her, and said that from the first day she met, she was interested in everything about him and was friends with him with great pleasure. The next moment, Fen says that he also liked it, and with a quick movement of his hand, he draws his dagger into the throat area, after which Akura falls to the floor, and Fen, frozen in one position and holding his blade at neck level, began to smile. His smile grew wider, and a new war for identity capture began in his head. The second me, with my thirst to kill, has long wanted to deal with the man who is so dear to Fen and hoped that there would be a chance. We are transported to Fen's memories when his power first manifested itself. In the first grade, the boy was left an orphan and was in deep shock that everything had turned out this way. His parents were killed in the house where they lived, in an attempt to rob. Doctors said that it took a long time to establish the identity because the bodies were severely mutilated. Behind little Fen stood his uncle, who hugged the guy and tried to support him. It was very quiet at the funeral, and almost no one came. The boy was still tormented by shock that would not let go, and it was difficult for Fen to understand that now he was left alone. The uncle and aunt agreed to shelter the boy and raise him until he came of age. They were ordinary office employees, and their personal lives were not very good. After living with Uncle and Aunt Fen for several days, I felt all the suffering that they caused. Tying up a child and insulting them in every possible way was the norm in their family. The uncle and his wife were very cruel people and abused the guy in every possible way. In the evenings, they got drunk and tied the guy up so that he wouldn't go anywhere and took out on him the evil they received at work. Fen was a very quiet and reserved child. His clothes were dirty because his relatives didn't wash them, and they simply didn't care about the guy. He tried in every possible way to avoid people so that they would not find out anything. One day, a classmate approached Fen in elementary school and started asking why he always came to school so dirty and dressed out of season. She didn't want to offend the guy, but simply to understand what happened or was happening to him. While she was trying to talk to Fen, a friend of that girl looked into the class and told her not to touch that dirty fellow. Otherwise, you'll catch something else. The girl stood near the hairdryer and replied that there was no need to exaggerate. She just wanted to talk. Fen was once again offended, and when a beautiful classmate approached him and wanted to know his problems, he felt that it became warmer inside, but no further conversation followed, as another girl spoke out about the guy's wickedness and strangeness. He simply lowered his head down and silently continued to listen to all the dirt that the girl's friend poured on him, who tried to talk to him. It was very painful and unpleasant. He wanted to cry and be left alone. Nobody liked him and everyone mocked him for his appearance and behavior. Nobody cared about such a strange guy like him. After classes, his classmates would often wait for him around the corner and beat him in a crowd. The boy was in pain but never answered them. He always wore a sweater to hide traces of blows and abrasions. Other children at his age had already received their abilities and began to reveal their strength by learning skills and progressing. But Fen was completely weak and did not receive any power. His abilities have not yet been revealed. He suffered from pain all the time, that he was beaten everywhere and called names in every possible way. Such a life was completely bad and cruel. My mental state and self-esteem fell lower and lower. One day after school, Fen tried to spend as much time outside as possible so as not to come home, and they immediately started beating him. He wanted to enjoy the peace and tranquility, even for those short hours that lasted after school. Suddenly, barking was heard from behind the bushes and a puppy ran out to meet the boy, wagging his tail so joyfully and cheerfully and wanting to play. Fen was scared at first and was surprised that a puppy appeared there. He joyfully greeted the boy and, wagging his tail, beckoned him to play with him. Fen began to stroke the puppy and, sitting down on his knees, hugged him and felt that now he was happy. The puppy began to lick the boy, and Fen laughed because it was ticklish. They felt so good and happy together that Fen began to spend time with him more often after school. On another of these days, when Fen was late at the playground with his puppy, his uncle approached him and began to worry that the child was coming so late after school. Uncle, seeing that his punching bag was having fun on the street with some mongrel, got angry and began to tell him to go home, since there was a lot of work ahead and homework to do. Suddenly he remembered that he was not at home and turned around to notice that a lot of people began to look at him for his conversations, and almost burning with shame, he decided to pretend to be a good father so as not to stand out. Putting his hands on his hips, the uncle told his stepson that if he wanted, he could take the puppy with him into the house and play there together. Otherwise, it was not good to walk on the street until late alone. Fen was surprised that his uncle allowed him something. Fen was very happy and began to thank his uncle for such a gift. Fen was so happy that the only friend who loved him so much was a dog that was just as dirty as Fen. That evening after dinner, in Fen's room, one could hear joy and laughter, which his aunt and uncle disliked so much. The light was on in the room, and it was time to go to bed. Looking at their notebook, Fen and the puppy climbed under the blanket and had fun playing and enjoying every moment. The puppy licked Fen and supported the boy in every possible way. Suddenly, a strong and terrible cry from their uncle frightened the guys that it was already late and they should go to bed. The boy constantly experienced such horror, and with the advent of the puppy, it became a little easier that there was someone who gave joy. After turning off the lights, our children went to bed and fell asleep. In the notebook that they were looking at so happily was a drawing of Fen and his beloved friend. They were happy and glad that they met. One Saturday, Fen, holding his puppy in his arms, approached his uncle and asked him to go for a walk with his dog. The uncle, drinking a can of beer in front of the TV, did not want to listen to the boy and told him to go wherever he wanted and not interfere with him. This answer completely satisfied Fen, and with great pleasure the children ran outside. Joy and love for the life that he has began to appear in the boy's eyes. Leaving the apartment, Fen called his puppy after him and said, laughing, that today they would play catch and hide and seek. They were having so much fun together that they didn't notice anything around them at all. Saturday's warm weather was just right for Fen and his pup to have a nice day. The kids came to the playground where they first met, and only there could they play normally. They were happy and having fun. The carefree childhood life was a reminder of itself in every possible way, and even Fen began to enjoy life. They often hugged and ran, not paying attention to the time and other people who were also with their children. In the evening of the same day, Fen pays attention to the clock that was on the building and gets scared, since he is late for dinner and his uncle will swear. This worried the guy a lot, and he ran home with his puppy. Arriving home, Fen stood in front of his uncle and aunt and asked for forgiveness for being late. He didn't want to do that. He just got carried away and completely forgot about the time. The uncle, finishing his next can of beer, was not happy with the guy's behavior and began shouting that asking for forgiveness was not enough for him. Fen was very afraid that his uncle would start beating him again and tying him up for not following the rules. The air was filled with the stench of anger and hatred that the vile uncle and aunt exuded. Suddenly, the puppy began to bark at his uncle because he felt negative energy and anger towards his owner. Fen immediately knelt down and began asking the dog to stop barking and calm down. Fen was very worried about what they both would get from such monsters. This barking made my uncle very angry, and he, clutching a can of spot beer in his hand, begins to shout that now he will show how much you need to listen to him and follow orders and what will happen for failure to comply. He hits the boy in the face with the outside of his hand and throws him to the ground, shouting that he doesn't care about the kid, that he's as useless as his parents. All this time, the puppy begins to bark and try to save its owner. The aunt began to smile maniacally because she would now tie up the boy and enjoy the torture of her beloved hubby. Fen did not resist because he understood that it would only get worse. Uncle is already tired of the stupid dog's incessant barking, and he beats the dog with all his might to make it stop. Such a soulless brute in the form of an uncle did not feel a drop of regret or awareness of what he was doing. Fen turned white when he saw his only friend being hit with all his might by his uncle. All that Fen loved and that began to improve his life was that puppy that showed a lot of beauty in this dark world. The puppy hit the wall from the impact and began to whine in pain. Such behavior with animals should be punished very severely, but for Uncle, it was just another nothing that could only eat his grub and interfere with his sleep. Meanwhile, the aunt tied the guy up on the floor and enjoyed the process while her hubby beat the boy's dog. Fen felt intense horror and helplessness. It was very painful for Fen to see that his uncle didn't care about the poor animal, that he did this. And now he would beat Fen, experiencing only the joy and pleasure of letting off his steam. Taking out his crooked bat, the uncle began to look down on Fen and say that now he would receive a lot of blows, both for himself and for his mongrel. There was only cruelty in his eyes, and not a drop of regret or love for Fen. Swinging and with all his strength, the uncle began to hit the guy all over his body, not sparing him one bit. The aunt stood nearby and enjoyed the performance and began to laugh. This nightmare happened in their family all the time. Suddenly, Fen hears terrible news about his parents, and such information simply shocks him. He couldn't believe that everything that happened to his parents was the fault of two people that he knew. The aunt puts her hand to her mouth and says that maybe she shouldn't have said in front of the boy that we killed his parents. Uncle begins to smile and says that no one will believe such garbage and can do the same with him as with his parents. Remembering that day, how they tied up their friends and tried to find out where they were hiding their money. Beating and torturing the couple in every possible way, they overdid it and killed them without learning anything. At that moment, a robber tried to get into the window and saw that a murder had occurred. The uncle began to laugh and say that they were so lucky that that robber, while in court, became the main culprit and he was sent to prison. Fen was in deep shock and hearing this, did not know what to say. Gradually, Fen's condition began to get out of control and the boy's aura began to show a terrible bloody color. The dog was still alive and seeing what these monsters were doing to the owner, tried to bark and attack again. The puppy jumps and bites his uncle's hand, sinking his teeth into his hand. The man begins to grimace and scream in pain. Fen asks the puppy to run away and not interfere. He was glad that the dog was alive, but now he was afraid that they would both die at the hands of terrible people who could kill so easily. The uncle swings his hand and hits the puppy with all his might. His eyes are full of anger and malice. He took out his self-hatred for being a weakling in ability on everyone around him who was weaker than him. Fen began to cry when the dog fell to the floor in front of him and did not move. This greatly frightened the guy, and he had not yet seen death before his eyes. His best friend had now died due to the weakness of his master, and Fen understood this. Suddenly, the puppy was able to lift his head and lick the cheek of the boy who loved him so much for the last time. These moments of joyful life will always remain in his heart. Eyes full of tears gradually became empty, and the pain from loss grew stronger. Afterwards, the puppy fell and did not make a single sound. Fen realized that these were the last breaths of his only friend, who loved him and shared all the sorrows and joys of life. The aunt was glad that the dog was gone and she could save money on food. Uncle looked with his cruel gaze and said that he just wanted to throw this piece of flea-filled fur in the trash, like the little asshole who dragged it. Cruelty and violence, grief from loss, and the realization that in front of you are really the murderers of all those who were dear to you. Fen felt a great force that began to push him along the bloody path of life. A dagger appeared in his hand, exuding the power of desire to pierce the flesh and become covered in blood. The body began to become stronger and lighter, and the weak arms became very strong. The ropes that bound Fen's body could not stand it and broke with one movement of his hands. A sense of justice and bloodthirstiness began to cover the boy's consciousness. The uncle was a little surprised that such actions awakened strength in the guy, but the fact that he saw a weak dagger only meant that the boy would also be a weakling in life. He begins to rise from his knees and look at the boy from above and say that he is also an ordinary weakling, that he is not capable of anything. The only thing that power gave him was this small dagger that could crumble from the first blow. The uncle decided to teach a lesson to the boy who had finally awakened his strength and, putting his bat in his stomach, told him that now he would show how his parents suffered when he tortured them. In one quick and precise movement, Fen strokes his uncle's mouth, silencing him. All this time the boy was trying to digest everything that happened to him and the fact that they killed all those who were dear to him. Uncle felt that Fen had cut off the tip of his tongue and lip. He fell to his knees, and a lot of blood began to flow from his face. The aunt was frightened and did not understand what had happened and how this was possible. She ran up to her husband and began to worry. Fen, standing in front of them and watching his uncle suffer, for the first time felt what is called the desire to kill and the thirst for blood. Looking at the bloody dagger, Fen began to smile and ask his uncle and aunt whether it was pleasant for them to kill so easily. After cutting and torturing his uncle many times, he finally breathed his last and was killed. A lot of blood was smeared all over the kitchen, after which Fen proceeded to his aunt, and leaving her no chance of salvation, he immediately said that she would die a very painful death, depriving her of parts of her body, and further torture had finally ended her life. After this, Fen raised his head up and holding a bloody dagger in his hands, began to laugh at the top of his voice. The bloody body and the realization of what he had done begins to come to mind. Fen stands and looks at the light that shines so brightly from the lamp and does not know what to do next. Suddenly, Fen wakes up in a cold sweat in the hospital where he was taken after the bank takeover. Fen was covered in sweat and horror in his eyes. He didn't believe it was a dream or even a memory of a past life when he was little. After waking up, a nurse came into the room to monitor Fen's condition. She was glad that the boy woke up and said that he needed to rest for now until his body returned to normal. Fen tried to get up a little to ask where he was and what happened. The nurse said the boy was taken to the hospital with severe fatigue. The body and organism were very exhausted, which led to loss of consciousness. Fen tried to get up, but the nurse said that he needed to rest, and placing her hand on his chest, said that the regime should not be violated and that he should rest. She put Fen down and started telling a funny story to distract the guy and relax him. She was assigned to monitor the patient, which she did. She said that a few days ago, he was brought by an ambulance from one of the places where the attack took place. Fen, hearing that several days had already passed, was very excited and remembered what was happening in the bank then. He began to be overcome by fear and horror that he would not remember what happened after he fought with the terrorist captain Aris. Fen jumped onto the bed and began asking the nurse what happened a few days ago. Were there any casualties among the children, and when did it all end? The nurse said that everything was over and he needed to rest, and in a week he would be allowed to go home. She tried in every possible way to calm Fen so that he would not worry and would not remember the nightmare that they had experienced. She said that all the children were fine and there was no need to worry. Fen grabbed the nurse by the robe and nervously and excitedly began to ask about his comrades. Otherwise, he had not seen them after he passed out during the fight with Akura. As the memory began to return to his mind, he remembered that he tried to cut Yuki's throat and clearly remembers that he saw her fall. He began to be overcome by fear that he had lost the person who had become friends with him. Fen fell back onto the bed, shocked as his memory began to return. He thought. About Akura, Yuki understood that he could have killed his friend. He was overcome with cold sweat and fear from the horror of what he had done. The nurse began to calm the guy down when she saw how he turned pale with fear that he remembered. She said that everything was over, and none of the children were hurt. Everyone remained alive and unharmed. Fen, with great fear for his friend's life, began to ask about Akura Yuki. And where is she now? Is everything okay with her? Since the last thoughts in his head remember only the terrible moment that could have happened through Fen's vein. The nurse said that Yuki Akura was alive and doing well. She should come to visit you today to check on you. Fen was simply shocked by what he heard. He remembered that he was going to cut her throat and then passed out. Did everything really work out and she survived? Worried about his friend Fen, without hesitating for a minute, decides to urgently run and look for Akura to make sure that she is okay. He couldn't help but think that they might not be telling him the truth when trying to find out what happened at the bank. The nurse did not have time to do anything, and even foresee that the boy would decide to escape from the room. She stood with awkward surprise and realized that he remembered everything, and this was not very good. Everything that happened in the bank was now under the cover of secrecy, except the attack itself, but the details were not disclosed. Fen ran through the corridors to find Yuki. When he went outside, he was barefoot and ran from the hospital to find her. So many emotions of fear and pain from the loss of a loved one that I accepted him so weak. Meanwhile, Akura Yuki was already approaching the hospital, holding bags of food in her hands so that Fen would have something to eat. She was joyful and satisfied that everything was fine and enjoyed every moment. Suddenly Fen saw Yuki, who was walking opposite him to the hospital. His face turned pale from not understanding what had happened. Knowing that his bloodthirstiness took control of his body, he always did not go too far to recover in time. But this incident in the bank became the most nightmare. He stopped, and holding his shoulder, lowered his head and tried to catch his breath and come to his senses. He was glad that Yuki was okay and in no danger. Meanwhile, Yuki noticed Fen and was surprised that he was outside. She ran up to him and asked why he was running barefoot on the street. She was greatly worried about the guy's condition and the fact that he fell to his knees and began to cry at the sight of her. This embarrassed her greatly, and she began to ask Fen to get up and stop reacting like that, because everything was fine. Akura, throwing the bags on the ground, knelt down and tried to bring Fen to his senses. She was embarrassed, and she didn't quite understand what to do in such a situation. Fen, without ceasing to cry, asked Yuki for forgiveness and was glad that she was alive and well. Akura began to say that it all ended when the terrorist captain escaped. Seiko even tried to take a guy's phone to tell the police where he was going because he saw the direction he was going. Everyone was scared and tense. Forensic experts began their work at the bank. They examined all the premises and were shocked by what was happening. Nobody expected such a development of events, and the ability to take the entire territory under the barrier and cut off from the whole world greatly frightened all services. While Fen was saved in his room and did not come to his senses, Akura visited every day to make sure of his condition. She was worried about the guy, because she remembers that in the last situation, Fen did not look like himself at all. How could he cut off the horn in the blink of an eye? Such speed and strength were only matched by the strongest people with the highest abilities, and the rage that exuded from his face showed that the assassin's skill was consuming his soul and taking over control of his brain. At the moment when the horn was cut off, Yuki felt that the trajectory of the blow had changed in the last fractions of a second and was initially moving not towards the horn, but much lower. She did not understand how it was possible that the weakest student in the school was able to move so quickly and accurately that even she barely noticed such an attack, and, most importantly, could not repel it. In the last moments of the blow, Fen's eyes stopped exuding the lust for murder, and the bloody tint returned to the dark gaze of a simple boy. He did not smile, but fought not to do what he did not want, and was able to defeat himself. After which, he immediately fell unconscious. Akura did not understand what had happened, since so many questions appeared in her head that only Fen could answer, but he lost consciousness. Akura Yuki intercepted Fen until he fell to the floor, and didn't quite understand how it was possible that Fen could change so much. Her horn was cut off, but that wasn't a problem as it would grow back as soon as she could rest. Meanwhile, in front of the hospital, Fen was kneeling in front of Yuki and crying, begging for forgiveness. He was ashamed and hurt that he could do this to her. Akura is tired of Fen behaving like this in the middle of the street and attracting a lot of attention with his behavior. Akura pulled him closer to her and said that everything was fine and they should return to the hospital. Otherwise, there would be a lot of problems. This behavior of the slobbering and crybaby was not at all similar to what was in the bank. Akura felt that Fen was hiding his power, and now she knows that he is definitely hiding something very terrible. But now he is acting like a little boy, and he needs help. After a week of rest, Fen returned to school. It was a warm and sunny day outside, and the attitude towards their class that was able to survive such a terrible attack changed for the better. Everyone began to be proud that their school had such strong kids that they were able to fight back against the most terrible organization in the world, which brings only death and destruction. Everyone around was even jealous that the 10th grade was so lucky, although they did not understand how dangerous it was. Fen, leaving his class, hears one couple say that they would like to be in their place and get into such a situation, to which Fen was outraged that everyone thinks that it is so safe. They do not understand at all what they are asking for, and that such an event will forever change their lives, both morally and mentally. He remembered everything he had done in the smallest detail, and it only frightened him. The terrible actions that the Children of Hell organization did were cruel, but Fen's actions towards them were no better. Those bloody masks from the bodies of terrorists who tried to carry out the orders of an insane commander, who does not care who he kills or how he treats his subordinates. All that reassured Fen was that they were bad people, but it was still not worth doing that way. He wanted to try to master his ability so that there would be no more random killings and memory loss from what he had done. Fen walked to the gym door and opened it. Tahara was already working out on the horizontal bar there, and he loved his training so much. Fen wanted to consult with a person who was able to notice his actions and could advise how to master them. Fen asked Tahara to take a break and talk about what was bothering them both so much. Tahara was surprised to see his teammate in the gym so soon after recovering in the hospital for so long. Fen did not walk around and asked Tahara if he had heard about the division of abilities and the capture of souls by them. Tahara was calm and measured. He did not know how to react to such questions, but he understood that apparently Fen started such a conversation for a reason. Tahara said that a person's soul is unchangeable, and abilities are not able to take control of a person's soul. But if a person becomes someone else by using his abilities, then this can mean something. Fen, hearing that there might be an explanation for what happens to him when he loses control, and it was important to find out. Fen hoped that Tahara would be able to tell him how to cope with his abilities and how to act and use them correctly. Tahara said that the abilities do not actually control the soul, but can simply push the owner to do exactly what is needed. They do not affect the brain, but can give the owner exactly what he desires most. Only the strongest people can have such abilities, Tahara said. Fen was very surprised that it turned out that he himself wanted to do this to those who attacked him, and his evil state is actually Fen's soul. He had never imagined such horror about himself. Tears began to form in his eyes from the fact that he was given the ability to embody all the terrible things that his soul wants. Tahara said that in order to know yourself and explore your ability, you need to train and develop yourself. You need to understand what is manipulating and driving you. Fen folded his hands and asked Tahara to help him figure out and cope with the big problems of his ability, which makes him afraid of himself. Tahara said that first you need to understand what the ability requires from the owner and how it manifests itself. If you can tell me, then we will assume that our secret will remain a secret, said Tahara. Fen understood that he had better show all his cards. Otherwise, he would never be able to cope with his thirst for murder and would continue to cause problems for society rather than protect it. Scratching the back of his head, Fen nevertheless decides to talk about what is eating him so much. When he is about to use his abilities, it looks as if my consciousness is falling into a bloody abyss where all the victims and people who have ever harmed me or were killed are accumulated, Fen said. There are even memories of those people whom he killed with great pleasure and enjoyed the process. A long time ago, when I was a child, there was an incident that changed my whole life, when the ability and strength awakened, which was conceived by horror and pain from loss, from the thirst for revenge on those who killed all my relatives and friends, Fen said. In moments when Fen was unable to control himself and did whatever he wanted, his soul fell deeper and deeper, and it became more and more difficult to escape from that fall. The deep and bloody pit was drawing in more and more. With every meter, silhouettes of people formed around them, which in every possible way insulted or infuriated Fen. Many of those who encountered the boy's true essence were killed and left in memories, which only increased the desire to quickly kill all those who deserved it. Fen stood opposite Tahara and told him in his head that he never wants to repeat these things and dreams of being able to cope with control and become better. Tahara listened attentively and supported the conversation of his comrade. He decided to combine business with pleasure and continued training. Taking the plates, he began to put them on the barbell to continue the lesson. Tahara said that Fen is a very capable guy and diligent. In order to know your strength and abilities, you need to train more and only get better. Every time Fen came to training, he whined that his whole body hurt and would not be able to do much. All the times Fen performed all the exercises and fell exhausted, but managed. His condition was always exhausted, and his body could not always withstand such heavy loads, and the boy vomited. But even the guy's whining was in the background, since he always performed all the exercises and coped with the tasks. Fen was very ashamed that his ability only served to kill people. Not just kill, but kill in a very cruel way, enjoying the process. Fen stood with his head down in front of Tahara and said in a quiet voice that he wanted to become stronger and more capable. Fen wanted to be able to master his ability so that it would no longer depend on bloodthirstiness and cruelty. He no longer wanted to lose himself and risk hurting those he cared about. Since ancient times, it has been the case that people born with a higher ability were stronger than their comrades who had a weaker ability. This factor made it possible to divide humanity into strong and weak. But there were also those who disagreed. Those who were able to improve their abilities by developing them and getting to know themselves. Tahara, while doing squats with a barbell, told this story and added that it all depends on the person who is ready to change himself and his essence. Fen knew that his second essence was a cruel killer who hid in the shadow of his master and only came out when it was necessary to kill or fight. Tahara said that there were cases when a person with a weak ability became stronger by knowing his inner world and mastering the desires that his ability required. That is, there were those who obeyed their abilities and did only what they wanted. This wasn't always the best option. Faye began to say that this method did not suit him because he certainly did not want to do what his ability wanted. He was scared, realizing that this option would lead him to the worst scenario in life. Another exercise that Tahara performed while he and Fen were talking about abilities. Tahara said that there is another method that he adheres to and depends only on strengthening the body and soul. Fen stopped Tahara, saying that it was he who killed all the terrorists in that building and fought with Commander Auris mockingly. Tahara stopped his training and sat quietly. He looked at the guy and realized that he had no reason to lie. Fen sat down next to his coach and comrade Tahara and began to talk about what motivates him to do such things. It's as if the lights are turned off for him, and then everything is as if in a fog, and then pictures begin to appear in his memory, and scenes where he fights and kills people are remembered. As soon as Fen fought with the first enemy and pierced his body with his blade, then everything was as if in a fog. All attempts by the enemy to escape were even, and the strength and desire to kill only increased. The eyes filled with the desire for blood, and the face became insanely happy. Each murder brought a lot of pleasure and did not want to stop, but only wanted more. It was very difficult to fight in this case and try to become yourself again. Until the last moment in every battle, I tried to seize control of my own body and stop this madness, Fen said. Fen wanted to try a method that would help him cope with his insane thirst for murder and become much stronger, both mentally and powerfully. Tahara listened carefully to the boy and understood him very well. Tahara tried to remain calm and wise, like an old teacher who told many lost young men. He insisted that Fen needed to train more and learn his strength until the time came. Fen could not stand it and stood up and said that he already trains every day, but from the moment he received his abilities, he has not improved them or influenced them in any way. Tahara, like a sage, just shook his head, as if he understood everything. Raising his head, the coach told Fen that he could not improve himself because he did not love himself. We must try to find the strength to forgive ourselves in order to move on with our lives. Tahara was serious and said that if Fen can forgive himself for what happened and starts trying to become better, he will be able to understand the very essence of his ability, which is so hindering him. Tahara tried to put his hand on the boy's shoulder and tell him that love is important too. Fen, having heard such words, did not quite understand why Tahara decided to put his hand on his shoulder after them. But he stopped him in time, saying that he didn't understand what love had to do with it and what or who should I show it to, Fen asked in an angry voice. Fen's condition is that of a cold-blooded killer who enjoys every moment of the process. He is not afraid of opponents, whatever they may be. All this maniac cares about is getting as much blood on his dagger as possible. Afterwards, he comes to his senses and looks very strange when he stands in front of a big, pumped-up man, holding out his hands to him, as if inviting him to sit on them. Tahara said that all you need to do is find what makes your heart kinder and happier, and then you will understand how to cope with your strength. Tahara said that you should decide for yourself what you want most and try to change your life. Change a lot of things and your relationship with your comrades too, as this affects your internal state, Tahara told Fen. Fen must try to cope with the bloodthirsty killer who lives with him, and using his bright sides, will be able to defeat himself. Soon all attempts to cross the line and become a killer will be stopped within Fen in the struggle for power over the soul. The more love and joy there is in life, the more the power of good will triumph over evil. Now, Fen realized that for the safety of those around him, he needed to become kinder and stronger, and also find someone who would bring happiness and love to his heart. Is it really necessary to find a girl? Thought Fen. He bowed before his trainer and said that he would try to do everything possible to cope with his strength. But he was not sure that he would succeed, since for so many years of his training, there was no hint of improvement in his condition. Tahara began to say that he was not always a strong and capable A-rank fighter. When he was in 9th grade, he constantly participated in competitions, but never even reached the semi-finals. He was constantly beaten by opponents who were head and shoulders stronger than him, but Tahara did not give up and tried to become stronger. He was always tormented by the fact that his rank was not strong enough to fight against the masters in the ring. He lay in the ring while the other guys fought among themselves. It's such a shame that all the efforts, many years of training, did not help the guy achieve success. Tahara lay broken and depressed in the ring, and was very angry that his ability was so weak. He was held back by self-hatred for his weakness, which followed him everywhere. One day, after many months of training, Tahara was able to understand the essence of his ability and understand all the advantages and weaknesses. All that remained was to apply them correctly and bring them to perfection. Using acceleration and increasing strength, Tahara demolished heavy training equipment at high speed. His body became one with his soul, and he began to understand the full essence of his ability. One day, after another training session, Tahara felt a great surge of strength and realized that he was able to increase his ability characteristics one rank higher to A. He definitely didn't expect this because he thought it was impossible, but after so much effort and training, he did it. After the next competition, Tahara managed to reach the final using his skills and martial arts. All the guys didn't even realize that Tahara managed to increase his strength and raise the rank of his ability through training and diligence. With his speed and talent in martial arts, Tahara won without any problems and became a champion. All opponents were shocked that such an opponent would fight against them and usually did not have time to show everything they were capable of. Tahara knocked down one after another in the ring and became the champion. These victories did not bring him pleasure at all, since he had no equal in the ring, and this is not something worth fighting for. After the story, Tahara took off his t-shirt and showed off the body that he achieved with great persistence in training and peace of mind, which hopes that Fen will be able to overcome his weaknesses and become stronger. Fen looked at Tahara and felt that now he did not need glasses, and his vision had become much better. It was quite strange that at one moment my vision suddenly became good. Fen, without showing any emotion, simply and calmly takes off his glasses and, lowering his head a little, comprehends Tahara's words, which advises him to take care of himself and only become better. Fen throws them on the floor and stands with his head raised in front of the trainer. Confidence begins to fade in the guy's every move, and his determination to change only becomes stronger. Fen begins to roll up his sleeves and say that he will try hard to achieve harmony of soul and body, become stronger, and defeat the demon that sits inside and asks to come out. The following lessons and days, Fen trained to achieve perfection in his strength. He tried to pass all the tests and training at school much harder than the others, arranging tests for himself. One day, during a lesson on protection against gas poisoning, all the children suffered terribly and tried to survive as long as possible. Teacher Wang was with his students in a booth filled with gas. They trained the body's resistance to all types of attacks. The teacher wore a gas mask and supervised the students to complete their preparation on time. Seiko could not stand it and began to run to the front door, hoping to escape outside and catch his breath. His behavior once again proved that as a commander, he was useless and thought only of himself. He pounded on the doors with all his might, trying to reach those who were outside. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and copious amounts of saliva were released from his mouth, which indicated poisoning. Resistance training was introduced to develop immunity and resistance to various types of poisoning. His colleague, who was also observing the students, approached Teacher Wang to say that they had gone too far with the amount of gas, and now the guys had almost no chance. Teacher Wang is dissatisfied with the result and agrees with his friend. He gives the command to finish the training and go outside. If there are those who can go, then take turns approaching the door, and the teachers will carry the rest out. From the cabin, filled with gas after opening, a thick cloud of gas poured out onto the street, which filled the room. On the street, everyone was sure that after this, there was no one there even in a walking position, and everyone had already passed out. Teachers in gas masks began to pull their students out of the gas chamber and try to revive them. Fen walks between them, holding himself very confidently, as if the gas had no effect on him, and heads towards the teacher for his lesson. Approaching the teacher on the subject, protection from poisons and other pathogens, Fen becomes calm and decides to deliver a report on completing the training. From his words, all the students from his squad were defeated by a thick cloud of gas, except him. The teacher pulled away a little from the guy, feeling from him the gas that had not yet dissipated, which had soaked his clothes. The teacher was amazed that there was a boy who could survive such a thick gas concentrate that knocks out most people. All the children, once outside, began to try to catch their breath and come to their senses. They coughed and cried violently, as the gas caused a lot of body fluids to leak. Some were so exhausted that they simply lay on the ground and could barely breathe. At all training sessions, Fen showed his best side and outperformed everyone. He sought to prove to himself that he could become stronger, and training with other participants only awakened his competitive spirit. He tried his best to be first to prove to himself that he could handle his strength and skills. Akura ran behind and was surprised at how Fen was mocking himself. She didn't understand why make the training so difficult, and what was he trying to prove by this? After a week of such classes for the 10th grade, Teacher Wang came to the director to give a report on how his class was coping so well with the tasks. The director draws attention to the fact that the weakest student in their school suddenly began to take all the first places in training and participate in all competitions. This started to worry the director a lot because he can't even imagine how this is possible. The teacher, hearing that the principal was very angry when he saw student Feng's results, didn't know what to say. He himself saw that Fen had changed a lot after what happened at the bank, but it affected him in a good way, and that means there was no reason to be angry, the teacher thought. The director picked up his calendar, which stood on the table and was circled on the 16th. He told the teacher that their school would be audited that day and all high school students would be assessed. The teacher, not quite understanding, asks, "What exactly will they be checking?" He saw the results of his students and was not worried, since they were the best class in their class. They are one of the strongest groups, even among 11th graders. The director said that he was not entirely satisfied with the results and that the number of exercises for 10th graders should be increased, namely, give them training like the military with minor differences. The harder they train, the better for the school, the director said very happily, as if he was up to something. The next day, the 10th grade students began their day by carrying large boxes that weighed about 30 kilograms each. The guys struggled with all their might and were not entirely happy with this innovation. Akura noticed that Fen was completely calm and not tired, as if this was a common thing for him, that he even took 2 boxes at a time. This behavior attracts too much attention, but Fen somehow didn't think about it. Fen was calm and did not behave under pressure. This infuriated Akura a little because she didn't recognize Fen at all, and how did he become so strong that he was able to lift heavy things with such a calm face? Akura said that now he doesn't look like himself at all, and has changed a lot. With such actions, you will begin to attract a lot of attention and become popular, Yuki said, a little sorry. The guys felt very tired and spoke out in every possible way about the assignment that Teacher Wang gave them. It was not fair for the movers to unload the boxes, the children shouted. They were only more offended by the fact that Fen was completely calm and carried 2 boxes at a time without feeling tired. Fen didn't quite understand why everyone was looking in his and Akura's direction. Are they really so inspired by her fight with the terrorist captain that they are now trying with all their might to become like her? Fen, turning to his classmates, told Yuki that those guys seemed to be jealous of something and were looking at them. Maybe Akura became even more popular while Fen was in the hospital. Akura looked at Fen and said with complete confidence that they were not looking at her, but at him. All his classmates began to treat Fen completely differently after what was in the bank, and the way Fen is trying now and showing incredible results shows that the boy is becoming stronger. Fen was a little confused because he could not imagine that his classmates would begin to treat him with respect and even envy. Fen added that he thought it was because they hang out with Akura all the time. Akura said that she didn't even want to think about what everyone might think. Fen understood how it sounded and said that he meant that they were friends, and still her answer was somehow offensive to the boy. Fen was looking in a completely different direction and was a little lost in thought when he accidentally bumped into his classmate Seiko. It was simple inattention, but only gives Seiko a reason to quarrel with someone. Fen immediately began to pick up the boxes to prevent them from falling and looked at Seiko, realizing what was about to happen. Seiko turned around and said that there is no need to catch a wolf and watch where you are going. His gaze was very serious and spoke only of hatred. Fen immediately, out of habit, turned on the fool and began to get very nervous that he was about to start a fight with the squad leader. Fen knew what Seiko was capable of and always understood that if you hurt him, you wouldn't get away with it. Seiko, seeing that it was Fen who was angry, but tried to calm down, since he was tormented by a lot of questions about what was in the bank and what happened to Fen. The boy even felt fear when he was next to Fen, but he couldn't show it, otherwise it would be strange in front of the rest of his classmates. Seiko simply turned around and walked towards the warehouse where they were unloading the heavy boxes that teacher Wang had ordered. Fen, holding his boxes and rising to his feet, was very surprised that Seiko did nothing to him. This behavior put Fen into a stupor and he said, "What?" It was so strange that the only person who mocked him so diligently all these years suddenly became more restrained and did not show aggression towards Fen. Akura looked at the surprised guy and said that he definitely didn't notice anything. Yuki again repeated that Fen is really stupid if he does not notice that all the students in their class have stopped treating the guy badly and have become more calm towards Fen. Akura reminded him that he had changed a lot since leaving the hospital. Fen, with his glassy and stupid gaze directed at Yuki, said that he really thought that all this was because he spends all his time with her. These words greatly stressed Yuki and made her worry that this was even possible, that word would spread in the class that they were dating. She quickly pulled herself together and said that they were only wasting time and needed to work, until they were told that they were shirking and just stalling for time. Fen didn't quite understand what had just happened and why Yuki decided so quickly to leave without continuing the conversation. Fen began to catch up with Yuki and tell her that he really values their friendship and wants to tell him a secret regarding his current condition and what happened at the bank. After hearing what Yuki heard, she seemed dumbfounded. Her mind demanded to hear Fen's secret and in every possible way pushed her to obtain information. She thought that this was wrong and that she shouldn't bother the boy and beg him to tell him about the secret that changed him. While Fen was putting his boxes, Yuki finally turned around and with an excited voice and a little joy, began to say that there is no need to put anyone in such a position and tell your secret. For this, there is a right moment and confidence in the person that he will not give away such a secret. This surprised Fen a little, since he already knew that Yuki was his friend and he could trust her. The girl blushed all over because she was very interested, but she didn't want him to tell her. Fen turned around while sitting near the box and said that there was no need to worry because he had already told Tahara everything so that he could give suitable advice. His casual smile seemed to express irresponsibility towards his strength. Yuki grabbed Fen by the jacket and began to shout at him very emotionally that he dared to tell everything to someone before her. She didn't want to hear it, but it was very offensive to find out that Fen was telling secrets to others who knew him much less. She shook Fen, saying that he was an idiot and a moron who dared to do this. How could he tell someone such a secret before her? Fen didn't understand why she was so upset and kept shaking him until his eyes rolled back from motion sickness. Meanwhile, Seiko approached Akura's screams. He kept thinking about what was in the jar and how Fen gave off a very evil and cruel aura. His movements and words were so confident and scary that just the sight of him made you shiver. Seiko promised himself that he would not change his mind about Fen until he was convinced that he had truly become so dangerous. He wants to find out the truth about the boy, that he used to be so weak that he couldn't even do a pull-up. But now he is becoming, by all indicators, the strongest and most resilient. Fen began to calm Yuki down and ask her to stop shaking him, otherwise he would vomit. He also asked her to stop shouting at him and attracting the attention of others, otherwise he would not be able to tell her anything. Yuki let Fen go, saying that from now on, when it comes to secrets, she and no one else should be the first, otherwise she will no longer cover his ass and help. Fen was surprised that she set such conditions, but still, he owes her the fact that she put his classmates in their place and slightly improved his fate in the class. After the difficult process of moving the boxes, the guys began to dust off their hands and be glad that they were finally finished. Fen decided to ask Yuki a question about why they did this. Are there really no people at school who would do this and not pick up children from classes so that they can carry weights? Akira said it was part of the training. Fen felt like he was in another world, and again knew nothing about the new workout. This has already begun to stress him out, that he is not aware of what is happening in the class and does not understand who comes up with such tasks. Yuki said as she left that this was part of the new training, which should increase their strength and cohesion in the group. Soon, they will work only together and only become more friendly and stronger. The next day, a new challenge began, which meant hiking with a large supply of things. 10th graders were given uniforms and things that they must always keep clean and in good order. Appearance should always be at its best. As they walked through the city, the children were accompanied by teachers with signal sticks and flags. The backpacks were heavy and weighed about 30 kilograms. The children experienced difficulties and were very tired, but they moved on. Fatigue and weakness followed them until they reached their destination. Yuki was also a little tired but notices that Fen is walking normally but is not at all happy. She decides to ask what happened to him. Fen replies that at this rate there is no way he can become stronger and he needs to move faster or at least take more things to make the backpack heavier. Yuki, hearing such arrogant words from Fen, said that yesterday they carried those heavy boxes for a reason. It was part of the training, so that now it would be easier, and due to the fact that Fen took 2 boxes at a time, it was easier for him than for the others. After which, Fen cheered up a little and agreed with Yuki that yesterday he overdid it a little and now feels normal. At first the guys didn't notice that they were passing by a building where everything was sealed off with yellow police tape. Yuki turns his attention to the building as the yellow color caught his eye and as if horror ran through his body from what happened here. She was a little angry that the route of the hike coincided with the place where there was a terrible terrorist attack and a lot of deaths that did not give any peace. This was the same bank where all the students in her class were held hostage and had a terrible day. Yuki, clenching her fist tightly and remembering the moments that she had to go through, asks Fen how he feels and is everything okay. At first, Fen did not understand what she was talking about and began to look around. Yuki said that this place brings back bad memories and affects her mental state a little. Fen watched, trying not to show emotion and trying to think of something to say to calm Yuki down. Without turning to the bank in which they were kept, Fen points his finger and says that everything is fine with him and that what happened there only affected him for the better, since he is now trying to become much stronger and more restrained than he was before. Yuki calmed down a little, realizing that Fen still would not deceive her and hide his emotions. She felt some concern for Fen, but did not want to admit that there could be something more than just friendship. Suddenly, people who were passing by a detachment of 10th graders paid attention to Akira Yuki and began to approach her to thank and support the girl for being able to resist the terrorists who wanted to destroy and kill many people. Yuki was so happy that people began to express their words of support to her and thank her in every way for being so capable and kind. Yuki seemed to blossom from the many compliments, and all the negative aftertaste that was hanging around the bank suddenly disappeared. Some of the guys at the rest stop near the bank were not happy that they again had to remember that terrible day, where they saw so many terrible acts that a person can commit. Remembering that after the incident, the main heiress of the Akura family was interviewed about the situation at the bank, the whole city was talking about it. A capable girl who was able to resist the most dangerous terrorist organization in the world, she studied in the 10th grade, and with her popularity only attracted more interest in her school. Seiko only remembered that he could not prove himself in any way other than cowardice and running around the floors of the bank. Those strange seizures of Fen that scared the hell out of him, and the words of the terrorist commander that Seiko helped him. It was very strange and terrible, Seiko thought. The other guys seemed to see something disgusting, which made them want to vomit, because they immediately remembered most of the people who were killed in a terrible way by the terrorist commander, and forced to do the same to one of them. Teacher Wang approached Yuki and asked all the people who wanted so much to thank the new savior to leave the girl, since they still have a very long road ahead. Yuki felt special, even though she didn't like it. She became friends with Fen because he saw her as a human being, and not as a famous successor of the family, which was famous for its power of a demonic mask. Fen once again saw that there were so many fans of his girlfriend around that it was even a little uncomfortable. After the teacher said that the guys had to move forward, Fen raised his head for the last time and looked at the bank. He remembered everything and was disgusted that it all happened this way. His actions were simply terrible, but now everything will be different. Fen, clenching his fists, tried to force himself to become better and never again cross the line of his strength and lose control. He will train hard to come to terms with his ability and subjugate it. Meanwhile, near the school, the director was talking to someone on the phone and trying to thank the person who suggested that the detachment should go near the bank in order to awaken memories and set the children in the right mood. While the director expressed his gratitude in every possible way to the man who had so kindly advised him to do just that, the director took out his key and unlocked his car to continue executing his plan. Getting into the car, the school principal began to start it, listening to the following commands from his friend, who so kindly agreed to help present his school in the best light before the state and further inspection, after which the director went to meet with the students, who had to go a long way to the training camp, where they would train with the strongest. Most of all, it was necessary to meet with the daughter of the Akura family to thank her personally and show her great pleasure in teaching such a talented girl. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang led his squad to the forest, where they should rest a little and prepare to climb the mountain where the training camp is located. Half an hour should be enough for everyone to clean up and get some rest. Yuki decided to take off her backpack and look for something tasty to snack on. She called Fen a name, calling him Mr. Little Gravity. Fen was a little offended that she decided to tease him like that all the way. Yuki offered him cookies if he wanted them, to which Fen reacted very violently and gladly showed his respect. He, putting his hand to his head, answered loudly and clearly, "Mr. Little Gravity will gladly accept such valuable provisions." Suddenly, a car appeared on the horizon, moving in the direction of the guys who had made a halt. The sound of the engine began to be heard throughout the forest, and the children paid attention. A car stopped in front of Fen and Yuki, which was moving quite quickly and was clearly unexpected in a place where there was no particular road. The guys were surprised and didn't know who it was. The school director gets out of the car and calmly stands next to her. Teacher Wang immediately runs up to him and, saluting, reports that all the students fully assembled are about to head to the training base, and now they have a short break. The school principal frees his teacher, and, seeing Akura, Yuki heads towards her with a big smile and joy. Such a person cannot be called unselfish, and his pretense in front of those who are stronger and more famous only went off scale. The teacher laughed out loud at everything Yuki said, as if she were the most important person in his life. Yuki didn't like this much, but seeing him as the school principal, she couldn't object to anything. Fen stood next to Yuki, and at the right moment he saluted his principal and said that he was glad to study at his school. A dead air hung in the sky, as if Fen was superfluous and not welcome in that squad. The school director began to show his superiority over the guy and said that he should greet his director more respectfully and not just talk, but shout out his recognition of this school and him. Yuki immediately realized that the director's duplicity was so obvious that he did not even try to hide it. Only strong students with good abilities were treated normally, while weak ones were strongly prejudiced. Fen, like a joyful puppy, answered the director with a loud greeting that he was at least able to pay attention to him and talk. Fen was happy that they paid attention to him, even if it was so. The director, looking at Fen, decided to mock the guy a little in order to be sure of his weakness, since the amazing results in the training surprised him greatly, and he could not believe that such a weak student suddenly became so strong. The director ordered the teacher to check Fen's property in his backpack, otherwise he was painfully calm and did not look tired. Fen obediently began to lay out his things from his backpack, according to the list of what he needed to pack for the hike. Teacher Wang checked all the things and put marks in the journal. Akura, with her hands folded, was surprised by such bias towards Fen on the part of the director. The director took the magazine to make sure for himself that Fen had taken everything he needed for the trip and began to think that the guy really had everything, but he just didn't want to agree that such a weakling had suddenly become so strong and resilient that he doesn't feel any problems with his classes. The director notices that after all the things laid out, Fen still has something left in his backpack, and thinking that it is possible to catch the guy carrying something prohibited for the hike, he decides to force him to take everything out of his backpack. The hairdryer, a little shyly, takes out weights from the bottom of the backpack, each 10 kilograms. Such a weight, in addition to things that already weighed about 30 kilograms, would make it very difficult to carry. But here it is. The director turned pale when he saw that Fen was carrying such a heavy briefcase and didn't even get tired. He acts very carefree and joyful, as if this is a common thing for him. The teacher quickly stands in front of the director and says that they are convinced that the boy has all his things and they need to get ready to leave in order to get to the camp in time. Yuki only became angrier at the director for being so prejudiced towards weaker students. Teacher Wang seemed to understand that now he had to quickly end this circus and move forward before even more questions poured in from the director and other students. Yuki was also surprised that the teacher realized so quickly that it was necessary to change the topic and distract the director. The director agreed, and without wasting time, got into his car and, wishing good luck to the students, started the engine. All this time, Teacher Wang told the director that he was glad to see him and praised his suit and hairstyle in every possible way. After the strange arrival of the headmaster during the break, the children set off to get to the training camp and begin their training. The group of students was watched from above by instructors who were already preparing to receive them. These were 11th graders, Tahara and his assistant Reina. They watched and talked about who would perform best and be able to prove their potential in developing skills. Tahara looked closely at Fen because he knew that he was like a diamond in the rough, that he was trying his best and deserved to be the strongest. Tahara believed that one person with such power, once harnessed, would become the most dangerous opponent for any terrorist and enemy. Reina watched and said that she thought that only Akura Yuki had a chance of becoming the strongest candidate. Her ability is truly great and worthy of being called a force that will save their country. Tahara said that among the guys there is one who clearly deserves more attention than the demonic mask. Reina immediately realized that we were talking about Fen, the one who was the only one who could pass all the tests to get into Tahara's military training club. Reina recalled that the guy did have the reaction and stamina to dodge or intercept an attack, but these skills alone were not enough to withstand a real opponent. Those quick attacks and the speed of their delivery are indeed worthy of praise, but the force of the blow and the dagger itself are weak enough to be called a dangerous opponent, Reina reasoned. Tahara said that was the case, but now Fen is more capable and stronger than he was before. After the attack on the bank by terrorists, Fen began to train harder and cultivate his spirit and calmness. Reina, listening to this, was a little surprised that such a weakling could do such a thing. She smiled, trying not to mock Tahara's choice, but said that she doubted that the boy would be able to prove himself in competitions against the strongest students in the school. Still, half of the 11th graders are here. Tahara said in all seriousness that he was confident that Fen could defeat them all if he could handle his power. His expression was so confident, as if he knew something about the boy. Reina felt that Tahara was not joking at all when he said that Fen had great potential, and it was not just that he was able to get into the training courses. Tahara clearly felt that Fen was also capable of raising his strength. Just like Tahara, they stood near the fence that was placed around the perimeter of the training camp so that no one would accidentally fall. Reina still began to doubt her words about Fen's weakness, and Tahara was able to discern something very strong in the boy that would help him win. Reina said she would love to see Fen battle the 11th graders in practice. She was sure that he would not be able to cope with all the tests that were in store for them. Tahara said that they would arrive soon, and Nada would prepare for the reception. Their task will be to conduct training and select the strongest candidates who can prove themselves in future competitions. Finally, the guys arrived at the training camp. They were placed in a barracks where there were many students. It was the first time that Fen had been in a place where there were many beds and guys who would sleep in the same room. The guys put on fresh uniforms, which were so kindly provided to them at the training camp. Some have already chosen the places where they will sleep and occupy them. Fen, approaching the locker, noticed that they had been given stripes. He had number 300, which indicated the very last number among the participants. All the guys didn't know what these numbers were for and what they had to do. Suddenly, a command was heard over the loudphone to form up near the dining room in 5 minutes. Most of the guys in the room began to worry and even fall to their knees when they recognized Tahara's voice. The man who was responsible for the most difficult training and painful competitions. Only Fen did not understand why the others were so scared. All the children gathered in front of the dining room and began to listen carefully to what Tahara would tell them. He was the one who was put in charge of conducting training for the rest of the students. He began to say that everyone noticed that they had been assigned a number. The number was responsible for their abilities and strength, and therefore everyone will be divided into groups according to their numbers. Fen had the very last number, which means he was part of the group where the weakest students would be. This outcome was understandable, but Fen knew that he was capable of surprising many thanks to the training that Tahara gave him. Tahara added that everyone will participate equally in each competition and training and will receive points depending on the results. It doesn't matter what number was assigned by the school in the strength parameters, the main thing is the results that they will receive while undergoing the training course. The children began to realize that they would have a very hard time living up to their numbers. After his speech, Tahara looked at the time and said that lunch began exactly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and would last until 2 o'clock. Everyone will eat meals strictly according to their number groups. The higher the number, the more food will be on the table. After lunch, Fen's entire group was very upset that they received very little food. The state of hunger and their pitiful strength, which did not allow them to treat themselves normally, greatly depressed them. There were only scraps left in the dining room, and this was specifically designed so that the children would strive to become stronger and accordingly begin to eat better. This method was cruel, but also productive if you left no choice. All the guys from the group were depressed by their condition and weakness, because of which they found themselves in this position. Some said Nada would work hard to start raising her numbers and eating better. Suddenly, Fen enters the door with all his joy, opening the door with his foot. He held the food in his hands and said with a satisfied face that the time for real lunch had come. The guys were amazed that Fen was able to get food of very good quality. This didn't even happen in the dining room, and a smile and hope began to appear on their faces that everything would be better. Fen, opening his bag of food, smiled and said that everyone should enjoy this moment and eat their fill. They had a long day ahead of them, and with so little food left in the dining room, they had to ask for help. Fen recalled that he came to Tahara and saluted and began to tell him that he was ready to train hard. But with such a small amount of food that they got in the end, not everyone was able to give their all in training. Tahara was glad to see his students' cheerful attitude and gladly agreed to help. He was pleased that Fen did not hesitate to turn to him, worried about his comrades in the squad. Tahara took the bags of food that were allocated to him as the management team. Tokara's comrades saw that the food that Tahara had been allocated to them decided to give to the student who had the lowest number and was very frightened. He asked Tahara not to do this, otherwise they would not be able to enjoy the delicious food tonight. Tahara, with such a terrible and confident look, turns to her comrade and says that today they will have a menu from the canteen and the junior staff should be well fed and ready for training, or is someone not happy with this? Tahara's classmate, seeing this threatening look, immediately backed down and, apologizing for his words, began to say that he had always dreamed of trying dinner at a local canteen. Tahara hands bags of food to Fen and tells them not to rush into eating, otherwise it will become bad. Tahara's comrades were a little unhappy with the decision of their senior comrade, but they could not challenge his decision, since it was wrong. The guys ate heavily and gained strength. All that was left on the bed were empty packages and crumbs from chips and other food that was so tasty and filling. Fen said that he is not sure that they will be able to continue to take such food, but today they are full and must prove to everyone that they are capable of earning enough food in the canteen on their own. The guys were inspired and agreed with Fen, expressing gratitude to him for such a luxurious lunch. They had already despaired that they would only be bullied, but now they have an incentive to get what they deserve by using their power. Fen asked the guys not to be afraid of their strength and not to think that others have much better abilities. It's all about effort and endurance, which they have in abundance now. Raising his fist up, Fen said that let's show that we are worthy of eating well and trying to become stronger and better, so that others can see that even the weakest squad by numbers is capable of becoming stronger and united. The guys hesitated a little and said that they were not sure because their ability was very weak, and simply their efforts were not enough. They were weak all the time and useless to anyone. Fen turned around and said that let them not forget who has the highest number and therefore the weakest in strength. Fen did not hesitate to say that he had the weakest ability. The guys remembered that they really had better strength. But Fen became a completely different person after that incident in the bank and is now even stronger than them. This made them think that even such a weakling could become stronger, which means they could too. The guys began to rejoice and nominate Fen to lead their squad. If such a person is able to become stronger, then this will more motivate others to follow his commands and also become stronger. Fen, along with his squad comrades, stood up and began jumping for joy that he had found guys who understood him and agreed with him. He gladly agreed to lead them and train together to become stronger. After lunch, the guys started their training. It was very nice and warm outside. Many children tried their best, and the screams and moans of pain were heard even louder than the coach's whistle. Some became so ill during training that a nurse had to intervene to bring the guys back to their senses. They fell and collapsed from the fatigue and pain that tormented them in such cruel tests and training. Fen's group performed all the exercises and tried their best. They shouted and smiled, trying to show their pride and dignity with every approach. All the coaches looked at the squad, which consisted of the weakest students, and were surprised at their cohesion and endurance. The coaches were even surprised at such perseverance and willpower that a squad of the weakest candidates showed. Other groups of stronger guys could not even complete half of the training, and some gave up almost at the beginning. Raina was amazed that Fen and his comrades were doing the exercises so hard and smiling. Such willpower and desire to become better seemed to turn them into monsters that were able to cope with any difficulties. Tahara stood nearby and looked very pleased, telling his partner that he knew what Fen was capable of doing, and having his comrades follow him only increased their chances of winning. Raina was very surprised that Tahara was so right about Fen that she didn't even know what he was capable of. These flames in the eyes and screams through the pain that tormented their muscles. They did all these efforts in order to become stronger and better. The pain only charged them with strength, and the screams expressed their desire and strength in training. Raina was even a little scared that such weaklings were able to progress so much and become stronger. She will not forget this moment, because Tahara may be right, and Fen may indeed be the kind of person who is capable of much. It was getting dark outside, and the sky was covered with the reddish hue of the sunset. Tahara shouted that the training was over and everyone could relax and get ready for dinner. Many guys fell to the ground exhausted. They suffered from severe muscle pain and thought that they would not be able to walk for a week from such training. It was like torture, not training. Tahara, with a smile on his face, said that the 30th squad did the best job and showed an amazing result. Tahara awarded them the victory and awarded them extra points for their training. The guys began to be glad that they were able to cope with such a difficult training and became much more confident in themselves than they were before. Physical attributes alone were not enough to convince them that they were capable of coping with such difficulties. Some could not stand it and began to cry with happiness that they were able to win the squad training. Fen was completely calm and pleased that his squad believed in themselves and did it. Such guys are greatly underestimated, and he was happy that they were in his squad. After the guys had dinner and took a shower, they had free time, and everyone began to do their own thing. Fen decided to take a walk around the camp and think about what could happen next. He walked near the pillars, which shone brightly, and made this moment much more pleasant. Fen decided to look at the time so as not to miss the lights out and return to the barracks location on time. Against the background of the clock and the bright light from the lanterns, a figure began to appear that was heading in his direction. It was Yuki, who also wanted to unwind and spend time outside. She looked a little different, and his appearance only became more beautiful from the spotlights in the evening moonlight. This meeting was not planned, but very pleasant, Fen thought. Fen was very glad to see Yuki at such a time and was sincerely happy, although he had no idea what she was doing here. Yuki wanted to talk to Fen and knew where to find him. The guys met in such an interesting place, as if it was a date. They decided to walk around the camp under the light of the moon and the sounds of the forest, discussing plans for the next day and the training that the senior staff had prepared for them. Yuki asked Fen how he coped so well with his teammates. Fen thought for a moment, as if he didn't know what to say. He said that he was appointed commander of the detachment, and everyone trusted him. Yuki was surprised that Fen became so useful that he even managed to convince his team of victory. During the training, the last 30th squad was on top and showed the best results, and all this is the merit of Fen, Yuki said. Fen began to say that he was sure that his squad would defeat everyone, since they were the strongest. Yuki began to assent and say that with such a commander, they will definitely become the strongest and will be able to receive a high rank at the end of training. After a second of silence, the guys burst into loud laughter as if it was a joke, but Fen added that he was confident in his guys and that the fact that it sounded so funny was actually the truth. After which the guys went on to enjoy the beautiful nature and have fun. Yuki felt that she enjoyed spending time with Fen, and this was a little strange, since from the outside it might seem that they were a couple. Fen looked periodically at Yuki and noticed that she began to behave a little differently and even more feminine and modest. Yuki clasped her hands behind her back, as if she wanted to take Fen's hand, but she was stopped by the fact that so far there were no obvious hints from the boy, and the feeling that she felt while being nearby pushed her to take actions that she was trying to prevent for now. The next morning, the guys had exercise and had to run 10 laps around the camp to increase their endurance. Most were not very keen on sports and were very tired after just a few laps. Suddenly, someone rushed near Seiko at high speed, as if he had overtaken someone standing and didn't even blink an eye. Seiko didn't even understand how it happened. It was Fen again, who and his comrades tried their best to reach a new level in their abilities and trained hard. Seiko felt ashamed that he had recently been surpassed by the weakest student in their school and had shown incredible results for the umpteenth time. The run was observed by the chief instructor Tahara and his assistant Reina, who was at a loss to understand the situation. She couldn't believe that the weakest squad would perform so highly on the second day after the hard training they had yesterday. Fen seemed to have no difficulties, ran and enjoyed the moment. His training with Tahara made him much stronger and more resilient, and the comrades who trusted him in command tried to match Fen. Their desire to become stronger gave them the motivation and desire to succeed. The nurse who stood next to Reina said that yesterday the guys from the last squad did not even turn to her for medical help, which means that they did not recover at all after yesterday's training and are now not working at full capacity. Reina was very surprised and said that these were just some kind of robots. They had not recovered at all and were showing such results. This really turns out to be a mechanized brigade. Tahara heard everything and with a big smile and pleasure replied that he liked this version of the name for the last team, Mechanized Brigade, like the rise of machines that show better results than people. After the morning training, the guys headed to rest a little and get ready for the next test. Ahead of Fen's brigade was an instructor who supervised their brigade. He felt the strong aura and tenacity of the guys who were at the very bottom of the list, but showed incredible results. Their appearance resembled soulless machines that strive to win in all competitions. This depressed him a little, because remembering his training and competitions with other guys, he was always closer to the bottom of the standings and did not stand out in any way. Suddenly, while the curator was thoughtfully walking ahead, Fen approached him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, tried to shout to him to clarify about the further competition. The curator was very scared, as if he had been attacked. He almost jumped out of his pants from fright. Turning around and seeing Fen, the instructor calmed down a little and was not happy that this happened in front of his squad. He, a little stuttering, began to ask Fen what he wanted and why he sneaked up like that. Fen said he was wondering what would happen next and who would teach the class. The instructor, having calmed down, began to tell him that there was an obstacle course ahead of them, and this was the most difficult test so far. Fen began thanking the instructor for such information and asking what would be the best thing to do to complete it faster. The instructor looked at him as if this was completely impossible. He was sure that no one would be able to cope with all the tests on the strip, since all people have phobias and fear of the unknown. The curator added that the obstacle course has many problems related to human psychology, and Tahara himself will lead this competition. Fen, hearing that they had a difficult journey ahead, began to worry a little about his guys. Tahara is now conducting training for the first groups, and it's like hell there, since Tahara has never been famous for his good nature and condolences. He tests everyone, regardless of their fears or gender, dispassionate and cold-blooded before training. After his words, the curator hears a light laugh behind him, as if the guys understood something and were determined to defeat everyone, rejoicing that it would be very difficult and scary. These happy faces, as if they enjoy the pain in their muscles and the feeling of victory over fear and cowardice. This energy of maniacs who enjoy every workout was even scary. Fen and his comrades began to prepare for a hard workout, as if it was some kind of trip to the gaming center for them. Their faces showed joy and impatience to finally tackle the obstacle course. This reaction greatly frightened the instructor. He had no idea how crazy the guys were about training. His eye began to twitch. An hour later, the training began, and the tests involved all possible training that exposes a person to fear of heights and uncertainty. Hands shake at every possible moment when fear takes over. Hooking yourself with a carabiner in order to come down from a height that you are afraid of, and also to fall and break something. There are so many fears that a real warrior must overcome and move on. The climbing instructor claims that the boy is very afraid and must descend slowly and carefully. Every step he takes must be carefully controlled, and his balance must be controlled so as not to fall apart. Meanwhile, the curator of the 30th detachment came to the observation tower to talk with his comrade, while he looked through binoculars and saw that the 30th squad was again showing unimaginable results and winning again and again. The curator was very tense and heard from his comrade that such monsters could really cope with all the training, and their curator would definitely have to endure and admonish them. These words only strained the curator, who himself did not understand how this was possible. The curator began to tell us that the last detachment carried out all the tasks, as Fen said, who was appointed commander by the guys themselves. They are like machines that are programmed to follow orders. Every action and exercise is performed with great effort and speed, as if they are the strongest guys. Fen gave all the commands, and they listened to him unquestioningly. He said to climb, and they climbed. He said to jump, and they jumped. A friend of the curator of the 30th detachment said that such guys are capable of a lot, but it will be very difficult to keep them under control. They scare even the strictest coaches and show such results that everyone simply feels like weaklings compared to the 30th squad. Meanwhile, it was the turn of the comrade who was most afraid of heights to descend the rope. Without a moment's hesitation, Fen told him that he could handle it and only become stronger. Having overcome his fear and trusting his comrades to help him believe in himself, the boy jumps. In a few steps, and jumping off the wall, the boy descends to the ground. Such support and teamwork made me believe in myself and not feel afraid. The comrades knew that they would succeed and had no doubt that everyone from the squad would be able to become stronger. Having landed on the ground, his comrades immediately ran up to him and began to congratulate the guy. He was so focused and scared that he didn't understand how he could cope. Fen immediately hugged the guy from the back and began stroking him on the head, saying that he managed it and became even stronger. The comrade of the curator of the 30th squad was surprised that such weaklings pass every test with such zeal and joy, as if for them it was an entertainment center. The curator said that he also thinks so, and they perceive any obstacles in their path as just another entertainment. The guys were happy that they were able to cope with any task. Fen strongly encouraged the guys and showed them the true strength that is hidden in their bodies. This kind of teamwork is commendable. The curator even cried a little, telling his comrade that he did not know what to do and how to cope with such guys who were capable of defeating and frightening their opponent. The comrade patted his friend on the shoulder and said that everything would work out for him, and he just had to believe that they would become easier and would not be so scary. After lunch, the guys prepared for a new task led by Tahara. He began to tell that today they will train their ability, trying to reveal its limits and potential. The guys were a little excited because they didn't think that not everyone might not know about their ability. Their strength came directly from their ability, and what they could wield was their ability, so they thought. Tahara, folding his hands at the level of his stomach, began to tell them that they need to feel the flow of power that is hidden in their bodies and feel the ability. It should flow through the body and fill you with its spiritual power, which fuels your bodies, he said. Man has a vibrant soul essence that releases the ability and leaves it in the body, while the real soul is in the head. The ability remains stable and static. But many people who know their strength are truly able to reveal it and see all the limits of their strength. They fill your entire body with great power, which can be used to do much more incredible things than just create weapons or other objects. Tahara told the children about the development of their abilities. It was very interesting that the children began to think about real strength, what they were hiding. They were filled with so many questions that they couldn't wait to start training. After which, Tahara, pointing to the large stones behind, said that they would have to break the stone using their full strength. Then you will know your limit, what your ability hides, said Tahara. Some guys began to shake with fear that they wouldn't succeed, since this is not an easy way, and it's not a fact that it will work out the first time. Tahara added that there will be only one attempt, and everyone will try in turn according to your number. After failure, everyone should try to take the time to know their strength and try again. Some had no doubt that they would succeed and that it would not be that difficult. Those with the lowest numbers were more confident that everything would work out. There were also those who knew that they could not cope because their ability was weak, although they had good properties in battles. Tahara began to reassure those who were very worried that they would not cope and said that they would do this exercise every day until everyone could know their ability to the maximum. Tahara decided to show the guys what it should look like and what they need to do to reach the limit of their capabilities. Fen was a little tense as his ability was very dangerous and he didn't want to use it on people. Tahara moved away from the guys and headed closer to the stone, which he intended to destroy using his ability. Fen knew that Tahara had the highest fighting ability of all, and he learned to wield his strength to its maximum when he was able to raise the level of the ability. Taking a fighting stance, Tahara began to fill his body with strength, and a light appeared in his hands, from the ability that began to break out, strengthening his body. Tahara, using her throwing skill, instantly approaches the target, decides to knock her down and grabs the stone with all her strength. Such speed and strength were at a very high level and worthy for a real soldier. Fen watches the performance that Tahara put on and realizes that he was actually able to surpass his ability and raise its level. Thanks to his ability to see the ability of the one who uses it, Fen knows that Tahara has truly surpassed the ability he hated so much with his efforts and training. The large rock was lifted off the ground by Tahara's strong grip. A simple person is not capable of lifting or even scratching such a weight, but here it is. Tahara simply crushes the stone using her force and scatters it into small pieces, as if it were some kind of sand block. There was not an ounce of sweat or fatigue on his serious face. Fen only became more convinced that it was not in vain that he went to Tahara with his problem. Such a person will definitely help to cope with the ability that is trying to master a person. But the fear that everything might not go according to plan made Fen a little nervous. Shaking off his hands from a small idea of what anyone who wants to become stronger has to do, Tahara turned around and looked at the guys and their reactions. They were all shocked that they had to destroy the stone trying to surpass their abilities. After such a spectacle, it only became worse, since this was their high school student who participates in all competitions at school, and one day they will have to fight against him. Tahara, in a calm and slightly stern voice, said that everyone must show what they are capable of, and will go to dinner only when everyone passes the test. The guys, realizing that they don't have much time, start to run faster and get ready to take part, pushing those who are ahead in number. No one wanted to delay it and would get it done quickly so that they could have a good rest later. Assistant Raina took the list of students in her hand and prepared to call each one by one to take part in the training to understand her ability and unlock its potential and strength. First on the list was Akura Yuki, who had the strongest ability among the students. Her demonic mask, along with the sword, only made her stronger and more confident. Having taken a fighting stance to perform a strong move, thanks to which she would be able to cut the stone, Yuki waited for the command to begin the test. Tahara said the words, "Begin the test," and everything began. The triple technique of a cutting blade that hits any target with its sharp blade pierces the stone, cutting it like butter. Quick and precise movements indicate her extensive experience and training as a swordsman. The sword passes through the stone with a precise movement and divides it into two parts, as if it were so. The fast and amazing attack made everyone stand in surprise and watch the real number one in their training camp act. After his blow, Yuki hides the sword back in its sheath and turns around and leaves. Behind, the stones are crumbling, and a large column of dust envelops the ground, trying to be dispelled by the wind. Everyone was amazed at how easy it was for her. They knew that the Akura family's demon mask was very powerful, but I didn't get to see how much. Such a student will be able to achieve great heights with his skill, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Reina, as she watched Yuki, thought that such strength was indeed on a different level than the strength of any student of her age. Such potential that it's hard to even imagine. Next on the list was Seiko, who, thanks to his ability, is able to get stuck things out of anything, regardless of their weight, since it is leveled out by the guy's ability. Seiko, having pulled out a large tree, heads towards the stone to turn it around. He was very angry that he had never proven himself and taken first place, since Fen and his squad beat him everywhere. It feels like he was humiliated, and he urgently needed to rehabilitate himself in front of other guys, who began to put his authority lower and lower. Lifting the tree above his head, he prepared to strike to split the stone. The idea is of course interesting, but still the materials are different in terms of strength, and here the problem was definitely different. Seiko hit the stone with all his might, gradually destroying the tree. Only branches and leaves flew along the sides, torn off with each impact on the stone. The boy was already starting to freak out, because after 10 seconds of blows, he had less and less wood left, and the stone was intact. Reina looked at this idiot, who couldn't even think that wood was much softer in strength and stone couldn't be broken like that. The guy's strength is strong, but his ingenuity is lacking. Seiko stops after another 20 seconds, since there was almost no wood left, and the stone had only a few scratches and stood still. This made Seiko shake with anger that nothing had worked out. Tahara noted that the guy tried very hard, and great strength was demonstrated, but he asked the boy not to be upset, as he would accept this version of events and acknowledge the passage. This did not suit Seiko at all, and looked as if he had simply been given a victory, but that was not the case at all. Gradually, the list of participants ended, and all the children periodically passed. So it was the turn of the last participants according to the numbers issued by the school. Tahara invites Fen number 300 to test. Fen was serious, but his fears that the ability would absorb his consciousness again were a little alarming. The other guys had already finished their test, and rubbing their muscles in pain, watched what Fen would do. Fen walked up to the largest stone, which was a rock that was located near the testing stones. He examined her carefully and hoped that he could restrain himself. The guys were surprised that Fen chose the largest stone that was on the training ground. They no longer knew what to expect, since Fen had changed a lot and showed himself to be a rather strong and resilient guy. Fen's squad successfully completed the task, making great efforts using their abilities. Their aura exuded great strength and a thirst to become stronger, and their cries and thirst only made the others realize that they were all strong. Fen used his ability and summoned a dagger into his hand, which materialized from his stream of power. The dagger began to fill with normal power, but not yet with the kind that would contribute to the loss of control. Some expected something incredible and were greatly surprised when Fen found himself holding an ordinary weak dagger in his hand. Their faces immediately changed, realizing that nothing incredible would happen here. Fen turned to Tahara with the words that he would try, but just in case, he should be ready. If Fen doesn't lose control after 20 seconds, then everything will go fine. Fen was very serious and worried that he might not be able to cope. Fen's right hand, which held the dagger, began to become covered with a strong, bloody aura, which indicated the awakening of his power. It was very risky and dangerous, but Fen really wanted to try to subdue her in order to become stronger. Seiko and Yuki saw this aura and realized that now everything could end badly if Fen did not stop. Akura grabbed her sword and, hoping that it would not be needed, began to watch what was happening. Seiko was very frightened because he remembered what Fen's condition was fraught with. Tahara ordered the test to begin and calmly watched what would happen. He was worried about Fen's condition, but he had not yet seen his strength live and did not know whether he could cope. The dagger imbued with the bloody power of Fen's ability and the strong overwhelming aura that compresses the air around begins to influence the boy's soul. Fen tries to cover his mouth with his hand so that no one notices his satisfied face, which is accompanied by a desire to kill. Quick and precise swings of the dagger shatter the rock like paper into small pieces. Everything around is covered with dust and a thick rain of small stones. Fen was able to partially apply his ability to his right hand and is trying to keep it there. Fen covers himself with all his might and tries to hide his internal struggle with the ability that wants to seize power over his body and consciousness. Trying to resist, Fen tenses up greatly and begins to break out in cold sweat out of fear that he won't be able to cope. From what she saw, Reina could not believe that a weak student with the weakest ability was capable of Tokai. Everything began to be shrouded in a thick fog of dust, and it was barely noticeable how Fen was able to do this. Tahara periodically looked at the time to intervene if his help was needed. He was focused and surprised that Fen was hiding such power. If he can control her, then everything will be fine, Tahara thought. Until the column of dust dissipates, Fen is trying with all his might to control his ability and stop the thirst to kill, straining his whole body to cope with the great force that is trying to seduce the guy into murder. Fen doesn't want to hurt anyone anymore against his will. Tahara, through the column of dust, which had almost settled, saw Fen and asked that his help might be needed. Fen looked very tired and turned his head and said thank you, but for now he will try to cope on his own. Fen was already experiencing pain, and trying to stop the desire to kill from entering consciousness, he began to tense up, biting his lip even harder and hoping that he could cope. He really wanted to finally become a normal person, that he would be able to confront opponents in consciousness, and not just to kill as many of them as possible, crippling them before, as if enjoying it. Finally, all the dust began to settle, and the silhouette of a boy appeared, sitting on his knees with his head down and holding his hand. Everyone was very surprised that the boy was able to destroy such a huge stone with an ordinary dagger. Tahara looked at Fen and began to realize that he had succeeded. He was glad that the instructions and training bore fruit, and Fen was able to cope with his ability. This was a small step towards understanding the ability and further controlling the entire ability. Fen, holding his right hand, very tired, told Tahara that he had done it. His voice was shaking a little from fatigue, but the joy that he was able to remain within himself and control his power was incredible. After training and an incredible performance, Fen runs up to Yuki to tell her that he succeeded and was able to control his power. Yuki was very happy, and it was as if a weight had been lifted from her soul, as she was worried that everything could end badly. Suddenly, his squad mates run up to Fen and start shouting and congratulating Fen that he completed the task and showed an incredible performance. His strength was simply magnificent, and the way he destroyed that huge stone with one dagger was simply something, the guys said. Yuki was very happy for Fen and looked at the crowd of guys who were so happy that they had managed it. She realized that most likely they would not be able to spend time today, since his comrades would celebrate together and would not let him go. Evening came and everyone was already in their rooms after such a hard day. After dinner, there was plenty of time to do our own thing and relax. Fen came to the hospital department to ask the nurse to examine him and his comrades, since they had spent a lot of effort and perseverance and did not understand whether everything was okay with their health. Approaching the door, Fen began knocking and asking if anyone was there. While Fen was trying to get through to the health worker so that she could look at his comrades, a man was walking along the corridor with bags containing food. Fen did not immediately notice that someone was approaching and did not understand why the nurse did not open the door. It was Teacher Wang, who was very surprised to see Feng at the nurse's door at such a time. Fen was a little scared when the teacher called his name and asked what he was doing here. Teacher Wang looked at Feng a little down and disgusted, and said that it was very strange to see a student outside the beautiful nurse's door so late. Did Fen really want something from the doctor? Or was he just lost, the teacher hinted, so that Fen would leave. Fen didn't quite understand what was happening and simply froze in incomprehension. Teacher Wang's questions were very strange, as if no one could come to the nurse to look at him and help if necessary. Fen didn't even think that the teacher might have another motive to ask the boy to leave here. Teacher Wang began to come closer to Fen and ask him to leave as quickly as possible. For some reason, Fen decided that the teacher wanted to do something bad and began to get nervous. Fen could not restrain himself and screamed from the influx of emotions. Teacher Wang was afraid that he would attract unnecessary attention and immediately began asking him to shut up before other teachers came out to swear. Teacher Wang nervously began to turn his head, hoping that no one would react to the strange screams in the corridor. Fen immediately fell silent and was a little surprised that the teacher was acting so strangely, as if he was hiding something. The teacher began asking Fen to leave the building before anyone left and come here in the morning. The health worker is probably already asleep and shouldn't disturb her, said Teacher Wang. Suddenly, the teacher felt that they had been heard. Suddenly, the next door, near which Fen was talking with the teacher, opened. Wang was very unhappy that Fen was in the teacher's building at such a time, and now perhaps a big problem. It was an 11th grade teacher. He looked quite friendly and even a little strange. Teacher Wang was a little nervous and hoped that Feng would go to the barracks and not talk to them further. The teacher asked Fen why he came to the teacher's building so late. "Do you really have business with Teacher Wang?" the teacher asked. Fen didn't quite understand why they started interrogating him. He just wanted to find a nurse and ask her to treat his comrades. Teacher Wang intervenes in the conversation and asks Fen to go to the barracks, since the teachers should now meet for a council, and there is no place for children there. Feng didn't understand why Teacher Wang was so persistently asking him to leave the building and leave as quickly as possible. The high school teacher said that there was no need to worry, and Fen was no longer a child. The teacher placing his hand on Fenu's shoulder, begins to tell him that nothing bad will happen if the boy stays with them. Teacher Wang became very tense, as he understood that things could get out of control. The teacher, pushing Fen and telling stories of his childhood, begins to escort the boy to the office where all the teachers have gathered and are supposed to discuss important matters. Teacher Wang was not happy with this idea and realized that there were things that the teachers' committee had not yet seen, as they were busy resting. Entering the office, Fen saw many teachers who were having fun talking about various topics not related to studies. The teacher who invited the boy so much into the office invites him to spend time with them and tell him what is bothering him. Fen said that he needed to talk to the nurse because he was worried about his comrades. The teacher liked the boy's attitude towards his comrades, and he hugged him, saying that don't worry, they will listen to you and help you. The teacher smiled and spoke very intrusively to Fen. Fen began to feel not entirely comfortable, since the teachers had never accepted him, and here suddenly there was such friendliness. Fen said that he just needed to talk to the nurse about the condition of his comrades. Teacher Wang intervenes in the conversation and says that it's time for Fen to go to the barracks, since it's late, and others might misunderstand if they see the boy leaving the teacher's building so late. The teacher says that yes, this is possible, especially when the nurse is very pretty. He, smiling, told the boy that he had a good eye, but still, it's not worth taking risks, otherwise it will be very unpleasant for the remaining years of studying. Teacher Fen said a little jokingly and threateningly. The nurse was sitting behind and heard such a strange conversation from the teacher. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about, since she didn't really listen, and when she was told that the boy had come to her, he asked what worried him. Meanwhile, while Fen was talking with the nurse about the condition of his team and asking for help with recovery, otherwise they had not yet had a proper rest, the teachers decided to check the grades for the training and tests that had been going on for several days. They were simply stunned when they saw that Fen and his comrades were at the top of the list in terms of balls. Their opinion was that Fen clearly did not pass all the standards honestly, and they were giving him credit, or he cheated. Their guesses and faces became very bad, and they could not believe that Fen was that weakling who could pass all the standards for the highest score, like his comrades. Fen was shocked that until this moment the teachers didn't even know the grades, and only now opened the magazine. Feng now understood why Teacher Wang tried in every possible way to escort him out of the building so that the others would not think anything. Pointing to the grades in the magazine, they began to suspect that Fen had paid someone to get top marks. It is impossible that the weakest student suddenly becomes the most successful and gets the highest scores in every test along with his team of weaklings. Fen begins to prove that he did not do anything illegal and that he and his team earned all the marks honestly. Teacher Wang grabs Fen by the hands and asks him to go to the barracks, and he will try to explain everything to the teachers. Teacher Wang walked next to Fen to the door and tried to quickly close this conversation from the boy and figure it out himself. But the teachers behind began to claim that it was definitely not clean here, and that Fen and his comrades had bribed the whole exam. Near the door, Fen stopped and did not want to listen to such nonsense that the biased teachers were talking. They could not even imagine that the weakest squad had such willpower and desire for victory that they were able to show such results. Fen, clenching his fists, says that he knows how to prove that all the grades were given honestly. The teachers began to tense up a little, thinking that the boy was about to do something. Turning around, Fen, with a joyful smile and pointing his fingers at the teachers, says that they will win all the competitions and take 20 places in the ranking. All their results will be real, and teachers will have to see for themselves the training with their own eyes. The teachers were very surprised that some weakling would say that he was able to win such a difficult competition. Really, in addition to weakness, he also has stupidity, the teachers thought. They started laughing heartily, thinking that the boy just wanted to joke. All the teachers had no doubt that weaklings would never be able to achieve good results in competitions. The teacher approached Fen and, grabbing him by the shoulders with tears in his eyes from laughter, advised the boy to go work as a comedian, otherwise he might joke about himself. Fen laughed too, only because the teachers thought he was weak, just like his team. Fen offers a bet that they will win. The teachers were sure that this would definitely not happen, and agreed on the condition that all participants in the 30th squad would get into the top 20. In this case, the reward will be a new title for everyone, but if you lose, then relegation and big problems. Do you agree? Fen, smiling and happy that he had argued with the teachers, was only more confident in himself and knew that they could win. The nurse, seeing that Fen is leaving, gets up and tries to stop him. Fen began to walk down the corridor to his barracks, and the nurse followed. Teacher Wang looked towards the confident Fen and wondered what happened to him after that tragedy happened in the bank. Fen has completely changed and has become an order of magnitude stronger than he ever was. The nurse caught up with Fen, and they discussed what exactly Fen needed to help his squad. Otherwise, everything was not good at all in those conversations between the teachers. Fen asks the nurse to fully restore his comrades while they rest. If you do this, then the remaining competitions will be much easier than the previous ones. He really wanted his team to be recognized at school and no longer be bullied by other children and teachers. The nurse added that she knew the truth, and the teachers would greatly regret not believing Fen and his team. She said that such a good commander knows how to properly instruct his comrades and support him, which is why all the guys are loyal to him. She was glad that Fen finally turned to her for help, since he began to stand out greatly with his talents over the others, and only a blind person would not understand that the boy had become much stronger than he had ever been. She agreed to come over in half an hour so that the guys could get ready for the inspection. Meanwhile, something terrible was happening in the barracks. Some guys decided that the last group was cheating and was definitely not capable of showing such results. A crowd of guys began to beat up the last squad, saying that they were swindlers and weaklings who were not capable of anything. The guys were badly beaten and understood that for such narcissistic idiots, such a good result for weaklings would be very suspicious. One guy said that they win honestly, putting in a lot of strength and perseverance, for which he was hit in the face with a boot. Such mockery was neither excusable nor correct. Based on their skills and number on the school's power scale, they couldn't believe that the weakest kids could be stronger and win by such a margin. They wanted to see Commander Fen, who incited them all to commit a crime. Fen, hearing the noise and coming closer, noticed that his comrades were being beaten and was very unpleasantly surprised. He wanted to intervene, but realized that he could put their group at risk from the rest. One of Fen's comrades was thrown towards him after the blow. Fen was very unhappy and did not know what to do. He didn't want his comrades to be beaten, but it would be very stupid to interfere now. The comrade, shaking with his last strength, tried to get up and saw Fen and told him to run. He understood that everyone was very unhappy that some weaklings were taking first place and looked very strong, as if something was fishy here. For Fen it was very painful, like those days when they mocked his loved ones and wanted to harm them. He was not going to stand by and continue to watch his comrades be beaten. Fen decided to show himself and turned to those guys to stop their bullying. The self-confident bastards turned around and saw Fen and were very happy that they would finally be able to get even and deal with that brat who was not playing fair. Fen, trying to restrain himself so as not to let his inner beast out, wants to talk to the guys. He didn't like that it all happened this way, but there would be more competitions ahead, and in them they would have to prove their strength in order to gain trust. The commander of the 3rd detachment, nicknamed the Snake, was very glad to meet the man who had the last number 300 and was the weakest guy, but was chosen as the commander of the detachment. He was overcome by many questions, and he was sure that weaklings could not be the first. The Snake began to make faces right in front of Fen's face and prove that he was the weakest and definitely could not be the one who took first place in training. This definitely smells like cheating and not a sports game. Such a weakling cannot be considered honest. The Snake's comrades also took up the ridicule of Fen and laughed heartily. They also did not believe that the weakest boy could top the list of the best candidates who passed the test. This began to anger Fen so much that the thirst for blood began to awaken, and reacting in time, Fen tried to cover his mouth and concentrate on suppressing the power so that the bloody aura and enormous pressure on those around him from horror would not burst out. Suddenly, Seiko notices that Fen is being pestered by some guy from the school who studied in another class. Apparently, Fen interested everyone because he took first place, and now everyone will dig into him. Seiko hoped that Fen would restrain himself and not show the terrible power that he was hiding, and would not interfere. Tomorrow there will be competitions. Can't they really fight later and prove which of them is cooler? Thought Seiko. Meanwhile, the snake in every possible way provoked Fen to take some action so that he could prove that he was worthy of taking first place on the list of the strongest candidates. They smiled, mocked, and showed their distrust in every possible way. There was no doubt in their eyes that Fen had fooled everyone. The guys from Fen's squad were on their knees after those abuses and beatings. They hoped that Fen would pull through and show such arrogant idiots that they were in fact worthy and strong candidates for passing the tests. Fen continued to eat, that his attempts to restrain himself would not be in vain, and that the nurse should come would only play into his hands. It's enough just to hold out and listen to all the negativity that fell on their heads and untrue accusations of cheating. Remembering that he agreed with the teachers that if his squad made it to the top 20, they would receive a new title and respect from the teachers. Such an agreement was much more important than listening to bullying from a stupid schoolboy who does not know the truth. The snake tries in every possible way to provoke the guy and ridicules his comrades and Fen himself. He didn't care that it was wrong to bully others during training, but he didn't intend to forgive cheating either. Suddenly, the snake decides to attack Fen and no longer hold back. His stupid head was struck by the idea of teaching Fen a lesson in place and not paying attention to the consequences that would befall him after such an act. The snake's arms began to envelop Fen, not allowing him to even move. It was a fairly quick attack, but Fen understood that he should not interfere. Otherwise, it would mean that he had definitely done something illegal, and the students would not leave him. The snake's ability was that it could stretch its body as much as it wanted, and it looked as if Fena had grabbed the snake and was trying to strangle it before eating it. Fen, seeing this, said that it looked more like a worm than a snake, and these pathetic attempts to provoke him into a fight would not be accepted. Fen felt that it was becoming more difficult for him to breathe, but he could not interfere. After these words, the snake begins to squeeze Fen's body even more tightly and says with a smile that he will still get what he needs, and he doesn't care what happens to such an arrogant swindler and weakling as Fen. Everyone will still take his side, since he is strong and society needs him. It became increasingly difficult for Fen to breathe, and his body began to ache very much from pain. He tried to prevent the possibility of being overwhelmed by the desire to kill, but with every second in such a grip, it became more and more difficult to restrain himself. The snake was squeezing quite tightly, and Fen already felt that he might not be able to stand it if it went on like this for long. The snake looked down on Fen and said that he was sure that such weaklings were not capable of anything except cheating. The guys started shouting at the snake to let go of their commander and stop behaving like that. They will prove everything on the training ground, not in battle. The snake pays attention to their words and says with a smile that he will only let Fen go if they try to stop him. He was sure that such weaklings were not capable of anything, and it would be like beating infants. The guys didn't think long and decided to attack all together. They began to scream and rush into battle, trying to overcome the fear of their defeat and weakness, which everyone talks about so joyfully. They were not pleased that their commander was being treated so cruelly. The snake, stretching it with one hand, scatters the guys to the sides. The force of the blow was not that strong, but it was like being hit with a hose. The guys were never strong fighters or even got into a fight with someone because they were very weak and unsure of their abilities. Lying on the ground after being hit, they try to get up again and think that they are so pathetic and weak when someone strong comes and throws them around. Is it really possible that after so much training and decent performance and results, the strength of spirit has not increased? One of the guys thought. Fen was very tired, trying to breathe. His eyes tried to close more and more to fall asleep, but Fen's willpower was on a completely different level, and he just wanted to hold out until the nurse arrived. His comrades' attempts to intervene were in vain, but proved that they did not want to allow anyone to push them around and give them offense. One of the guys remembered that he was on the roof when Seiko gathered them to fight Akura Yuki. They were scared and understood that those who have strength are only ready to throw the weak into battle and just watch them be beaten. But there was a moment when Fen intervened in the duel between Yuki and Seiko, thereby stopping it. Such an act is worthy of a person who tries to become a friend to everyone and supports everyone who honors themselves as weak. Fen was always the weakest, but this did not stop him from interfering in the fights of the strongest and constantly getting for someone. We always considered ourselves weak and unworthy, but Fen proved that with effort, you can prove to yourself that with hard training, you can achieve results and become strong. They were very upset that because of their cowardice and constant oppression, it was so difficult for them to cope with a person who was definitely not stronger than them in terms of physical characteristics. They refused to give up and told the snake that he was underestimating them and comparing them to trash. They realized that self-confidence gives you much more when you have the support of your comrades. Having united, the guys again attacked the snake that was squeezing their commander so tightly. The snake tensed a little, but had no doubt that he could cope, and all those speeches that could bring tears to tears were only created for weaklings. The snake, without a shadow of a doubt, began to stretch his arm again and fights off the crowd of weaklings who screamed and tried to break through, getting hit every time. Getting up, they ran again. Fen was surprised that his comrades listened to him so well and became a team, but they lacked courage. The snake did not feel threatened, but it beat the guys up and felt that they had really changed a little. But only like idiots who rush to death for the sake of their captain, who cannot do anything. The guys were already pretty exhausted and tired, but it was difficult to fight against such fast attacks with an arm that changes its length and can tie everyone up. Fen looked at them and didn't know what to do. His promise to the nurse that his guys would cope and enter the top 20, as well as the chances of receiving a high rank, was a very worthy reward. It was very difficult to take such risks. These guys chose Fen as the main one and trusted him, becoming much stronger than they thought before. Their choice and trust became very pleasant for Fen. Each of them rightfully became his friend and comrade, who would not stand aside when he needed help. Fen was fed up with this and realized that no matter what happened to the competition, if he betrayed his comrades and set such an example for them, then he was no better than the crap that was trying to mock them. Fen activates his dagger in his right hand to finally fight back the arrogant snake that decided to question the honest actions of his squad in training. The snake begins to laugh and say that he will not be able to even move with his dagger since he is wrapped very tightly. In his eyes, there was only confidence in his power as one of the strongest guys from the first squad. The guys stood up a little and saw that Fen began to try to fight the snake. They began to look closely and hope that everything would work out, and Fen would show who the 30th squad and its captain Fen were. Fen, being in the embrace, began to come to his senses and say in a calm voice that the snake was too weak to hold him. This was very clearly noticeable during physical training. Fen's body began to be covered with an eerie aura, but the guy's control over bloodthirstiness was already at its best, and the weak state of mind was easy to avoid. Fen understood that he did not want to give up and abandon his comrades. He decides to show them how to deal with such insolent people who imagine that everything is allowed to them. Fen, using his strength and waving his shoulders and arms, throws off the shocked snake, who did not understand. How is this possible? Fen was very focused on keeping his soul in place and not letting his bloodlust take control. After which, Fen took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. He began to tell his comrades that they did a good job, but they could have knocked down such a pathetic worm themselves. The snake began to retreat and was very frightened that Fen had managed to free himself from his grip and was now preparing to attack. All confidence in his strength evaporated in an instant, and now he felt that he could do nothing. Fen had no idea that the snake was such a coward and was not capable of fighting in a real fight. All that ostentation and bullying of the weak was his strength, and now he's like a frightened child who doesn't know what to do. The hairdryer inflicts a light scratch on the snake's leg, and it falls to the floor and begins to scream in pain. It looked so disgusting and shameful that it was even disgusting. He was overcome with horror that everything had not gone the way he always wanted, and the weakling was punishing him. He will not be able to endure such shame. There was blood on his hand from a scratch on his leg, and this only frightened him more. Fen stood over the snake, and seeing this pitiful picture, was very disappointed. A person who was one of the strongest students on the school scale turns out to be such a weakling that he is able to mock only the weak, and when he is rebuffed, he falls into hysterics and fear. Fen begins to come closer, and looking at this sweaty piece that knows how to torture only the weak, he thinks about how to teach him a lesson. The snake tries to crawl back in fear. The hairdryer, smiling, begins to twist the guy, knowing that he loves to stretch his body. Screams of horror and pain were heard throughout the corridor, and fear was filled more and more from its helplessness. The snake's hands were twisted into a knot, and the boy himself was shaking in horror that everything had turned out this way. Fen began to turn to his comrades and say that they could handle it themselves, since there is no smell of force here. Fen looked at the snake again and smiled, saying that until the last moment he thought that he was strong, and his embrace was weak, and it was difficult to pretend that Fen was suffocating. Such a weak body cannot cope with a real opponent. The serpent is greatly frightened by the next bitter truth about his strength and ability, and loses consciousness. It will be difficult for him to endure so many emotional outbursts and criticism, but he deserves it. Fen, sitting on the guy, was surprised that he was so easy to break psychologically, and all the bullying that he liked to do to others on him played a cruel joke. It turns out there was an imposter in the first room who thought his power was worthy, Fen said. Getting up, Fen was a little upset that because of one idiot, all his efforts could go to waste, and because of such an attitude between the students, there could only be more problems. The snake's comrades, who were so supportive, were simply shocked and did not know what to say. Shaking off his hands from a stupid fight with a guy who considered himself tough and strong, Fen remembers that there are still his comrades. The guys behind were scared and did not understand how the weakest student could knock out their comrade from the first squad. Turning around, Fen told them to take their friend and stop pestering them. Fen didn't want to make things worse and said that he wasn't going to pester them in the future. He just asked them not to bother others anymore. The next morning all squads had another run, which lasted 10 laps around the training camp. Seiko tried to maintain the pace and was already quite tired. And again, Fen runs next to him at high speed, as if he's not tired at all, and for him it is like walking. Every morning Seiko thought the same thing. He was no longer so angry with Fen, but simply tried to be a worthy person and train harder. Fen has changed, but he still shows respect towards Seiko. Seiko turns around because he hears that very heavy breathing behind him is trying to run after Fen. They were his comrades from the detachment. They looked very tired, as if they had not been given any rest. Reina watches the cross-country and notices that Fen's squad looks very tired and says that this is what their stamina was enough for. Tahara stood very calmly and talked about yesterday. Reina turned to the nurse asking about what happened yesterday and how was that guy who was cut from the first squad. She was surprised that someone would think of sorting things out during the training period. The nurse said that the boy from the first squad was completely safe, but psychologically very depressed. But the guys from the 30th squad received a lot of injuries and were very exhausted. His intervention was only able to partially restore their strength. The rest will take time. The nurse felt that she should have come earlier, and then the fight might not have happened, which means that Fen's squad would have problems. They definitely won't let him get away with such an event, which means a dispute with the teachers could cast doubt on the guy's future. After training, Fen's squad arrived at the finish line. Tahara stood in front of Fen, and the guys lined up began to salute and say that they had completed the task. Tahara quite calmly began to say that, taking into account yesterday's situation, fighter Fen would lose points and end up in last place. It was not easy for him to say this, but if he did not do this, then the others would raise a fuss out of the blue and begin to mock him. Fen seemed to have fallen from a height and felt empty with pain that he still failed his comrades, but only he was punished, which means his team still has a chance to achieve success and recognition. Fen respected Tahara's words and shouted out that he agreed to be punished, but said nothing more. Tahara turned around and got ready to leave, trying to understand why Fen lost his temper and did this. Fen's comrades from the squad began to be indignant and try to defend their commander, saying that it was the guy from the first squad who attacked them, and they were just trying to defend themselves from the attack. Many were severely beaten, and the first detachment was not even punished. Where is the justice? Tahara turned around and said that he didn't care who was to blame, and that what was done yesterday was unacceptable. The entire 30th squad loses points for the competition and ends up last. Fen tried to stop Tahara from making such a decision, but it was too late. This was very painful for the guys, and they began to shout that there was no justice here, and that they would continue to be just rags with which to wipe their feet because of their weak abilities. Tahara said that they have no right to decide what is right and what is wrong, and if they continue to disturb the order of the camp, they will be rags for the rest of the time, since they will not receive points. Everyone was shocked that they were treated this way, and even Tahara reacted so negatively. Fen did not argue, and simply agreed with Tahara's words, and asked to give them a punishment, which they would immediately carry out for arguing with their superiors. After which, Fen took a lying position and began doing push-ups, trying to express a sincere apology to Tahara and promised that this would not happen again. Fen's comrades did not understand why the commander was doing this. Was he really not going to stop? Fen's comrades felt ashamed that the squad leader was taking the rap for them and didn't even argue with Tahara, even though he was covering for the first squads. This attitude was not fair, but in front of Fen, I was much more ashamed. All the guys took a lying position and did push-ups together with Fen. At first Tahara stood calmly and looked at the guys who were trying to atone for their guilt. He understood them well, but could not do anything since he himself was a student who obeyed the orders of the teachers. Fen raised his head as Tahara began to tell a story about what awaits them next, and if they continue to not want to remain rags with which they only wipe their feet, they will do everything possible at the final stage, where the battle will be real. Taha said that it would be very difficult and painful there from clashes with other participants. This will be a real duel between teams that are ready to cope only together and prove to everyone their superiority and strength. Fen, feeling that this will be a very difficult fight, understands that now their squad will have to become even stronger in order to prove to everyone that they deserve to be called strong. Getting a new title and respect was very important for Fen. While Fen's squad was doing push-ups, taking punishment for their insolence and behavior, which resulted in the loss of points and injuries against a member of the other team. Tahara looked at his watch and decides to finish the training, since the guys need to make it to breakfast. After the command to postpone training, Fen's squad got up and, very tired, tried to catch their breath. They were very exhausted and realized that at this pace, they would soon be unable to do anything. Tahara hurried the guys to go to the dining room before mealtime ended. After breakfast, he waits for them at the training ground, where further training will take place. Entering the dining room, the guys were in a hurry to get to the table and hoped that at least something was left. Fen's team discussed what might be left there and hoped that they could regain at least some strength to survive the day. The history teacher and the class teacher of the 11th grade came out from the dining room to meet the children. He was kind of tired, as he had eaten very heavily. Seeing Fen, he cheered up a little, and remembering that evening where he made a bet with the boy, he began to tease Fen. He said that he would watch the training today and see what his squad could do. Fen immediately bowed his head and scratched the back of his head and greeted the teacher, and was happy to wish him a good day and worry about whether he had eaten well. The teacher smiled and replied that everything was fine. The history teacher also said that, looking at Fen's team, he doubts a little that they will be able to surprise him today, since they look very tired. Have you really started training so as not to fall flat on your face when it turns out that you cheated? The teacher joked with Fen. Fen pretended that everything was fine and laughed at the teacher's joke, and the guys behind were not at all happy with such suspicions in their direction. The teacher was not at all going to believe that the last squad was capable of such high results. While the history teacher was distracting Feng with his conversation in every possible way, behind him, Teacher Wang and a nurse were leaving the cafeteria discussing the condition of the students after so many days of training. Fen, scratching the back of his head, told the teacher that he was pleased to hear that teachers will now take part in training and see for themselves the abilities of their children. But now they need to visit the canteen before time runs out, Fen said carefully. Suddenly, the history teacher remembered that a student from his class was injured yesterday and is now in the first aid post. He said that he was beaten by some guy with very poor skills. Fen felt like lightning passed through his body, and now it was clear that everything would go very badly, Fen thought. Grabbing Fen by the shoulder, the teacher leaned closer and said quietly that the student told him that it was Fen and that he couldn't wrap his head around it. The teacher looked quite serious and spoke rather scary. Fen even began to get nervous looking at the teacher. Suddenly, the teacher bursts into loud laughter and starts patting Fen on the shoulder, repeating that it's so funny that some weakling was able to beat up a guy from the first team. Fen, holding the shoulder that the teacher was clapping on, was sure that this was really hard to believe when such a hierarchy of abilities reigned in the country. Trying to rub his muscles from the pain, Fen understood that it would be difficult to prove to everyone that he and his squad were far from weaklings. The loud laughter is noticed by Teacher Wang and the nurse, who did not immediately notice that the history teacher was talking to Fen and was delaying the entire squad before eating. They politely approached the children and asked the teacher to go with them, since the children needed to have breakfast and there was very little time left. The history teacher calmed down and realized that he had really stopped the kids at the wrong time. Teacher Wang, holding his friend by the arm, tries to carefully lead him away along with the nurse to give the children time to have breakfast. The history teacher was glad to see Fen, which made him laugh so much he added that he was already looking forward to participating in training with him and his squad. After such a long pause with the arrogant history teacher, the guys hurried to enter the dining room and hoped that there was still food left. Their stomachs were completely empty, and the state of weakness did not leave them. There were only thoughts about food in my head. An hour after breakfast, general training for teachers and students began at the stadium. The teachers did not behave quite appropriately and did everything very sluggishly and slowly, and sometimes even just standing nearby and watching, preferring to scratch with their tongues. Only Teacher Wang behaved with dignity and completed all the exercises. He began to move a little away from the other teachers, as if something had influenced him, and now he's trying to show himself as a worthy teacher. The history teacher notices that Van does all the exercises and looks quite calm and not tired. It was strange to hear from a teacher who was the life of the party and had decent physical shape. Some teachers became completely lazy and simply stood aside because they felt that they were no longer able to cope with so many exercises. They talked about their fatigue and whined endlessly that they were not comfortable. Raina noticed that such conversations from teachers affect the general condition of the children, who are trying to cope with all the training. Even the most persistent ones already look rather lethargic and tired. Fen's group shows very poor results, as if they had not rested at all. Their condition and appearance resemble those of zombies, as they stagger and cannot walk straight. The faces are pale and blue. This situation was very deplorable. She turns to Tahara, who stood at the top and watched what was happening. She advised us to do something before all the guys fell off their feet. Tahara called all the squads to him and began to tell them to decide on one representative from their squad who would take part in the training, and the reward would be rest until lunch. Fen, having heard such a proposal from Tahara, thought a little, because he understood that he did not have much strength, and the squad would not be able to cope except for him. Fen had to give it his all and give his comrades time to rest. Fen rose to follow Tahara and accept the mission to speak on behalf of his squad. Teacher Wang stood up behind him and was calm about participating in the competition. But the history teacher stops Van and tells him not to participate. Otherwise, the children will get a lot of trouble. It's better if I take part, so at least the children won't get completely exhausted, the history teacher said, laughing. The history teacher, putting his hands behind his head, behaved very relaxed, as if for him this was an ordinary lesson and nothing special. Teacher Wang felt helpless because he could not do anything to oppose the teacher, who is more important in the school. After preparing the list of exercises, only representatives of their squads remained on the training ground. They were preparing to pass the test and give their comrades a chance to rest before lunch. Fen felt that his legs were already starting to shake from excessive training and lack of proper rest and recovery. The amount of food became less and less every day, and the entire detachment became weaker and weaker. The opportunity to rest was simply necessary, and Fen will give it his all. The history teacher stood next to Fen and said that he would take part with the guy and see what the students of his school were capable of. He is more interested in what Fen is capable of and decided to choose a victim for the competition. Tahara approached the guys who were ready to start the exercises and announced the list of exercises. Everyone had to do 10 times each of the 4 exercises. The number of approaches will depend only on who remains last. Elimination will be based on speed of execution, so I don't recommend falling behind the others, Tahara said. The training began immediately with the heaviest exercise. The guys, lying on their backs, pumped up their abs by lifting their legs and moving them from side to side. It was hard and had to be done very quickly so as not to fly out. The history teacher finished first and, proud of himself, proceeds to the next exercise. He felt that he could win because he had good physical skills and a lot of experience. Children would never be able to cope with such a strong opponent, he thought. Other children began to try to keep up with the teacher, and in their attempts they became very nervous and performed the exercise incorrectly. This was also punishable by disqualification. Tahara, seeing this torment, immediately excludes the 3 from the competition, since they do not have time and do the exercises poorly. In trying to keep up, only a few suffered injuries and sprains and required medical attention. The history teacher had already performed the jumping exercise with raising his arms and squatting, telling the children that they should pump up their bodies not only for beauty, but also for endurance. Turning his head, the teacher sees that Fen is not only doing the exercises well, but is even ahead of the teacher in speed. This hurt the teacher greatly, and he was not going to lose to some weakling from the last 30 squad. The flame of thirst for victory flared in his eyes, and the teacher began to do the exercises faster and faster. He wanted to prove that none of the students were capable of defeating the teacher in competitions. Yuki, seeing this desire to prove to everyone that the teacher is the coolest and no less weak Fen, who is even superior to the teacher, decides to refuse to participate because she understood that Fen needed rest now. She calmly walked past Tahara and said that the first squad was leaving the competition, to which Tahara reacted calmly and with understanding. He didn't even have to speak to understand that Yuki did it on purpose. The push-ups were very intense, and the teacher was already at his limit. With each descent and climb, his body began to ache more. Fen, in turn, was calm and tried to keep the pace, not paying attention to the pain. This was followed by jumping and squats. Fen acted faster and calmer. His pace and loud voice were a little off-putting to the teacher, but it didn't matter, since the history teacher was getting more and more tired. In the next exercise, it was already clear that the teacher lowered his head from fatigue and looked at his feet, trying to concentrate and give his best. Fen understood that he had no choice and had to win in order to give himself and his comrades a rest. Jumping was already very difficult for the teacher, and the lag was getting larger, and defeat was closer. The teacher couldn't believe that he could lose to the weakest student in their school. The teacher could no longer stand it and turned to Fen and began to say that he was a monster in sports. It was very difficult for the teacher. His body was all tense, and his muscles began to ache with renewed vigor, which clouded his mind. Raina watched what was happening and was surprised that Fen even made a teacher in the sports discipline. Still, the teacher gave up and fell to the ground after another approach. His fatigue and pain were very strong, as he did not expect that the student was able to withstand so many exercises and approaches at high speed, and even win. Coach Takara announces the victory of Fen, the commander of the 30th squad, and allows them to rest until lunch. Fen stood behind and, holding his hands on his belt, tried to calm down and catch his breath. The guys, shocked that Fen was able to cope with the teacher, begin to say that they are very glad that Fen coped and gave them a chance to rest. Fen was glad, as he wanted this most of all. After a few seconds, Fen told everyone to rest and take their seats. He himself fell near a tree and tried to rest and recover a little. The guys listened to their commander and went to take rest places. Fen felt severe pain in the muscles of his legs. They were shaking with fatigue and pain. Fen was afraid that if he could not rest properly, he would not perform at the final stage competition, which would show their strengths. After hard training and lunch, Tahara and his instructors gathered all the children in front of the stage and began to announce into the microphone the further stages that they would go through. After Tahara's words about abilities that could be useless, Seiko was not very pleased, as he remembered that he had failed to cope with the stone and now feels not strong enough. Tahara said that at the next training session, the team results would be assessed. Anyone who doubts their abilities must rely on their team and figure out how to take advantage of and apply their talents. He believed in every student that he would cope and show his best side. Tahara added that there are no useless skills, but only those who do not know how to use them. Behind were the teachers and the school principal, who had personally come to watch the final stage of the training. He was a little amused by Tahara's encouragement that weak abilities could be useful, after which the director made a speech that he would be present at the competition and would make the final decision at the end of the battles. He was very interested in how the students would perform and whether there were any worthy candidates among them. Tahara was surprised to see the director decide to attend their training. He bowed politely, expressing his respect, and said that he was glad to see him on such a day. Tahara added that all competitions and training were carried out strictly according to the rules, and now the last stage has come. He was a little nervous because he didn't understand why the director decided to intervene. The whole process was entrusted to Tahara, and now the director has arrived. The school principal said he was very grateful to have entrusted the training to his best student, but now he wanted to conduct the final stage of the competition himself. Tahara did not object, but respectfully asked Reina to give him a folder with plans for holding the last competition. Reina also felt that they had been abandoned, but she could not object to the school principal. Tahara gives the planning papers to the director. The director, taking the papers, said that he was definitely glad that he had made the right decision in entrusting such an important competition to his best graduate. Looking through the plans, he looked in delight and realized how carefully Tahara had prepared everything. Everything was thought out to the smallest detail, but the director had his own thoughts about the ending. The principal respected Tahara's plans, but said nothing, handing the folder to his assistant and history teacher. The director decided to arrange competitions between students a little differently. Fen, standing in the mud, raises his head and, looking at the director, begins to understand that everything will not be at all according to plan, and what they hear will turn out to be something insidious in order to highlight the strong guys. The director, taking the microphone, began to announce that he would hold the last competition, and it would be slightly different from what instructor Tahara proposed. Children will have to face each other in a duel between squads in the mud, using their abilities as well as without them. The first stage will be a battle using an ability, and it will show how much you have become by training your skills stronger, and then physical strength and endurance will be demonstrated in a duel against units. Tahara interrupted the director, saying that the guys should be given time to prepare and get used to it, otherwise they will not be able to correctly assess their abilities and will lose at the beginning of the fight. The director agreed with instructor Tahara's remark and said into the microphone that the competition would begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that is, in 5 minutes. If someone is not ready, they may give up immediately and wait for results. He said that this would be a real fight for survival, and all participants must show real composure and readiness to survive to the end. His words were quite bad, since children will have to show cruelty, and this is not entirely correct. The nurse asked the director to use bracelets that would absorb damage and prevent the children from getting seriously injured. The director was very excited about the upcoming fight and forgot such little things as safety. He agreed so it wouldn't look reckless or dangerous. Having put a bracelet on his hand, the director ordered that each student have a bracelet and try to survive in the duel as long as possible, since points will be counted for time and the number of targets hit. But he added that if, having lost the bracelet, a person wants to continue the battle, then the director will not be against it and gives permission to fight until victory. His satisfied face spoke of completely abnormal desires, what he wanted to see on the training battlefield. The nurse was shocked that the director was ready to put the lives of the students in such a situation, and it was completely reckless. Raina also realized that it was not at all safe, and the director was up to something bad. Fen, a little nervous, realizes that everything is not going according to plan, and he will have to fight with other units using the ability, even though it was weak. Time was the only thing he cared about, to last as long as possible. Remembering that Fen was able to control his bloodlust back then, he was worried that in his state of extreme fatigue, he would not be able to control himself properly and might do a lot of trouble. The director continued to make a speech about how important his students are to him and that he wishes everyone a successful performance in demonstrating their abilities. "Show everything you can do in this training match," the director said. The guys from Fen's squad felt tired and were very unhappy that they had to fight in the mud using their ability, which was the weakest among other groups of students. They wondered how they could stand up to the others if they were exhausted and weak. Fen raised his head thoughtfully to come up with a plan before it was time to fight and hoped that they could hold out as long as possible. It was already 1 minute to 2 o'clock on the clock. Tahara and her assistant did not look happy that the entire competition would be held exactly as the school principal said. The time has come, and the guys from the second squad immediately rushed together, attacking their classmate from the first squad. They knew what he was capable of and wanted to immediately knock him out of participation before he got to something stuck. This participant was Seiko, who, being in the mud, did not feel anything that could be useful to him in battle. Since the first stage allowed the use of the ability, all that remained was to find something suitable. He began to run away from the crowd of guys from another squad and hoped to have time to find at least something that could be used as a weapon. The guys chasing Seiko told him to stop and give up. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance in the mud. Having driven Seiko up against the wall, the guys began to activate their abilities and tell Seiko to give up and give up his bracelet. Seiko, although he was driven, was not going to sacrifice some weak trash in a duel. Approaching the wall, Seiko felt the metal rod that was the support for the building. Without thinking for a long time, the boy begins to activate his ability to get it and fight with the weaklings. Seiko smiled and said that it was in vain that they pinned him near the building, and now he would pay for his insolence. He had no hesitation in doing something like that. The guys from the other squad realized that they had made a mistake by pinning Seiko against the wall, and now they would have to run away so as not to get hit by a metal beam and fly out. They were very scared, because when Seiko is angry, it is difficult to stop him. Seiko, waving a large piece of a metal beam that was used in construction, knocked down guys left and right. He was overcome by anger, since he always hated the weak and considered himself the strongest. Meanwhile, another group of guys surrounded Yuki to prevent her from leaving and attacking altogether. Yuki looked around and thought, what will they do? She examined her opponents, who stood opposite nervously and a little cowardly. Such weaklings probably just want to stall for time until there are fewer people left. Using her demon mask ability, Yuki jumps out of the mud and flies over the guys who tried to surround her. They were scared seeing how Yuki was moving and that they couldn't handle her. The guys from Fen's squad didn't know what to do and started asking Fen what to do. They were filled with fear that in their weak state they could not yet do anything normally. Suddenly they tell Fen that a detachment of guys is approaching them and wants to fight them. Fen, a little nervously, tells them to gather their strength and prepare for battle. The squad, pointing their finger at Fen, says to give up and give up their bracelets. Otherwise they will be severely crippled and the departure will be doubly unpleasant. Fen didn't act like a coward and said that they refused to give up without a fight. Fen and his comrades use their skills and summon weapons that will help them survive as long as possible in the confrontation. All Fen needs to do is wait until the command is given to stop the battle with the ability. The battle began, and Fen and his comrades began to run through the mud, shouting and intimidating the enemy in every possible way. None of them wanted to lose and give up, realizing that Fen did not just train them and tell them what to do. In a difficult battle, trying to fight off the enemy, Fen shouted that no one should dare to give up and that all he needed to do was wait a little. He was worried that he would not be able to maintain his concentration and control his ability. The director, standing on stage and looking at such a fight, was pleased and said that he wanted to see everything that the guys were capable of in battle. Otherwise, after that incident in the bank, it was necessary to strengthen their composure and rage towards the enemy. Tahara tells the director that this is not the best solution and there is no need to go to extremes. The fight should be sporty and fair and not express emotions of anger and hatred towards each other. A history teacher approaches his student and part-time training camp instructor and tells him not to interfere with the director and to keep his opinion to himself. The director stops his teacher with the words that Tahara is right, that it is necessary to observe the interest of sport and cannot go too far in a duel, but if one of the children gets a victory by overdoing it a little, this does not mean that he is a cold-blooded killer, the director said, laughing. After these words, the history teacher also began to laugh, like an obedient dog that follows its master. This behavior strained Tahara, and he was not pleased to realize that this tournament was not going at all as it should have been. However, the director agrees with Tahara and decides to announce that the time for using the ability is coming to an end, and Nada will announce it in a minute. But the director did not want to do this because he liked that there were those who did not care about the rules and fought very cruelly. Taking the microphone, the director began to say that the time for using the ability was coming to an end and everyone should remove it in a minute. Next time, everyone must show everything they can do without using skills. In the heat of battle, Fen hears what the director is saying and, trying not to be distracted, shouts to his comrades to hold on and not give up. Not long left at all. Although Fen summoned his dagger, he did not use the ability since he could lose concentration, and it was not at all necessary against such guys. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, Yuki was cornered by a crowd of guys who tried to fight her, but nothing worked. After the director said that time is running out, she decides to quickly figure it out. Akura, in her satisfied and calm voice, says that, unfortunately, the time for games is over and she needs to quickly reduce the number of opponents for the second round. She will try to be careful and not do too much damage. Using cloning, she attacks from 3 sides and, scaring her opponents with her strength, takes away their bracelets and knocks them out of the ring. The guys don't even have time to understand what happened. Seiko, holding a large pillar of steel in his hands, understands that he must quickly deal with the crowd of weaklings, otherwise he will have problems against difficult opponents who have combat abilities. With strong and sharp blows, he begins to scatter opponents to the sides, breaking their bracelets along the way, since the blows are quite strong. He did not feel sorry for them at all, but on the contrary, he never respected the weak and only sought to crush them like cockroaches. Many fell at the hands of Seiko. Even though the bracelet took most of the damage, the blow was still felt. Such a metal rod could kill a person if not for the bracelet. The director was delighted that Seiko was throwing opponents around so violently. He liked the fact that among the guys, there were several worthy warriors who were not shy about using their abilities to the fullest. Tahara told the director that time had already run out and it was necessary to announce the shutdown of abilities. The director, with a dissatisfied face, agrees to tell the guys. Although he was not happy with this decision, the rule is the rule. The fight was very intense. Everyone fought, trying to give their all because they understood that a high-level ability gives a big advantage at the beginning of the round, and you can collect a lot of points in battle. The director announces the cessation of abilities, and now only physical strength and endurance are used. Whoever copes and scores the most points wins according to the total points of the squad. The children were not happy, especially those who had good fighting ability. Fen, resting his hands on his knees, began to rest and hope that after such a fight he would be able to continue the next round. Sweat ran down his face, and his body ached in pain. The comrades also felt exhausted, and the fact that Fen gave hope for a round without abilities was already in question. The round began without abilities. No one gave the guys a rest. Now they will have to cope with the enemy relying only on their strength and dexterity. The troops gathered together and prepared for battle. Two guys from the second squad decided to do something unexpected and began to move behind their comrades. They agreed in advance and nodded their heads to each other and began to implement the plan. The commander of the second detachment was a red-haired boy from Fen's class. He sees how his comrades, moving quickly, take strange positions as if preparing for something. It never occurred to him that they were planning something. Having taken their positions, the guys shout to each other that they are ready, thereby distracting their comrades. This insidious plan was planned in advance. The guy and his girlfriend pushed their comrades towards the enemy, thereby helping them. It was a betrayal to get enough points, and I had to negotiate with other units to act together. The red-haired man was very angry and upset that his comrades turned out to be traitors in the competition. Meanwhile, several people from the other team were already running towards him to win and exclude him from the tournament. All the guys from the second team were neutralized. Dirt flew into their faces to blind and render them harmless. Everyone was willing to do anything to get enough points to win. The traitors looked at their squad captain and said that it was nothing personal. They just wanted to eliminate as many strong opponents as possible in order to get more points and become winners. The boy said that he was pleased to deal with such a trusting commander. But in competitions, there are only winners and losers. The squad doesn't play much of a role. The red-haired commander was very irritated, and before he had time to express everything that he thought about the traitors, two opponents from another detachment approached him from behind and plunged him face first into the dirt. Meanwhile, the guys from Fen's squad had not yet recovered from the fight with the ability, but they had to fight against the guys using force. The state of being exhausted and weak no longer guaranteed that they could cope. Fen was very angry that he had not thought everything through thoroughly and was now putting his comrades at risk, who were very tired and would not be able to properly resist the enemy. Fen felt guilty for setting up his comrades like that. He was angry, and at that time Fen's comrades stood in front of him and waited for advice or a strategic decision from their commander. One of the guys understood that Fen was very tired and worried, no less than they were, that they couldn't cope. He decides to take the initiative, thereby showing that they believe everything Fen tells them and will support him in every possible way, risking their victory and fortune. Fen, opening his eyes wider, realizes that he again cannot say anything to his comrades and stands like an idol. They, turning to Fen, understood everything and knew that they needed to win time and last as long as possible in the tournament. But given their condition, they must do everything possible that is required to win by stepping over themselves. Pulling themselves together, the guys rushed towards the opponents to give their commander time to get ready while he came up with a plan, or at least rested to fight the opponents. Guys from other squads notice that a squad of weaklings is moving towards them and looks quite threatening. Fear appeared on their faces that they might lose to a squad of weaklings, taking on their opponents, who rely only on their abilities. Fen's squad had an advantage, since the guys trained hard and were physically stronger than their opponents. Many of them were scared and threw off their bracelets themselves, so that the guys from the 30th detachment would not beat them or plunge them into the mud, thereby humiliating them. Those bright eyes and the loud screams that they made while they were running at the other guys scared some of them more than just a fight. They looked like dead people that had seen their prey and were moving to devour it. Fen was surprised that his comrades, although very exhausted, began to act very aggressively and fight with other units. Hope appeared in his eyes that it was not in vain that he trained with such wonderful guys that they became his friends. Meanwhile, Seiko stood to the side and held his metal beam in his hands, hoping to simply scare away opponents so that no one would approach. But in a fight, he had little chance, since he relied mainly only on his ability. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, Yuki approached him, politely waved her hand at him, and said that they now had time to rest. Frightened, Seiko began to tell Yuki to move away from him, since he was not going to fight her. Holding his beam, Seiko hoped to hold out until he could use his abilities again. While the guys were talking, they began to be surrounded by guys from other squads who decided to unite and knock out the two most powerful opponents before they could use the ability. Yuki said that they already have a lot of points, so now it is better to leave the competition and go to rest. Seiko did not agree, but understood that against such a crowd, he definitely had no chance without using his abilities. Yuki said that they don't have much of a choice right now, since she's not going to fight her classmates, and Seiko simply isn't able to take down so many on her own. Yuki said that they were surrendering and asked the guys to take them out of the battlefield. She tried to pretend that she was incapable of fighting and regretted leaving the battle like that. Seiko was not happy and snapped in every possible way, and said that they should just leave him. He wants to continue the battle, but only with the ability. While the fight continued, at one point the director sat aside because he wanted to see when the press would arrive, which he so kindly invited to show what his best students were capable of. The history teacher points out that Akura Yuki and Seiko have lost and are being taken out of the battlefield. The director runs up to the parapet in a panic and looks down. It was as if he was shocked by the fact that the guys on whom he had placed his hopes did not live up to them, and now only the weaker schoolchildren remained. The director was seized with a slight panic as he invited journalists to watch the final, and all the strongest guys began to drop out. He definitely didn't expect this. Tahara, standing nearby, realized what had happened and simply said that he knew it. The director immediately noticed what Tahara said and, in a slight panic, began asking questions about what Tahara had understood. Tahara began to tell the director that all his training was aimed at strengthening the abilities and physical characteristics of the guys. But in the final match it became clear what everyone was capable of. Seiko is a skilled guy with only his ability and is too aggressive. He does not listen to advice and always ignores when he is asked to compromise or lectured. Akura Yuki is a skilled swordsman who knows how to handle her ability both with and without a sword, but in battle she is no stronger than the others. Other squads united in order to knock out the strongest guys from the competition when the opportunity arises. Even the strongest cannot cope against the crowd, Tahara said. The teacher, listening to so much praise about the strong abilities of Akura Yuki and Seiko, that he almost missed the point that they are weak without their abilities. This statement frightened the school principal. He began to realize that because of his preferences, he had set himself up, and now the journalists would have nothing to show. The history teacher shouts to the director that almost all the participants were kicked out of the first detachment. The director runs up to the parapet in a panic and, screaming loudly in horror at what he has done, begins to think about how to fix everything. While the director was talking in a raised voice and hysterically trying to correct the situation, Tahara stood calmly on the sidelines and thought why Yuki did what she did. She was superior in strength to everyone. She could have put everyone down on her own, but no, he gave up on purpose. Tahara began to think that all this was because of Fen. The school principal looks at his phone in a panic to look at the time and realize that everything is only getting worse and journalists can arrive at any moment and see that there is nothing special about the competition. In a panic, the director grabs the microphone and shouts to all the participants on the training ground that time is running out and in 30 seconds they can use their powers. After the director's announcement, Fen was in the corner, where guys from the remaining squads began to surround him in order to defeat the small weakling who led the 30th squad and thought he was cool. They started pointing their fingers at Fen and getting ready to tell him that he cheated and was able to score maximum points in the first days of training. They were also not pleased that some weakling and his squad were at the top of the standings. Fen tried not to listen to the guys and collect his thoughts to make sure that he could cope with his bloodlust in such a bad and exhausted state. One of the guys heard Fen muttering something and showing no respect or fear for them at all. They only wanted everyone who was weaker to kneel before them. Seeing Fen, one of the guys from the senior squads understands that he's clearly stronger and is trying to stop the fools who decided to openly attack Fen. The naive guys turn around when the guy shouts, trying to stop them. He said that he saw how Fen was able to defeat the guy from the first squad, and it only benefited him that he would be alone. Remembering that day when Fen fought with the guy from the first squad, and it was like beating a baby. At first, no one could have thought that Fen would be able to escape from the snake's embrace, but in one movement he broke the pincers and threw the snake to the ground. It was a very terrible sight for the boy, who could not even think that the weakest ranked guy in the school could defeat the seventh strongest guy. There was clearly something wrong here. The guys did not listen to the boy who was trying to dissuade them from attacking. They didn't believe that the weakling would be able to handle them all when he was allowed to use his powers. As soon as the buzzer rings for permission to use abilities, Fen delivers a strong blow to the face of the guy who believed in his abilities so much. Fen, without even straining, takes it out with one blow, after which Fen strikes the guy standing next to him, who froze in place and did not understand what happened. With such fast and precise movements, Fen has already struck 2 opponents. The guys standing a little behind were very surprised that the F rank was able to move so quickly and strike with such force that the bracelet broke the first time. They summoned their weapons using their abilities. Such a sight did not stop them, and they rushed to the attack. They assumed that Fen took advantage of the moment and simply caught the guys by surprise, although he moved quite quickly for his level. Fen's next attack was very fast and almost invisible to the guys who were trying to attack and hit Fen. They didn't even understand what happened and how they managed to miss. Fen was already standing behind, and they decided that he just wanted to run away from them and stall for time. Fen stood in a confident pose, ready to attack. His hair covered his eyes and his body was very tense. The guys did not appreciate this technique and simply decided to attack again. They raised their weapons and started yelling, trying to intimidate the enemy to run into battle against Fen. Suddenly, all the weapons that they were holding in their hands began to crumble, as if someone had cut them. They didn't understand how it happened, and was Fen really able to carry out so many attacks so quickly that they didn't even understand anything? Fen stood to the side with his head slightly lowered. In his hand glittered a dagger that was clutched in his hand. Such calmness and confidence scared the guys a lot. They did not think twice, and with tears in their eyes, began to raise their hands and shout that they were giving up and no longer participating in the competition. They didn't want to test what Fen was capable of anymore. The guys who stood behind and were traitors to their group were very frightened by a possible fight with such a dangerous enemy. The boy who was then in the corridor, where a member of the first squad was humiliated, did not at all want to face Fen in battle. His clear and fast movements were barely noticeable to the eye, and his abilities were clearly much stronger than they thought when they saw number 300. From a slight breeze, Fen's hair began to flutter, and under the curls it became noticeable that one eye had become red, like blood. The guys from the 4th squad approach a couple who and their girlfriend betrayed the 2nd squad and asked them to deal with Fen, since he is too strong for his rank. The boy, freeing himself from the hand of the guy from the 4th squad, says that they didn't agree that way. Their targets will only be strong opponents and not some pathetic number 300. The guys begin to argue about who should deal with Fen until he attacks. The guy's girlfriend who, together with her, decided to join the squad was determined not to get involved with Fen. A friend said that maybe they should try, since the battle will continue until there is only one person left. In this case, now they are the majority, and together they will try to defeat Fen. Her boyfriend begins to nervously answer that this is very dangerous, and he is sure that this is a bad idea. He, remembering that battle against the guy from the 1st squad, remembers how Fen dealt with him without experiencing any difficulties. The couple stood aside and quietly whispered that they should retreat and fight with someone else for now, and then navigate the situation. They looked very scared and tense, as if they were being forced to die. The friend was surprised that the weakest guy could be so dangerous that even they couldn't do anything about it. Fen was already having difficulty controlling his abilities, and his crimson aura protruded slightly from his body, thereby only frightening his opponents more. Fen said that he would not wait long for an attack, and if no one attacked him, he would go on the attack himself. The guy and his girlfriend realized that they had no choice but to fight, even though they didn't want it. But now they needed to at least gain time. The boy calls on his weapon, which was a whip that had the ability to increase with distance and attack the enemy at a distance. Fen stopped, and seeing that there was a long-range weapon against him, he understood that he would have to assess the enemy's skills and then get closer. When all his movements are clear, Fen began to whisper to his right hand, which he was able to subdue and free from bloodthirstiness so that it would not kill anyone. The guy with the whip notices that Fen is behaving strangely and even talking to his dagger as if it were alive. His plan only relied on the fact that Fen would not be able to overcome all the ranged attacks with the whip and would be forced to retreat. A little nervously, the boy begins to wave his whip, trying to deliver as many blows as possible, hoping that Fen will not be able to cope with them and will be wounded, and soon his bracelet will break. Fen begins to like what is happening, and his bloodthirstiness begins to come out, as if a rabid animal is waking up. All the boy's attempts to attack Fen with a whip were skillfully repelled, which frightened him. Fen realizes that it is becoming harder for him to restrain himself, and grabbing his mouth with his hand, he tries to cover it and calm down, as well as fend off all the blows of the whip. The guy's girlfriend, who was waving the whip, was shocked that Fen was able to repel such attacks. She had never seen anyone fight them all off. Meanwhile, her boyfriend shouts to the guys standing behind them to also intervene in the fight and try to break Fen's bracelet while he distracts him. The director, his colleague, the history teacher, and 2 instructors looked at what was happening and did not understand how the weakest student could fight like that. Reina was again amazed at Fen's skill. She couldn't even imagine that some weakling could fight like that, as if he wasn't a weakling at all. She notices that Tahara is watching the fight and is not even surprised, as if he knows what Fen is capable of. This may be true, since Fen is one of Tahara's students who studies with him. Such a calm look only means that Fen is doing something normal and not straining at all. Usually, Tahara shows if she understands that something terrible is about to happen. Fen is already tired of standing in the distance and parrying all attacks with a whip that are directed at him. He begins to get closer, simultaneously reducing the likelihood of an accurate hit. The guys begin to realize that their plan is failing, and they need to come up with something else before Fen gets closer to them. Her boyfriend's girlfriend stands in front of him with a whip and activates her shield, which is filled with love. She doesn't want to lose to some pathetic number 300. Her heart-shaped shield feeds on the girl's feelings, and the more love, the stronger the shield. Her boyfriend felt that this would not be enough against Fen and tried to stop her. At that moment, Fen jumped up to deliver a strong blow. Fen strikes with his dagger without resorting to the power of the ability, but using only the strength that he has from training. He believes that this is enough to cope with schoolchildren who do not understand the essence of the ability. And so it happens. The girl's shield breaks into small pieces as if it were completely weak, and her love is not at all worthy. In her eyes, it looked like she didn't know love, and it wasn't real. Fen immediately grabs her by the face before she comes to her senses, and not intending to seriously injure her, decides to push her towards her boyfriend so that he softens the blow. The couple meet in an embrace thanks to Fen, who decides that the couple should stay together. He didn't throw hard, but that didn't stop him from knocking them down. The girl was simply shocked that her shield was broken. She couldn't believe that the one who was called the weakest was in fact one of the strongest guys she had ever met. The bracelet on her hand was broken because the damage to the shield was too great and caused the broken bracelet. All damage that a person could not block is absorbed by the bracelet, and its integrity depends on the force of the blow. Her boyfriend can't stand it and realizes that they can't cope against Fen and decides to take off his bracelet and say that he's giving up. His girlfriend was in complete shock as her shield and bracelet were broken in one blow. The couple begins to slowly walk away. The guy is trying in every possible way to reassure his girlfriend that everything will be fine, and they just encountered a very strong opponent. The other guys, seeing how the strongest are leaving the competition because of Fen, start to get a little nervous. Fen, grabbing his hand, feels that it can calmly move and act only the way he wants, which means that bloodthirstiness has become easier to restrain. The 2 brothers who were in the 3rd squad were surprised that the boy from the last squad was able to cope with 2 from the 2nd. Are everyone really such weaklings that they are not able to knock out the last one? Fen stood in front of a crowd of guys and said that there weren't many of them left, so he would try to finish quickly. Such impudence and arrogance hit the guys hard, and they did not wait long to answer Fen for his words. The director, in hysterics, starts shouting at everyone to stop disgracing themselves and knock out that weakling from the last group. One of the brothers, using his cloning skill, attacks Fen with his stick, which can change size and become very durable. Fen, using his ability to see the abilities of others who attack him, understands that the guy is nothing special, but is simply trying to divert attention to himself. His brother supports in the attack, and also attacks only from the back, trying to distract Fen. A stick of this size was a very strange and dubious weapon for a boy. Fen barely manages to dodge the blow of a thick stick that was rushing to fall on his head and break the guy. Fen had excellent senses and was able to dodge, but when a thick stick fell, the dirt began to fly in different directions and touched Fen's face, causing him to lose his attentiveness and concentration a little. Another guy sees that Fen is distracted and not paying attention to him, understands that this is a chance to attack from behind and knock him to the ground and take the bracelet. His smug face and thirst for victory knows no bounds. Without hesitation, he decides to stab Fen in the back, not one bit regretting that he did so. His thin but strong stick begins to expand to hit Fen's back. The likelihood that there will be a miss is extremely small. Fen stood quite calmly and tried to properly wipe his face from the dirt that had gotten into his eye and was a little unpleasant. Meanwhile, one of the brothers' stick was already very close to Fen's back. But Fen's reaction and instincts were at a high level, and Fen expected such a sneaky blow. He was sure that no one would play fair and would do whatever it took to win. The boy was shocked that his blow was repelled by one sharp movement of the dagger. He didn't understand how a person with such a weak ability could see attacks from behind. Fen intercepts the stick of the guy who decided to deliver such a sneaky blow and says that he doesn't mind using such a wonderful weapon. Fen pulls the boy with his weapon towards him, overwhelming him with force and forcing him to run or fall into the mud. The brother of the boy with a thin stick notices that his brother's weapon, controlled by Fen, is rushing towards him, as if a weakling is pulling his brother trying to attack another brother. Trying to defend himself, the boy throws up his thick club, but Fen cuts it as he lifts it with his great strength, which he trained so hard. The half that was cut off soared into the sky and, hovering a little, began to fall exactly on his brother, who was trying to defend himself with it. The problem was that if the weapon is not in the hands of the owner, then the weight increases several times. After the fall, a column of mud rose several meters and covered everyone nearby. The brothers and Fen barely dodged such a blow. Fen did not let go of the stick with which he had disarmed the other brother. He said that he wanted to borrow this weapon, to which one of the brothers replied that he would never let him go. Fen said that he knows and doesn't even mind. Fen started swinging the big stick at the guy like it was something light. Raising dirt around him, Fen tried to get as close as possible to his opponents and begin to scatter them. Those who were hit were thrown out of the ring. One of the brothers shouted to the other to turn off his ability, otherwise even more people would get hurt. But still, the brothers met when Fen was waving a large stick. So many opponents were neutralized that it's even scary to imagine what he is capable of when using his full strength, his ability. The brothers were defeated, and their abilities were turned off, thereby taking away Fen's weapon, which helped so much to scatter the crowd of opponents. After which Fen calls on his dagger again and prepares for battle against the remaining crowd that was simply watching what was happening. The guys were quite serious, and this only made Fen happy that he would not have to hold back in terms of strength. Fen, taking a fighting stance, said that he was very glad that he had to fight with so many opponents, when no one even noticed him, and then they noticed that there was someone more dangerous than the strongest guys from the school, thought Fen. The guys began to surround Fen. They had many different weapons, and each one became a serious threat if you did not come up with a plan on how to defeat such a crowd quickly. Teacher Wang was watching what was happening and looking at how Fen was fighting. He began to understand that his bad attitude and all the guys from the class could push the guy onto a cruel path. But so far, he shows only good results and incredible strength without hurting anyone. Remembering those moments at school when I looked at Fen's resume on the computer and thought how great it would be to transfer him to another school, since he was weak and useless. So many moments were ruined in the relationship between the teacher, who lost all hope that Fen would become stronger, how much bullying the boy endured during the entire period when Fen was at school, and the teacher knew everything, but did nothing. Those days when Fen came to the teacher's room and asked to simply be transferred to another class, and the teacher refused and said that he could only go to another school, where Fen definitely did not want to go. Those idiotic questions from Fen that only caused laughter and doubts that he would ever become a worthy person or a strong warrior. Fen always responded with mutual politeness and behaved very quietly, as if he realized that everyone was looking at him. It always gave the teacher pleasure to make fun of a boy who wants a normal relationship, but will never get it because of his weaknesses. Remembering all those moments how the teacher behaved meanly with Fen, he felt very hurt and ashamed that he had never listened to the boy or tried to help him. Teacher Wang, covering his face, began to realize that he was very ashamed. He begins to sob loudly and shout that Fen can handle it and support the guy in every possible way. He was in so much pain that he acted like a complete bastard and never listened to the boy. The director was a little scared when he saw one of the teachers start crying and supporting the F-rank weakling. The director began to ask his teacher to calm down and behave with restraint. It is not worthy to show your emotions in front of children that you are trying to become better than you are, the director said. Teacher Wang did not calm down, and the director asked the history teacher to take Wang away from here so that he would not interfere with the battle with his screams and crying. Teacher Wang felt very weak and realized that all his actions were very bad towards Feng. The history teacher was shocked that Wang acted so strangely and sensually towards the student. The director was very angry that the film crew was supposed to arrive soon, but there were so few strong guys left in the ranks. One weakling managed to cope with the majority purely by luck. Fen, meanwhile, was fighting with a crowd of guys who acted very carefully and one at a time, without cooperation and not at all respectful, as if they did not understand how to fight. The director began shouting into the microphone that the ability was prohibited, everyone must stop using it immediately or they would be expelled. Tahara, hearing the hysterical screams of the school principal, begins to understand that he does not understand what he is doing. With such strange commands, he only makes it more difficult for many children to cope with tasks and act not as a team, but alone. Fen, standing near the wall, and hearing the director yelling into the microphone for everyone to stop using their abilities, understands that this was to be expected from an idiot who doesn't understand anything about training. Fen notices a crack next to him that was left by Seiko, who tore out the metal beam that was the support of the wall. Fen, not yet hiding his dagger, thinks this might be a good idea. The hairdryer hits the wall at the crack with all its force to break it apart. This was very risky, because Fen didn't quite know what was behind the wall, but he recalled that while jogging, he saw that there was a ditch under it. Moving a little to the side, Fen looks at the wall, which little by little begins to crack, and a web of cracks begins to grow at the sight of the impact. The guys see how the wall begins to crumble, and behind it a bright light came down, which blinded them a little, and they thought that Fen just wanted to escape while everyone was distracted by the bright light. Fen, grabbing the beam that stood nearby and held the entire wall, told the guys that he was not going to run anywhere, but rather let them out into the air for a walk in the forest. Through the hole made, dirt began to flow down in a fast stream. Behind the wall there was a bright sun and a dense forest that showed so brightly. The guys, having gotten a little used to the bright light, begin to understand that they are beginning to be pulled in by that stream of dirt that is rapidly rushing into the hole made in the wall. The crowd of guys who were closest could not resist such a strong flow and went with it behind the wall. Raina, looking at what was happening, was a little surprised, since using improvised means was not prohibited, but destroying half the wall was a bit overkill, although effective. It turned out that Fen was right, and behind the wall there was a ditch where all the dirt flowed with the guys who remained on the slope and were extremely upset that they fell for such a trick. Fen, after all the dirt has flowed out of the room where the battle took place, decides to take off his heavy boots full of dirt in order to fight as quickly and confidently as possible. Fen began to approach the guys who were trying to come to their senses and understand what to do when the dirt came out and the competition was not over yet. Fen decides to attack first, while the others realize they can't move properly due to mud in their boots. Fen, in a rapid jump without abilities, decides to attack the very first one who was closest. The director was furious with what was happening. The ego was infuriated by the fact that F rank was fighting against the crowd and defeating all opponents. Tahara was not happy that, due to idiotic orders, the children began to act completely differently than they should have. Tahara only saw that everyone attacked Fen, although they had to fight among themselves and become stronger, but they chose the wrong strategy. Fen carried everyone out. Whoever stood in his way, I use only combat skills. If the guys understood what a mistake they were making, they would have acted differently. The director was angry and acted solely according to his own interests. He did not understand that the training strategy was supposed to make the guys worthy team fighters, and not loners who did not know how to act in different situations. Most of the guys chose Fen as their target, since he was of the lowest rank and had the very last number in the ranking, which means he should not be strong. But they were wrong. That weak boy who ran around in the morning with a mop and was constantly getting hurt by his classmates no longer existed, but there was a guy who became much stronger and more capable. He easily dealt with each opponent and took their bracelets if they did not fall apart. Fen didn't have much strength, but he was still able to cope with dozens of guys. Tahara, smiling, thought that it wasn't even bad that everyone decided to focus only on Fen. Now they will understand their mistake and stop treating him with such disrespect. After another defeated enemy, a crowd of guys surrounded Fen, and seeing that he was already breathing very heavily and could barely stand, they decided to attack at the same time. Everyone in a crowd pounces on Fen, trying to knock him down. They acted together but not as a team. The crowd jumped on Fen and tried to knock him down and take his bracelet before he took out anyone else. The five of them began to put their weight on Fen, for him to fall and give up. Some guys from the crowd started shouting that they couldn't handle it, and Fen could still stand and fight back from losing. The two decide to help and rush to jump on top of the pile to knock the guy down. The director, seeing how the guys begin to knock down Fen together, is very happy, since now everything will go according to plan, and his school will be shown on TV as the most outstanding guys. Suddenly, the director's phone rang and he picked up. It was a group of journalists who had come to film material about the school, which is sponsored by the state and provides military requirements for participants. The director again makes an incredible decision, thinking only about how best to demonstrate to the whole country what wonderful students he has, that they have truly incredible abilities, and orders everyone to use their abilities again. He was very excited and concerned about his position, as if he cared nothing more than to show everyone his strength and superiority over other schools. The guys, hearing that the director was allowing the use of the abilities again, began to get a little nervous, since they now do not have time to fight while they are trying to knock down Fen. Fen feels the crowd pressing on him, but they don't act as coherently as his group would act. Feeling very tired, Fen almost falls and tries to concentrate so that his power does not kill anyone. Fen has already been pinned to the ground, but he is still twitching and trying to free himself. His right arm begins to fill with the power of the ability he mastered to break free and fight normally. The hairdryer explodes, as if the guys weighed nothing, and scatters them to the sides. His abilities were not quite enough, but due to the fact that the guys did not act coherently, he managed to escape. Afterwards, Fen disappears, holding his dagger in his hands and exuding a strong aura from his right hand that obeys him. He looks quite calm and says that everyone had a chance to beat him, but they didn't take advantage of it, and now he will teach them a lesson. The director was very angry that everything was going so badly that he wanted to do something completely wrong. He was overwhelmed with emotions, but at that very second, the people whom the director had been waiting for entered their zone. He was a journalist who covered important events in the country and enjoyed great authority among the channels. There were 2 cameramen with him who were supposed to film all the material about the students who would become the future of the country. The director reaches out his hand to greet the journalist who agreed to take the time to film his students, or rather, how they undergo tests and training that will help harden them in difficult battles and show all the strength that they have. The director, of course, is happy to welcome the journalist, but he is very worried that the crowd of school children cannot knock Fen out of the competition, which is the weakest in terms of indicators. The journalist, without wasting time, hears that the training is in full swing and decides to urgently see what is happening. The director was a little tense, because now they might see and think that his students are too weak to cope with some kind of F rank. The journalist began to guess that the director had specially called him so late in order to film the battle of the strongest who remained on the battlefield. He asked his cameramen to urgently start filming and not miss a single second of the fight. The director said that everything was planned this way and decided to remain silent, that everything did not go as planned. The journalist notices that Tahara, whom he knew from competitions where he interviewed the winner, is standing nearby. He approaches Tahara and happily greets him, asking how he is doing and realizing that Tahara is an instructor at a military training camp. The journalist decides to ask the martial arts champion about how the training went, and is there a worthy candidate among the participants? The director, hearing the question, became a little agitated and decides to intervene. Standing in front of Tahara, the director asked the journalist to leave such a question, since the most worthy guys had already dropped out for certain reasons. The journalist was surprised and began to ask how this happened, and was there really no one worthy left? The director, smiling, replies that everything is not over yet, and soon they will see the champions who will show themselves. The director, turning his back to the journalist, began to think and say that all the strongest were knocked out of the competition in order to give others the opportunity to prove themselves and build confidence in strength and battle. The journalist, realizing, begins to clap for the director that he took such a step to educate other children and give them the opportunity to prove themselves. It was so noble, the journalist said. One of the cameramen filming the battle enthusiastically tells the journalist that there is a guy here who alone fights with all the guys and does simply incredible things. The journalist did not wait a second and ran to the parapet to look at the battle for himself. The director was a little unhappy that he was dumped so quickly after the praise, as if no one was interested in him. Fen, standing surrounded by opponents, tried to deflect all the arrows that flew at him, while the other guys stood at a great distance so that they would not be caught by long-range attacks. The boy who was shooting from the bow was very tense, since none of his arrows could hit the target, and Fen fought them off without looking, as if it was some kind of trifle for him. Nervously, he tells the other guys to go on the attack, and he will cover them, and hopes that Fen will expose himself and get the arrow. A comrade in the squad said that they would never go on the attack while he was shooting from a bow, since he could catch them and knock them out. The journalist, looking at the boy who so deftly deflects arrows, became very interested in him and began to ask the director to tell him more about him. This was what the director feared most. While the director was trying to calm down so as not to start talking about Fen, the boy with the weakest ability, Teacher Wang in the background began shouting Fen's name and saying that he was the strongest F-rank student. The journalist, hearing what the teacher was saying, approached him and began asking about Fen. Teacher Wang said that Feng is a student who began to study and train his ability and now shows incredible results fighting with the strongest opponents. The director barely manages to grab Van's teacher and, in hysterics, shouts to the history teacher to help him get Van away from here. Everyone just stood there and were perplexed by the director's behavior. Leaving the observation place by hand, Teacher Wang shouted to the journalist that Fen was the only person who was able to upgrade his ability and be very strong. With great delight, the journalist began to ask the director about this guy named Fen, who fights so well with the crowd of participants. The director, holding a handkerchief in his hands to wipe away the sweat from awkward questions, some he did not want to answer, as he did not accept the fact that an F rank was capable of fighting against such a crowd and winning. Fen, meanwhile, was already confronting the swordsman and other guys with close attacks who attacked him while the archer stood aside. Suddenly, the guys felt that there was a release of power, which happens when a person's performance increases and moves to a new level. This happens extremely rarely, and it surprised the guys a little. They were a little shaken by the fact that the weakest student was able to raise his level and become even stronger. A dense aura appeared around Fen, indicating a surge of strength and an increase in performance. Fen did not immediately understand what had happened. His body became a little lighter, and the feeling of fatigue diminished, as if he had recovered a little. Using his power analysis ability on himself, he notices that his wound has grown. The dagger changed its shape and color. It was now blood red in color and exuded a new ability that fueled the owner with the power of restoration. Holding a new dagger in his hands, Fen began to smile, and little by little realize that all his work and training were not in vain, and he was able to increase his level. Raising his head up, Fen began to shout rejoicingly that he had finally succeeded. He was overwhelmed with emotions of joy and happiness. All the guys were simply shocked that Fen was able to raise his level and was no longer an F rank. Not everyone understood that this is possible and how it happens. Tahara felt great pride that his best student was able to achieve such a result by trusting him and doing everything that was required of him. Yuki was very happy that Fen was able to reach a new level and shows himself very worthy without crossing the line of his ability. Seiko was not happy because he did not know all the secrets and was tormented by pride and envy that Fen could come to this. Yuki, in joy, shouted to Fen to show everyone what he was capable of and finally win. Fen, hearing the words of his girlfriend, was inflamed with a new goal and a desire to demonstrate what he was capable of, having received a new rank and strength. Using her new skill with a dagger in her hand, Fen rushed past the guys, striking at the same time, so that they did not even understand what had happened. His satisfied face exuded great interest and joy at his new abilities. In his hand, a new dagger shone beautifully, which had a bright coloring and great power. After such a throw, all the guys began to feel pain on their hands, and their bracelets were destroyed. They were filled with fear from not understanding how this happened. On the wrists where the bracelet was, a scratch appeared that was bleeding. They were very scared that the bracelet that absorbs damage could not extinguish all the pain from Fen's attack. Fen, stopping, notices that the dagger shines brightly and absorbs the blood that was received from blows with it. It was a little strange, but Fen didn't think it was that incredible. The director did not expect this at all, that the weakling would be able to raise his level and become even stronger. It was very strange for such a greedy and narcissistic blind idiot as the director. The journalist was simply incredibly delighted that he could see live how a person improves his level, and such material will raise his ratings even higher. Tahara said that student Fen has adequately raised his level because he has already defeated more than 100 opponents in this tournament alone. Such words made the journalist shudder, that a boy with the weakest indicators could do such a thing. Approaching Fen, he excitedly began asking Tahara about how Fen was able to achieve such progress and increase his level. Tahara, turning back to the arena, told the journalist that it's all a person's willpower and hard training, which only 1 out of 100 candidates undergo. The journalist was surprised, and at the same time glad that this happened. Fen stood in the middle of the arena, and his blade began to absorb the blood of the guys who had received scratches on their hands. It was a little strange, and maybe even dangerous. The day before, late in the evening, the main office of the country's Ministry of Defense was already under guard, and almost no one remained inside. Only Colonel Shirhan remained in the office, who was a very busy man and did a lot of work to protect his country. Entering the meeting room, he saw that Captain Oris was sitting at the table, who seemed to be waiting for him at that time. Shihan was very unhappy that he came to his office at such a time. He was filled with many thoughts. Why did he come here, and why? Sitting down at the table opposite, Shihan began to ask the question, why doesn't he now kill the fugitive criminal who did such a thing in his city? Captain Oris began to act very relaxed and say that he was not at all interested in what the colonel was developing here, but just wanted to ask a few questions. Colonel Shihan and Captain Oris used to serve together and were good friends. But after one incident, they went their separate ways. They were a very good duo in the past. Captain Oris said that he understood why Shirhan was so angry with him, but there were several reasons for him to leave the service and become a completely different person. While they were serving together, there was a terrible attack on one of the ships, which crashed into the rock of an island on which there was a secret weapon. The ship was badly damaged and completely engulfed in flames. Due to a malfunction, his steering failed and he headed into a rock. When Shirhan arrived at the scene of the accident on the ground, he found a wounded soldier who was guarding the ship and the cargo that was on board. Before his death, he said that all this happened because of the betrayal of Captain Auris, who stole the secret weapon. Shi-Han then felt the intense pain of betrayal from his comrade and friend, who chose to become a bandit and left without saying anything. Shi-Han, sitting in the office opposite Commander Auris, said that he often remembered the days when they were friends, and now they are on opposite sides of the barricades and are no longer comrades. Captain Auris coughed and said that he came here for a completely different reason. What interested him was that during the robbery, he came across schoolchildren who were inside. Colonel Shi-Han said that these were children from the school they had taken over as a training center for the military. Auris said that he understood that, but did not expect that some guy would fight back, who clearly did not stand out among the other guys and seemed completely harmless. Shi-Han was amazed that Auris was rebuffed, because among those he fought, only Auris was a worthy opponent, which means that there is someone in the school who is stronger than the captain. The captain began to say that he agreed that he got his ass kicked, but did the military school really have such weapons that they could fight like that? This is truly a worthy opponent, but if I had not left, I would definitely have died, Captain Auris said in a sad voice. The colonel was very surprised and showed with all his appearance that he knew nothing about such a person. There was no one on the documents who stood out among the crowd of students. Auris began to laugh hard and hit the table, realizing that his comrade Shi-Han knew nothing about the boy who fought so skillfully. The colonel stood up abruptly and began asking about that guy and what was his name. Auris enjoyed being the first to notice such a candidate and a strong opponent. Auris said that he was lucky because he knows when Shi-Han is lying, and having realized that he knows nothing about such a diamond, that studying at his school understands that this is a great chance. There were so many ideas in his eyes on how to make that boy feel all the pain and bitterness from the fact that he dared to fight him and stay alive. After the ordeal that the headmaster had prepared for his students, evening came, and the setting sun shone on the building, covering it with a reddish hue. Akura sat in the office and acted very carefully and gently. She was worried about what happened at the training ground. At her feet lay Fen, who gradually began to come to his senses. Having opened his eyes a little, he did not expect to see Yuki at all. Fen reached his hand towards Yuki's face to make sure it was a dream. Otherwise, she would definitely hit him if it wasn't. In his state, it was very difficult to believe that he was not dreaming. He touched Yuki's face gently and said that it was very soft and tender. Yuki immediately began to blush because it was very romantic and pleasant, but it was impossible to continue this. Fen began to squeeze her cheek and say that it was the softest thing he had ever touched. This surprised Yuki a little, and when she felt awkward, he remembered how to behave with guys. Fen gets hit on the head and immediately comes to his senses, standing up abruptly and complaining about the pain. Yuki crossed his arms and was indignant that he dared to ruin everything like that. Having recovered, Fen notices that he is in the room and does not remember at all what happened during the competition. Yuki thought that he was just so tired from such training that he forgot about everything. She said Fen was screaming with joy and telling her if she had seen his next level. Yuki added that he acted like a child, that he got the candy he always dreamed of. Fen interrupted Yuki in an offended voice and said that he remembered this, thereby forcing her to stop in her mockery of the boy. Yuki grabbed Fen by the cheek and started squeezing him, saying that he was so cute while he was sleeping and muttering something about his feelings. Grabbing Fen by both cheeks, he began to try to say that he didn't like her, that she was always teasing him and treating him like a weak brother. He removes her hands from his face and says that he doesn't like this and asks her to stop making fun of him. Yuki asks for forgiveness, laughing at Fen's reaction, and says that he won't find a normal girl with such a character. Yuki blushed a little after her words, and smiling looked quite attractive, especially against the backdrop of the setting sun. Her gaze conveyed joy and pleasure from the conversation with Fen. Fen became very embarrassed after such words that he couldn't find a normal girl, so he objected and said that maybe he didn't need her, since he was afraid to get close to people because of some problems that he had before. Yuki calmed the boy down, saying never mind, and took out the chevron that Fen received for winning the competition. It was the insignia of a senior soldier. Fen, rejoicing, took it in his hands and, like a child, glowed with happiness. Yuki looked at his joyful face, and she was pleased that he had succeeded. Yuki sat down closer and put her hand on his shoulder and said that she wholeheartedly congratulated him on his new rank and wished him quick promotion. Fen's expression changed and he no longer looked happy. Yuki noticed this and asked what the problem was, to which Fen replied that he agreed with the history teacher that if he won, then his entire team would receive the rank of sergeants. And Fen held in his hands the rank of senior soldier, which indicated that most likely Fen had let his comrades down. Yuki didn't quite understand what it meant to make an agreement and began to clarify. Yuki said that this is a good rank, and what the teacher said is not always true, to which Fen objected, and said that he bet with the history teacher and others that if they won and got into the top 20 participants, they would receive the rank of sergeant. Yuki, hearing that Fen had argued with the teacher, was surprised and a little upset that he received the title in this way, although it was normal, considering how everyone treated Fen, Yuki thought. While Fen sat with his head down and thought about how he had let his comrades down, Yuki forgivingly hit him on the nose and said that there was no need to be upset. She said that all his comrades actually received the rank of sergeant after the competition, and Fen was given the title by the director, and he strongly said that only the rank of senior soldier would be a worthy reward. Fen, holding his head and hearing what Yuki says, begins to understand that even though his comrades have received a worthy title, the director is still not going to respect Fen. Yuki decides to remind Fen that he defeated a lot of participants, and Nurse Jin-sun has so much work right now that she doesn't sleep at all. Fen turned white when he heard how he set up the person who treated him so well. Fen felt guilty and wanted to quickly apologize to her. Fen tells Yuki that he feels better now and wants to go to the nurse and apologize before she finally curses him for such a gift. Yuki, smiling, replies that she agrees that she needs to apologize and will go with him to control the whole process. Fen replies that he will go himself and, waving his head to the sides, tells Yuki that she has no reason to go with him, since only he is to blame. Yuki grabs Fen by the cheeks and orders him not to argue with her, or does Fen not want to go for a walk with his friend? Fen, very nervous, does not understand why Yuki wants to go with him so much but agrees. Yuki said that this is how one should always respond to the one who is always with him, and not to dynamite. He understood. Yuki said angry. Fen began to answer that he understood everything, not understanding the romantic subtext and everything connected with it. Meanwhile, a battalion commander from another military institution was sitting in the director's office, waiting for a meeting with the school director. He was received by Teacher Wang, who was in charge, while the others were away. Van served tea to the guest and began to wait. The battalion commander, taking a cup of tea, said that he did not think that the teacher would meet him, as he expected to talk directly with the school director. Teacher Wang apologized that the director was not there yet and assured that he would appear soon. The commander made himself more comfortable in his chair and calmly sipped tea and decided to talk to the teacher while the director was not there. Teacher Wang was a little tense, as he had never met important people directly, and knowing that sitting in front of him was a real hero of the country who had headed one of the best military schools in the country, he felt a little uneasy. The battalion commander began to talk about what he had heard about the training camp in which the guys were trained. It was funny to him, since the preparation was not worthy. At his school, everything is much harsher and biased towards students. Teacher Wang began to get more nervous and realized that this was a real military expert in front of him, who knew a lot about raising perfect soldiers. Just the thought that they would have to fight someone from that school made the teacher panic. All children are selected exclusively from the educated elite and have combat abilities of at least C rank. All applicants devote their lives to serving the good of the country. The commander says that he is proud of his students and is waiting for the director to come to discuss further matters that concern their future. The commander, turning to Teacher Wang and looking him in the face, began to tell him that he would be delighted when the students showed themselves in the coming battles. After all, their educational institution challenges the school that so nicely submits to the state. He wants to prove that no school can compare with his military curriculum, which is taught at his school. Teacher Wang hesitated a little and asked the commander to repeat it. Did he hear correctly that the school was declaring war on ours? The commander, laughing, confirms his words and says that this is necessary so that everyone understands who is stronger. The commander looks at the teacher with a question. Did he really not know that their schools would compete with each other? This has already been written in all the newspapers and was even said on TV. Teacher Wang now realized. Why is the director delayed? Apparently he knows what they have to do and is simply delaying the meeting to come up with something. Now it's clear why he asked Teacher Van to meet the commander from another school. The battalion commander begins to continue praising his school and says that he knows that there are some strong students in their school, but this is not enough to resist the strategically savvy guys from his school, who always know how to act under any circumstances. Taking in front of him a stack of personal files of school students, he only knows that the daughter of the Akura family and martial arts champion Tahara study there, and the rest are just average kids who do not pose any threat to the students from the military school. Throwing things back and answering the teacher that he does not even doubt victory and will put in their place those biased bigwigs from the government who decided to finance a regular school to train future military personnel. Teacher Wang, looking at this arrogant cretin who ridicules his school in every possible way, thinks that he has no idea what other students are capable of, that they showed incredible results in competitions. It will definitely be a surprise for him. At that moment, the office door opened. It was the school principal who was trying to act very friendly, as if meeting a friend whom he had not seen for a long time. The director shakes hands with the battalion commander from another educational institution and suggests getting down to business so as not to detain anyone. Teacher Wang thanks the commander for the wonderful company and asks permission to leave the office. Leaving the office, Teacher Wang, closing the door behind him, exhaled that he would not have to listen to all this arrogant nonsense any longer. He was filled with many questions about what would happen to their school if they lost. While the teacher was standing near the door, he heard through the window that someone was training on the training ground, as if they were passing standards. Then he remembered that recruitment in different directions had been opened again, so that those who did not suit their choice could change it earlier. At the training ground, training was taking place to enter Tahara's military training club, where Fen's comrades came to become as strong as Fen. After the training, Fen approached Tahara and asked how his comrades were doing all the exercises and looking decent. This worried Fen very much, since he had never had so many comrades who were ready to try just as hard to surpass themselves. Tahara, looking at Fen, replied that he was pleased and smilingly said that they coped with all the exercises perfectly and deserved to become part of their military training club. Tahara said loudly that they were all accepted into the club, and from that day on they were part of the military program that Tahara would stage. The guys, tired and breathing heavily, immediately turned to Fen. A ray of hope sowed in their eyes that their fate would change and they would become much stronger than now thanks to the hard training that Fen showed them. The entire sports building of the school heard cries of joy and delight that they had done it and would continue to work with Fen and pump up their body and spirit, which would help them recognize their ability and strengthen it, as Fen did. Teacher Wang, hearing the cries of joy, realized that the guys were having a good time and so much had happened. While they were undergoing training in a military camp, the teacher's opinion changed greatly about Fen and the other guys. He calmly walked along the dark corridor, which was illuminated only by the light of the moon that passed through the windows, and cheerfully whistled a familiar melody that helped him relax. Meanwhile, in the director's office, the battalion commander put a folder with documents on the table for the director to review and make a decision. Taking the contract in his hands, the director began to familiarize himself and was not at all satisfied with the conditions set by the battalion commander from the most influential military school. The school director understood that he would have to sign, otherwise it would only get worse in the upcoming competitions. After the signed agreement, the director gives the papers to the battalion commander, to which he bows and says that he is pleased to deal with them. This arrogant and satisfied face did not even hide the fact that he did not care about this school and all the students in it, after which the commander leaves the office and closes the door. The school principal sat very quietly for several seconds, so that one could hear the grasshoppers singing outside the windows. The next moment, he hits the table with both hands with great displeasure and is angry that he has to act like this as if it means nothing. This damn competition will be held with the strongest guys, and against them, the school director has too few worthy students. A few days after the competition, the journalist watched a video of Fen's fight against a crowd of guys. His fast and incredible movements deflected everything that flew at him, and the speed of his attacks was simply incredible. The journalist looked very closely and was surprised at what this guy was capable of. He wanted to make sure that this was not a setup, or a setup where a weakling defeats a crowd of extras, but there was no joy on his face at all, since after detailed checks and what he saw live spoke only of the boy's skill. Having submitted the material, it was rejected, and it was very strange. The journalist got up from the table, continuing to watch the video of Fen's fight and becoming more and more convinced that such a talent was not allowed on the air for a reason. Approaching the window, the journalist thinks that given that the school is owned by the state and funded by the military, maybe they want to hide a person like Fen. Still, something doesn't add up here, since Fen may be banned from being shown for the reason that no one will believe that the weakest F-rank warrior is capable of defeating such a crowd. They will consider it a beautifully staged action scene and an advertisement for the school itself. He recalls that a recent incident with the seizure of a bank by terrorists was stopped by schoolchildren from the same school. He conducted that interview, and they showed the daughter of the Akura family, who was able to stop the opponents and save all the children. Suddenly it dawns on the journalist and remembers that he wrote a list of the guys who found themselves in this terrible situation. Only Akura was shown in the battle, but maybe this is all to divert attention from the most important and valuable character. He quickly ran to the computer to find that list and make sure that Fen was there. He was tormented by so many questions, and his head was bursting with guesses. Maybe no one knows that there is such a guy who is capable of incredible things. He sees the list and realizes that he was right, and Fen was held hostage by terrorists that day. This could be a very interesting investigation if it can be proven that Fen is actually a very strong candidate and not an ordinary F-rank. Suddenly, a man knocks on the journalist's door and comes in. This was one of the journalist's informants, who had connections in many places and provided fresh information. He tells the journalist that he learned that the military school will be holding a joint competition against the school that recently conducted its exercises at the training camp. They want to compare their strengths and prove which of them is worthy of government funding. That evening, after classes and training, Fen and his new comrades were talking cheerfully as they left school. They were all very grateful to Fen that he did not abandon them and continued to train and support them in every possible way. This was very nice for them, since now they have the rank of sergeant and no one bullies them at school anymore. Fen said that they themselves were great, as they showed their desire to become better and achieve new results. One of his comrades asked Fen if they were coping well. Fen replied that the initial exercises were excellent, but soon they would start training according to the program that Fen and Tahara were training, and it was much more difficult. They also clarified where Yuki went. Fen replied that while he was training, she became bored and said that she would go home early. Fen said that he had not planned to leave so early and said that he would still have a few approaches left to complete. The guys looked at Fen and said that he has balls of iron if he allows him to answer his girlfriend like that. Fen was very scared and confused when he heard that there was already such a rumor going around the school about him and Akura Yuki. One of the comrades began to say that they were just a great couple. It turns out that the whole school is already talking about the fact that they are considered a couple, and everyone is talking about it. His comrades even envy Fen that he has such a sweet and strong girlfriend. The hairdryer almost fell into the ground out of shame. While Fen was thinking about how best to tell the guys and understand what to do with Yuki, a man approached him and stopped in front of Fen. Raising his head sharply up and standing straight, Fen sees a very famous person in front of him. He was almost speechless when he saw Defense Minister Shi Han himself standing in front of him. All the guys behind opened their mouths in surprise and stood with their eyes bulging. They never expected to see the minister at such a time and in front of their school, and the way he approached without anyone noticing him was incredible. Shi greeted Feng and said that he wanted to talk to him about what happened at the training base. He tried to behave very calmly and friendly so as not to scare the guys. Fen, standing at attention, greets the minister with a military salute, expressing great respect. The guys behind were very excited when they heard that the minister wanted to talk to Fen. Fen was so excited that he didn't understand at all why the minister was so interested in the battle on the training field of the student with the weakest performance. Even though Feng had improved his level, it would barely interest such an important person. Suddenly, the minister began to apologize and, turning his attention to Fen's comrades, congratulated them on the victory and the new title that they had received. All the guys were simply shocked that the minister spoke to them and knew that they had received new titles. They understood that such a person knew exactly everything that was happening in the places that were entrusted to him. They repeated Fen's greeting, and with great delight expressed their best wishes to such a great man who protects their country with incredible strength and intelligence. Fen, hearing the guys' statements, began to blush out of shame and try to calm them down so that they wouldn't blurt out something unnecessary to Minister Shi. The minister said that he wanted to talk with Fen, and the guys did not interfere, saying that they understood everything and would quickly leave. They were pleased to see the hero of the country and asked Fen to be very polite. Passing by the minister, they said goodbye to such an important person and said that they completely trusted his policy to protect the country. The minister was flattered by these words and wished the guys good luck. After walking a few meters, the guys began to run in order to quickly leave Fen alone with the minister, since the conversation would be very important, the guys thought as they reasoned. After which the minister began to tell Fen that he had watched a video of the guys fight and was very interested in his abilities. Fen listened politely and did not quite understand why him. Fen, in a slightly nervous voice, asked the minister why his abilities were so interesting, since he had barely reached the new rank D and did not stand out at all for something incredible. The minister seriously asked Fen if he knew about the possibility of separation of abilities. Shihan guessed that the boy had something very strong and was clearly capable of fighting such opponents as Captain Auris from the Children of Hell organization. Fen, having heard the words of the minister, was a little tense, thinking that he suspected Fen of hiding his abilities and disguising them as the weakest skill. The minister, with a special cough, said that no matter what the boy gets into his head, otherwise his brain will overheat, and it's just a rumor that this is even possible. Fen replies that he has also heard of such a thing, but has never seen anything like it, and the fact that he has great strength is from training with his athletic trainer Tahara. The minister, smiling, tries to calm the boy down and say that he's not suspected of anything. He just moved and fought very well, and these are worthy skills for a future military man and defender of the country. Putting his hand on Fen's shoulder, Minister Shi said that he simply liked his fight and the fact that he was able to get a new rank, and this also happens quite rarely. Usually a new rank comes after decades if you train hard. Fen still didn't quite understand how exactly he caused such a reaction. If there are Akurayuki and Seiko, who showed some of the best results and have high-level skills that are capable of doing much more than Fen's ability. Shihan looked at the boy and, thanks to his abilities, understood that the guy's strength is very high, but he skillfully restrains it, which means he is able to show great results, which will definitely help him cope with much stronger opponents than the terrorist Auris. In the minister's eyes, Fen was covered in a dense aura that barely let any light through the guy's silhouette. The density of the aura was simply surprising in its limitlessness, and this said that the guy's development potential was very high. Removing his hand from Feng's shoulder, Minister Shi understands that if the boy continues to study and develop his skills, he will reach incredible heights and become a worthy warrior. But remembering the words of Auris, that he wants to take this boy for himself, since he was defeated and wants to get even, he understands that Fen will be able to withstand such an opponent. The minister says that he was pleased to talk with such a talented guy and that they will see each other again soon. Fen, scratching the back of his head and a little nervously, replied that he too was pleased to talk with such a famous person. The minister began to leave and climb the stairs. Fen stood rooted to the spot and watched, seeing the minister off into the distance, trying to come to his senses again and continue his journey home. Suddenly, Shihan turns around and tells Fen that he wishes him good luck in the upcoming competition and will be rooting for him, hoping that he will demonstrate his strength to everyone. Fen knew nothing about the fact that there would be a competition soon and did not understand what the minister meant. He tensed a little and began to realize that such a person would not waste empty words. The minister, getting up, waved to Fen without turning around and followed to the exit, where a car was waiting for him. It was already dark outside and almost 9 in the evening. Meanwhile, only Tahara remained in the gym, doing squats with a barbell and trying to strengthen himself with hard training. Having finished, he stood near the simulator and clenched his fist and was very pleased that, thanks to such training with the guys, he was able to feel the forgotten muscle pain from hard training. Fen reminded him why they train and showed him by example that there is no end to development and improvement. Realizing that she's had enough for today, Tahara decides to finish it and, going up to the horizontal bar, takes her jacket from it, which she likes to hang on it. Leaving school, Tahara was very pleased with this day and wanted to quickly come home to take a shower and go to bed. Suddenly he hears the faint cry of a girl and the voices of men laughing and talking loudly in the alley near the school. The guys behaved very persistently and pressed the girl against the wall. She was trembling with fear and very worried. She was wearing the uniform of the school where Tahara studied. One of the guys began to open his hands and try to touch the girl, who was so scared. She was worried that she might now be abused and killed. Tahara did not want to remain on the sidelines and, hearing screams, decides to go and check what is happening. He came across some guys who were harassing a girl from his school, which was clearly wrong. Tahara, coming out a little into the light, told them to take their hands off the girl and go away from here before he beat them. The boy who pestered the girl notices that some guy interrupted their idol and interfered with their plans. He didn't like it, and moving a little away from the girl, he told him to get out of here. The boy was self-confident and said that there were more of them anyway. They would not be merciful and would beat the guy up if he didn't get out of here. He begins to raise his hand and try to activate the ability. Tahara, seeing that the boy is about to use the skill, decides to go on the attack and work ahead of the curve without letting them understand what happened. Tahara approached the guy at high speed and grabbed his hand. The boy, seeing how he was grabbed, began to get nervous because he could not break free and move. Tahara was much stronger and was not going to give in to the idiots who decided to pester a girl from his school. Tahara applies a painful hold and puts his opponent on his knees as he cannot escape and begins to scream in pain. Tahara appeals to the girl to quickly run away from here and go to a large crowded place and then make sure that she has a blast at her home. The girl answers, "That's right, Sergeant Tahara." She starts to run away, and Tahara follows her with his eyes, as if he suspected something. Another guy nearby sees the girl starting to run away and decides to stop her. He tried to grab her, not at all thinking about the fact that there was a boy behind him who came to the rescue and stopped his friend. Tahara, without letting go of the first opponent, immediately jumps on the one who hastened to grab the girl and throws him to the ground, pressing him with his hand like a sack. After which Tahara notices that behind there are 2 more guys who stood and did nothing, looking at how their guys were being twisted. Tahara decides that the guys need to stick together as friends. He throws the 2 guys at the others to teach the idiots a lesson who dared to pester the girl and scare her so much. Tahara did not stand on ceremony and understood that they deserved such a beating. Shaking off his hands, Tahara already understood that not everything was so simple, and this was just the beginning, since too many things did not add up, and it looked like a play where the main character was Tahara. Tahara noticed that in the heat of the fight, shadows could be seen around the corner of the building, which was observed, and this was clearly not a coincidence. Tahara began to realize that this was a trap. From the shadows of a dark corner, a face appeared that smiled evilly, as if it was a pleasure to see an enemy that was able to amuse a strong enemy. Tahara was not at all happy about such a meeting, since he felt the strong aura of the guys who had come out of the shadows. His kind heart and desire to help those in need drove him into a corner from which he could not get out without a fight. 2 people came into the light. One was tall and quite strong, as if showing that he was in charge, and the second was rather shy and looked like a punching bag. The tall boy decided to make fun of Tahar and said that he was too small for the strongest student of the school, which had recently been recognized as military. Tahara became a little more tense and understood that being provocative was not in his spirit. He ignored all the insults and believed that anyone who stoops to such baseness does not deserve to wield great power. Tahara said that he found it strange from the very beginning, but he took the risk to meet someone who decided to make such a cheap show to fight him. The tall, arrogant boy, smiling, said that he had heard about Tahara's strength and intelligence, but so that he could be sure that this was all an arrangement. Is Tahara really so smart that he could see such a trap? He asked Tahara where they had screwed up to give themselves away like that. Tahara said that the girl who was wearing his school uniform addressed him by his full rank, as if she had been talking like that for a long time. No extra words or doubts, which means she did not study at their school. The tall guy was a little surprised that Tahara had such a level of deduction. Although he realized that he had fallen into a trap, he definitely would not be able to get out of here, the tall guy knew. Tahara, continuing to tell his guesses, added that although the girl tried to show fear, she was completely calm when Tahara arrived, as if she was ready for this. And this is a clear sign of high military training that their school has not yet managed to instill in its students. Tahara also pointed out that the guys were pretending to pester the girl, although in their conversations the words comrade and that's right were clearly heard, which says that they are from the military corps of the 1st Military Academy, which so kindly decided to compete with their school. The tall boy said that Tahara was great and understood everything correctly. Such a talented boy clearly deserves to be the best student of such a school, but the military academy has a large number of equally strong guys. Straightening his hair and smiling, as if in anticipation of an interesting fight, the boy said that now he wants to make sure whether Tahara is worthy of fighting against him. His aura became dark and sinister, as if he had become a different person. This kind of power was at a high level, and his arrogant behavior showed that he was not the least bit shy about using dirty tricks. The fat man decided to interrupt his elder with words of admiration that he had met such a strong guy from another school. He, holding his hands in front of him, seemed so harmless and cowardly. The fat man, a little embarrassed, decided to introduce himself and thank Tahara for the honor of meeting them. He always wanted to meet him. While the fat man was politely talking to Tahara, the tall guy interrupted them and said that they should not have interrupted their dialogue with his stupid chatter, which offended the fat man a little. Tahara behaved cautiously and saw this fat man for the first time. Their conversation was very casual, and many compliments towards Tahara looked extremely suspicious. But then the fat man shows his true nature and says that most of all he wanted to fight him, since he hates looking at perfectly built people. It was a complex that tormented the fat man all his life. The fat man began to say that he wanted to fight and show that no force would help Tahara defeat him, and all those efforts in the gym would not affect the result in any way. The tall guy begins to smile and realizes that now it will be fun. He tells Tahara that today his opponent will be a fat guy, and with someone like him, Tahara simply hasn't earned the opportunity to fight in a duel. He asks to prove to everyone that they are wrong, and Tahara to cope against their pathetic boy. Tahara did not listen for long to all the stream of dirt that began to be said in his direction. He simply uses his abilities to teach a lesson to the arrogant idiots who dared to do such a thing. The fat man began to act as if he was scared and moved back a little. He understood what Tahara was capable of and wanted to show that he was actually afraid of the guy. The next moment, Tahara was already near the fat man and grabbed him by the jacket. The stout guy didn't even understand how he ran up so quickly and got a little scared. Tahara decides to throw the guy over herself, realizing that this can be quite effective against such a big guy. The fat man, in turn, began to smile, as if he liked it, and everything was going exactly the way he wanted it. The fat man, in those seconds that he was in Tahara's hands, said that his weight apparently did not cause problems yet, but that would quickly change now, and chuckled, smiling. Tahara, after thinking a little, realized that the fat man could control his weight, and this greatly strained him. He understood that he couldn't cope so easily if the weight changed right on him. Such an opportunity to deter the enemy would not be enough, since Tahara's ability allowed him to lift any weight, but was not changeable in the process. The next morning, all the children began to come to school and prepare for lessons. News has already started circulating around the school that a terrible incident happened to one of the students last night. Everyone in the class was a little tense and discussing what happened yesterday. They behaved rather strangely and did not react in any way when Fen entered the class. Fen walked up to his desk where Yuki was already sitting, who was also thoughtful, and this made Fen a little tense. He asked why everyone had been acting so strangely since the morning. Had something really happened? Yuki, noticing that Fen came and stood completely calm, as if he did not understand anything, she said that yesterday a terrible incident happened to one student from our school. Fen knows him very well, since it was Tahara. Fen did not quite understand that something could happen to Tahara, since he knew that he was very strong and no one could defeat him in martial arts. Yuki was a little awkward to say all this, since Tahara was Fen's friend. Yuki decided to ask her classmate to give her a tablet on which you can watch the news and the video where you can see what happened to Tahara yesterday. Fen, taking the tablet, was extremely surprised and was a little worried that it was really possible to beat Taka, that he would lose. Yuki said that she was very sorry and asked him to quickly take a look for himself. Fen, taking the tablet, began to watch the video and was overwhelmed by a strong aura of fear and anxiety that happened to him when he lost the best thing in his life. Tahara was filmed fighting against some guy who was quite large. All the actions were filmed as if on purpose to show the public that the school that the state had chosen to sponsor was worth nothing at all. Tahara, trying to throw the fat man over her thigh, suddenly feels that the ground under her feet cannot stand it and begins to break, as if the weight has become too heavy. Tahara's body froze in place and could no longer leave the guy. He began to shake from the weight that was on his back. The fat man was smiling at that time and understood that he would now crush the poor idiot, that he believed in his strength and ideal body. Tahara tried with all his might to finish the throw, but his body became increasingly unyielding, as if he was being crushed by something very heavy. Every muscle in his body was tense and throbbing with tension. Fen was a little scared and shocked that it was even possible for Tahara to lose. It was very unpleasant and disgusting that they did this to his friend. Still, Tahara can't stand it and falls under the big guy, who is capable of increasing his weight many times over. The fall shook the earth, and at the epicenter, the fat man's body pressed Tahara with its weight. After the ardor began to dissipate, the fat man began to move and rise. He looked pleased, as if the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Tahara lay unconscious in the blood. He was pressed to the ground by a huge weight, and his condition was extremely grave, but he was alive. Fen, after watching the video, experienced extremely strange sensations of pain and anger, which forced him to act extremely unreasonably and cruelly towards those who did this to Tahara. Fen, raising his voice a little, asks Yuki who these guys are and why did they attack Tahara. This hurt him very much, and he wanted revenge with all his might. Yuki, understanding Fen's feelings, decided to say that this is a military school with which they will have competitions. These guys were from the main battalion of the school, which claimed superiority over other schools because of their capable students. After the big recess lesson, Deputy Head Rainer decides to gather all the strong class heads of the school and their deputies to discuss what happened and what to do next in order to prepare for the competition. Most of those present were 11th graders who were extremely unhappy with what happened to Tahara. They were tormented by the question of what to do without their leader and one of their strongest comrades. 9th graders were also at the training camp, that they had to listen to the instructions of their elders and prepare their comrades for the competition. Fen decided to interrupt the conversation by raising his hand and asking if he could visit Tahara. He cared about the coach and mentor who trained him so hard and forced him to become a better believer in himself. Rainer immediately replied that visits in the hospital are now prohibited, since Tahara is under investigation, and until everything is resolved, they will not take their eyes off him and will not admit anyone to the ward. Fen was extremely sad, as he understood that such a setup would greatly affect the competition. Most of the children at school believe in Tahara, and when they found out that he lost and is now in the hospital, the chances of winning became much less. One of the ninth graders asked Reina what they should do if the enemy school has students who are capable of defeating even their best master. Reina replies that they need to come up with a battle strategy and try to win in order to prove that they are worthy of being called a military school and prove to themselves that they can cope without Tahara. One of the guys decided to involuntarily joke, saying that if there is no one in charge now, then maybe it's time for someone else to take his place, who is capable of leading everyone into battle. Reina clasped his hands and said that he was really ready to lead the school. This stupid skirmish is interrupted by Seiko, who says that now is not the time to reconcile by force and find out who is worthy. This is not the best time, since their honor is at stake. Yuki agreed with Seiko and added that she definitely did not agree to dance to the tune of such weaklings and idiots who thought that they would overcome the upcoming training match against the military school. The tallest and most pumped-up high school student flared up with anger and began shouting that why should he listen to such daring and insolent words of some 10th grader who could only boast about her family name and ability.